Hello, Chad. We are back with day number 2 of Tata Steel Chess, and what a day one it was. रात के 2 बजे तक पार्टी हम लोगों ने करी सबने मिलके. मेरे साथ है सहज भाई. वेलकम सहज भाई अगेन. क्या ही दिन था day one. Lots of happening, things that happened yesterday भाई. वाले प्रोटेस्ट से लेके मतलब over the board हमने ड्रामा देखा. And आज day 2 and 4 Indians in the fray along with Vedant who also won. So क्या expectations है day 2 की आपकी?
Bhai, I think Kal was it was a long day, especially with Gukesh trying to win his match. But like in the final moments, Sindarov didn't give up and then managed to make a comeback. And वो थोड़ा sad हो गया वहाँ पे. But overall, I think it was a decent day for the Indian players regardless. And I think आज one good thing that I see is कि किसी भी Indian का आपस में नहीं है. So we could potentially be looking at a clean sweep.
भाई क्लीन स्वीप साउंड्स वेरी नाइस. आई थिंक कि चारों जीत जाए, चारों आगे निकल जाए, दैट विल बी अमेजिंग. बट ऑफ कोर्स उनकी पेयरिंग्स अगर हम देख पाए आज की, दैट विल बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग अलोंग विद द स्टैंडिंग्स कि भाई कहाँ है इंडियन प्लेयर्स, कैसे उनके चांसेस लग रहे हैं आफ्टर डे वन. ऑफ कोर्स डे वन इज टू अर्ली टू से, बट मोमेंटम बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. वेल बिगन इज हाफ डन एंड yeah, and there it is, standings. Erigaisi Arjun with that epic win over Pragg. Sahaj bhai, kya hi opening preparation? I think it was just a treat to watch that game.
I think, yeah, definitely for Arjun winning that match. I mean, it felt like it was a one-sided game. I think the opening prep really worked well for Arjun there. And of course, for Vincent and Hans, it was, I think, a much bigger shock there because by एक तो 16 चाल में जीत गया और एक 2 घंटे में जीत गया, which was a bit surprising.
बिल्कुल भाई, चेस की गेम जीते 16 चालों में. आई थिंक हैंस नीमन ने मेरी वो वीडियो देखी थी, बट रिगार्डलेस फेरोसी ने रिजाइन कर दिया भाई. दैट वाज डेफिनेटली सरप्राइजिंग. एंड मीनवाइल लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट कि भाई अरविंद देयर विद दैट ड्रॉ इन 8th प्लेस. आज उनका मैच है अगेंस्ट दैट यंगस्टर. इट इज Erdogmus वर्सेस अरविंद. आई थिंक आई एम रियली एक्साइटेड अबाउट दैट मैच एज वेल साज.
Oh yes, for sure. Because in that match, I think we don't know exactly what's going to happen. Yeah, I mean, because Erdogmus being the underdog, उसके नाम में ही है, and he's also playing with the black pieces. So he would definitely be looking to make his mark there with the white pieces. So यहाँ पे हमें बहुत ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा, I think, from the black side. And I think another very hyped sort of matchup is Nodirbek versus Pragg. Because Pragg coming off with a loss and Nodirbek say match khelna after a loss with the black pieces, I mean, you have to be careful here.
Also, Pragg defeated him in that tie-break at Uzbekistan chess. Pragg also took the candidate spot that Nodirbek wanted. So कहीं ना कहीं पे वो एक remnants होंगे, कि Flash versus reverse Flash, two versus मैं, like थोड़ा सा rivalry यहाँ भी build हो रही है. So it'll be very very interesting to see कैसे handle करते हैं Pragg with the black pieces after that loss yesterday. So it's gonna be tough. You don't want to be 0 out of 2, Sahaj. That is a horrible place to be in Tata Steel chess. That's insane.
Exactly, considering the fact that Pragg is a defending champion of this event. So, 0 out of 2 is definitely not something that he is. I don't think that's going to happen, but still, it's going to be a tough match regardless. And then we have, of course, Gukesh playing against Jorden van Foreest, who is a former winner of this event, also played Chennai, I mean, also played World Cup. 2700 player, very strong, but Gukesh ke white hai yahan pe, to yahan pe situation thodi si is a bit better. And then, of course, I think there is Arjun playing against Thai Dai Van, who qualified from the challengers section, and he drew his match. He was almost winning yesterday as well, but couldn't convert in those final moments. But Arjun ke match mein, any predictions, Sahil bhai?
I think Arjun Gukesh win. I think these two games, we need that win there. Both must be confident. I know Gukesh missed out on a win yesterday, but the way he played that end game was just amazing. And Arjun, of course, after that crushing win against the lowest seed of the event, I mean, of course, we are backing him, yeah. And there you see Nodirbek smiles across his face कि game सारी time पे चालू हो रही है भाई. आज मुझे walk नहीं करना पड़ेगा. And meanwhile, let's not forget Anish Giri. Sahaj bhai, what do you make of that one move blunder? If you can go back to the camera for Anish, he must be like, this is like the worst start to Tata Steel that have happened for me.
Oh yes, for sure. And to all of those who don't know, I'm just quickly gonna show you what that blunder was. Sahil bhai ne isme video bhi banai hai ek, but this was the position. And Anish actually played bishop takes d4, and you can see from the blue arrow rook c4 ke baad one of the bishops is just completely busted. So this is not a blunder that you expect from Anish. And Vincent ke paas, he had around an hour and 21 minutes when the match finished. So it was a fairly quick game, and it will be interesting to see how he fares up because he plays against Sindarov today. So भाई
Wow.
कोई ब्रेक नहीं है, कुछ कहीं पे भी आपको संभलने का आपके पास कोई टाइम नहीं है.
भाई if Awadh played bishop takes d4, I would think कि भाई fair. ऐसी गलती करना
I would
बनता
still
है.
say भाई अवध भाई थोड़ा देखो.
हाँ,
ध्यान
ऋषि
से,
से खेल
but yeah,
चुके हैं
from
भाई,
Anish
थोड़ा
you don't
थोड़ा अब
expect
तो
this.
बेटर होना पड़ेगा, ऐसे नहीं चलेगा. So yeah, Anish must be disappointed. Meanwhile, we have India number one, the winner from yesterday, Arjun Erigaisi, with the black pieces against the lowest of the event. So Sahaj bhai, Arjun must be gearing up for another crushing performance, potentially to just get 2 out of 2 and handshakes on the board.
Oh yes, and let's not forget this player. I mean, he is the current board 2 gold medal winner for the last Olympiad. Board, remember chat ke board 1 or board 3 पे इंडिया को मेडल आया था, but board 2 पे the guy who's sitting across you, that's the player who won the gold, and he also won the Tata Steel Challenges. So definitely a strong player in his own regard. And there we see the world champion.
Woohoo! Bhai, Gukesh Dommaraju with that jacket on the chair again. Sahaj bhai, what are the thoughts that went through Gukesh's mind yesterday night after the game?
I mean, I think he must be a bit sad, I think, with how the game unfolded because he was pushing throughout. But I think there is a silver lining to it as well. Ki aap, at least a pura game, from move one, you were pushing. Yeah, you got equality very, very easily from with the black pieces, and you were pushing the entirety of the game. So it happens. I think it shouldn't really change how he plays. But yeah, ek wo win lana just for momentum ke liye is very important.
Yeah, will be interesting. And let's not forget Vedant Panisar also playing in the Challengers, who won, I think, a dream game yesterday. Even like anybody in the world would be proud of that game. So, and Sajbhai, you can obviously show, maybe if you want to show some prep, you can show कि क्या आपको उन्होंने कुछ बताया था, तो वो बाद में देख सकते हैं. But meanwhile, Gukesh Dommaraju adjusting his pieces, King पे बहुत आराम से adjust किया. Jordan comes in, handshakes, and Sajbhai, move one. What do you expect from the world champion?
It's the world champion. I think he usually goes with the queen's pawn. So I think he will stay with his prep. I think queen's pawn opening d4, qgd. There we see a very nice angle there. Dono boards हमें साथ साथ ही मिल रहे हैं. Amazing.
Arjun
d4 on both boards, bhai.
Arjun जैसे पानी पिया ना, like it was exactly facing the camera. He's like, मेरे पानी पीने का edit कोई नहीं बनाएगा, ठीक है, बहुत हो गया. He's like, बिल्कुल कैमरा की तरफ pointed थी bottle. But yeah, Arjun, of course, I think is very flexible. I expect d4 there as well. Same for Gukesh, Sahaj bhai. So 2 d4s, yeah, on the board likely.
I think for sure, yeah. I think in faster formats हमें e4 ज़्यादा देखने को मिलता है, but I think in longer formats people prefer those Catalan, QGD, long games to make use of their time pretty well. And of course, it's 2 hours for 40 moves and then half an hour more after the 40 move mark has been done. अब कोई changes नहीं होंगे chat. Already it is confirmed.
And let's go, chat. The games are beginning any second. Pawn to d4 by the world champion on the board, correctly predicted by the commentators for once. And chat, क्या लग रहा है भाई, आज इंडिया के 4 प्लेयर्स है मास्टर्स में, 4 में से कितने पॉइंट हमें मिलने वाले हैं? साज भाई, what's your guess on that
Like
number?
Panch, like I think Vedant is as well. Like
हाँ,
he's playing
fair.
against Liu Miaoyi as well with the white pieces. So I think a player who's not, I would say, like they are pretty much evenly matched. So वहाँ पर भी if he keeps his momentum, he can win his match. But I think yeah, भाई सबको जीतना चाहिए भाई 3.5 at least. 3.5 या 4.5 is what I expect. अगर हम
Yeah.
challenges को भी include कर रहे हैं तो.
I agree. I'm also hoping for at least a 3.5 today, and especially wins for Arjun and Gukesh. That would be so important. White pieces be Gukesh ke paas, and we have d4, knight f6, c4, g6. Sahaj, already we are either going into a King's Indian, which would be insane, or into a Grunfeld, which would also be very theoretical. So, kya lag raha hai? Opening setup, Gukesh, happy or not so happy?
So I think first let's explain why these choices are sort of interesting, because King's Indian is a very sharp opening, very very dynamic, and बहुत theoretical भी होती है, and Grunfeld is even more theoretical than King's Indian, but not as sharp. बट इन दोनों ओपनिंग्स के डाउन साइड ये होते हैं कि व्हाइट के पास बहुत सारी ऑप्शंस होती हैं. यू कैन प्ले नाइट C3, यू कैन प्ले नाइट C3 E4, you can play G3, knight F3. You can even go H4 on move 3. Even that's actually a pretty interesting variation to go for. बहुत सारी ऑप्शंस होती हैं यहाँ पे व्हाइट के पास. So black has to be really really well prepared. But knowing Jordan, I'm expecting Grunfeld. तो Grunfeld would be the one with D5 chat, जहाँ पे बहुत theoretical battle आ सकती है, but not as dynamic.
ट्रू. आई थिंक आपने ग्रिनफील्ड बोला, जस्ट फॉर द सेक ऑफ इट आई एम गोना से किंग्स इंडियन साज भाई की थोड़ा सारे कवर अप करते हैं, हम बोल सके या वी वर करेक्ट येट अगेन. सो मीनवाइल चैट, जितने भी लोग चैट में, एक बार सबके सब लोग हाई लिख दो भाई. वेलकम टू द स्ट्रीम. इट्स डे नंबर 2. इट्स इंडिया वर्सेस द वर्ल्ड. टेक्निकली 4 इंडियंस बैटल कर रहे हैं, 5 इंडियंस बैटल कर रहे हैं. क्या लगता है कितने पॉइंट्स बनेंगे? जल्दी बताओ. एंड चैट एक बार सबके सब लोग हाई लिख दो भाई चैट में. लेट्स गो.
I was missing this by yesterday. You didn't say this even once. I
भाई
was waiting for it.
कल तो 2 घंटे से ही हाई बोल रहे थे हम, तो मैंने कहा वैसे भी हर किसी
हाँ.
ने टाइप कर ही दिया होगा कि कल गालियां ही पड़ रही थी हमें कि
Good
चालू करो
point. Good
भाई,
point.
क्यों नहीं चालू हो रहा है. तो आई थॉट हाई बोल ही दिया होगा लोगों ने अपने आप. सो या
Good point, man. A lot of people saying hi in the chat. Hello, 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 everyone. भाई आज राउंड 2 है. I think quiet day लग रहा है मुझे आज. If I had to make like a prediction here, I feel like usually round 1 people are very motivated, but round 2 में थोड़ा सा थोड़े सहम जाते हैं, and round 3 से they start throwing some action again. What is your take?
यूजुअली
Oh,
यू आर
whoa!
करेक्ट.
I'm sorry. I'm
व्हाट?
sorry.
व्हाट?
No, no, no. I'm sorry. Just I'll take that back
साहज
completely,
भाई,
chat.
साहज भाई, लाइक दिस डिजर्व्स अ वीडियो यार. आई मीन दिस डिजर्व्स अ वीडियो. भाई क्या तुक्का मारा था भाई. लाइक यू मेंशन्ड इट कि H4 भी खेल देते हैं कभी कभी. गुकेश ने कहा कभी कभी क्यों भाई, आज ही खेलेंगे हम लोग. भाई व्हाट?
भाई ये तो नहीं एक्सपेक्ट किया था मैंने. एंड यू कैन सी फ्रॉम यॉर्डन्स एक्सप्रेशन, उसने भी एक्सपेक्ट नहीं किया था. इनफैक्ट किसी ने नहीं एक्सपेक्ट किया था ये,
Can
व्हिच
we
इज
go full
क्रेजी.
screen for a moment? Can we go full screen for a moment? H4. भाई पीसेस कह रहे हैं भाई, पॉन से पुश करोगे हमारा नंबर कब आएगा भाई. पॉन टू H4. What is this move? And now he plays knight C3. He could have changed the move order, yeah. He could have played knight C3 and then H4. But भाई शो ऑफ भी तो करना है.
नहीं, बट इसमें एक बेनिफिट ये कि अब D5 खेलने से पहले अब आप सोचोगे. अब आप लाइक इफ यू प्ले D5 नाउ, आई कैन ऑलवेज टेक, और आई कैन प्ले H5 इवन स्ट्रेट अवे,
True,
which
true.
sort of goes into some like he's basically saying कि आप ग्रनफील्ड नहीं खेलने दूंगा मैं आपको. Like if you play D5, there is H5, and you cannot capture this pawn because this pawn on D5 hangs. This is some theory. So
Wow.
भाई आग ऑलरेडी लग चुकी है गुकेश के बोर्ड पे.
भाई आग लग चुकी है, आग खुल चुकी है. चैट जल्दी से स्ट्रीम लाइक कर दो. लेट्स गेट टू 500 लाइक्स. कल हमने मेंबरशिप करी नहीं क्योंकि स्ट्रीम लंबी थी, बस आज करेंगे 500 लाइक मेंबरशिप. जल्दी से लाइक करते चलो, सब्सक्राइब कर दो भाई, बिकॉज आज कुछ तो क्रेजी होने वाला है. एंड आफ्टर H4 सहज भाई, द चांसेस ऑफ अ रिजल्ट वेंट ड्रास्टिकली अप. लाइक चाहे वो व्हाइट का विन हो या लॉस हो, वी कांट कमेंट येट, बट रिजल्ट के चांसेस बहुत बढ़ गए.
नहीं भाई, रिजल्ट के चांसेस हैं बिल्कुल, और गुकेश के जीतने के चांसेस काफी बढ़ गए. भाई भाई विद H4 वी लव इट, लव टू सी इट.
बिल्कुल. दिस इज अमेजिंग. हाँ, सो दिस इज अमेजिंग. मीनवाइल लेट्स चेक आउट अरविंद्स गेम, क्योंकि वहां पे क्या चल रहा है. एंड हाउ डू यू लुक एट दिस पोजीशन साज भाई, बिकॉज बार कह रहा है व्हाइट इज जस्ट वे बेटर. ऐसा क्या हो गया?
So chat, this is basically Sicilian, the open Sicilian, and अगर black यहाँ पे A6 खेलता तो this is the most popular Sicilian opening in chess. It's called the Knight of Variation, and यहाँ पे Arvind plays Knight BD7. So bar definitely shot up there because white has this option to play G4, but I am 1000% sure this is prep from Arvind. Arvind wants a game basically. तो I don't think it's a sign of worry. I would say कि यहाँ पे Erdogmus को थोड़ा सोचना पड़ेगा to come up with the best moves, and from what I can see, this doesn't look easy.
Very interesting. And one thing to notice is both players still, like, nobody has had a deep think, right? So I think both players kind of in their prep, I'm gonna say. So देखते हैं क्या होता है यहाँ
Not
पे.
at
G4.
Erdogmus, I think. Erdogmus is out already.
Really?
I think so, yeah. I mean, this is the type of move जो आपको पता रहती है कभी. Like, okay, ठीक है, this is a move, but you never seriously look at it. Like I have played so many games in this position as white, like probably around even 1,000 is not even like a an unbelievable number, and I have
Wow.
never ever seriously checked knight BD7 before. So it's a good it could be some insane prep incoming from Arvind.
Yeah, and Arvind is one of the most creative chess players in the world. Let's not forget, one of his main ideas when he was coming up was knight f3 and rook g1 on the first two moves. So, he's known for his creativity. And of course, यहाँ पे white should understand with time कि क्या चक्कर है. पहले, for example, the bishop was open. And once you play knight d7, आपने bishop का block किया. Now g4 is, for example, possible, which is the best move in the position. So Erdogmus, knowing him, he will figure out that move likely. But I'm pretty sure Arvind is very well prepared. तो देखने में बड़ा मजा आने वाला है इस गेम में. Meanwhile, Erdogmus, as he thinks, Saj bhai, maybe we can jump to another game, and that should be the one with Thai Dai Van versus Arjun Erigaisi. क्या लग रहा है?
Let's go through the opening as well to see how this match unfolded. So d4 queen pawn opening once again, and he goes knight f3 d5. He's asking for whether you're going to go for Catalan or the main QGD, and Van plays knight c3 here. He takes a pawn on c4. This is known as Vienna. Plays e4 and now bishop b4. Basically, point है कि आप bishop c4 मारोगे तो मैं knight e4 मार दूंगा. And this is still, white is a pawn down, but this is still very much mainstream theory so far. He goes short castle, knight f6 वापस, queen f4 check and knight c6. And right now, he goes knight e5 as well. And Arjun does not play the main move. He usually you go rook b8 in this position, and Arjun goes for a5. So Arjun doing Arjun things once again and creating that imbalance early on in the game in the form of an extra pawn. And again, Arjun looks to be better prepared.
And chat, if you're going to ask me कि chess.com का explorer कितना beneficial है, you can literally open chess.com right now. And once you see the open moves जो black ने खेली है, a5 has the best record for black. So for example, 14 games खेली गई हैं. 14 में 79% draw, 14% win, and I think the rest, whatever is remaining, is like a win for white. So it has the best record in online chess on chess.com in this position. So
I have to say that explore feature for chess.com is amazing. Like it's something I use all the time, like while commentating and while looking at games. Like it's one of the best.
And Saj bhai, you would use it anyways. Even I use it. That's
Yeah,
the
of
crazy
course.
part.
Like
Bhai,
because
मेरे
it's
लिए भी
so
beneficial है.
convenient.
Exactly. And now you can see a5 यहाँ पे जो move है, it's a new, not a new idea, but a relatively new idea. White might not know exactly what to do, and this gives Arjun a chance to strike again. As you can see, he's not sitting at the board. So अभी तो prep सिर्फ चालू हुई है मेरे दोस्त. अभी तो बहुत दूर जाना है.
Right. So looking, I think, very, very promising for Arjun here. I think opening wise, I'm not seeing any major problems. By the way, some updates on the Gukesh board. Maybe we can switch there while he thinks. Jorden has opted for the King's Indian setup. So he played d6 here, not d5. वो allow नहीं किया Gukesh ने. And e4 के बाद he goes c5 immediately. And now Gukesh is thinking. Basically, two options है आपके पास. Either you play d5 or you go take the pawn, and he takes the pawn.
Very interesting. Because I thought ki when you're playing h4, you kind of want to avoid that queen trade situation. But
actually,
now
bhai, pata hai, it's actually quite a nice idea. Like usually when you go for h4 lines na, in KID or in Grunfeld, you are often going for end games क्योंकि ये h pawn काफी useful आ जाता है बाद में when you play h5 and stuff. So king sides gain करने के लिए it can be a pretty good idea.
That's a fair point. That's a fair point. अब यहाँ पे d takes c5 के बाद you of course will take the queen on d8 and spoil black's castling. Not a big deal as such, but I think white probably maybe retains a tiny edge from this potential endgame that is going to come up. So yeah, d takes c5. Jordan now thinking, do you think he kind of thought कि Gukesh नहीं मारेगा c5 पे?
I think it's possible, yeah, because d5 is probably more played. Let me take a quick look at the Explorer thing one more time. Yeah, d5 has like 17 games and dc5 only has 2 games. So definitely less played amongst the two. And यहाँ पे of course black dc5 मार के वो queen, he can go into the end game as well, but he can also play queen f5 to try and keep the tension on the board.
Oh, very interesting. Queen f5. If Jordan really wants to up the ante a bit, raise the stakes, he could do that. Because queen f5 pe, if you take on d6, I think there is knight takes e4, and suddenly black is even better. So very very interesting position. देखते हैं क्या होगा. Meanwhile, can we have a look at the Nodirbek versus Pragg game as well, Sahaj? So just to round up all the Indian games once and the opening moves.
Absolutely. So let's start from the bottom again. D4, D5. So queen spawn opening. Queen spawn ही हो रही है यहाँ पे हर जगह. He goes knight C3 again, and Pragg plays H6. So remember that here, Arjun has gone for pawn takes pawn, and he showed some prep there. But Pragg, coming up with his own lines here, plays H6, doesn't allow bishop G5. This is still relatively known. You take the pawn on D5, takes back, bishop F4, bishop D6, and basically this is where you say, okay, मैंने bishop E7 पे नहीं develop किया था, तो मैं directly bishop D6 पे लाके I can save a move. He takes the bishop, queen takes, E3 के बाद bishop F5 and knight H4, and this is the current position. And before we sort of do a deep dive, just want to remind everyone that it's the structure at least is very similar to what Sindarov and Gukesh had yesterday. The only difference is that there are more minor pieces on the board. So there's a bishop and a knight on the board, and usme sirf knights there. Remember that Gukesh ka knight D6 pe baitha hua tha. It was very nice. And then of course he started creating some chaos on the queen side. So very similar structure there.
Yeah, and also usually you wouldn't play knight h4 when the pawn is on h6. ये bishop के h7 square है. But I'm guessing the idea is कि after bishop h7 आप bishop d3 से exchange करके अपने knight के लिए वो f5 square चाहते हैं. I think that might be the goal. And Kasparov जी ने कहा था भाई give me a knight on f5. तुम मुझे f5 दो मैं तुम्हें whatever दूंगा. So ऐसे कुछ गोल हो सकता है यहाँ पे नोदिरबेक का. And he's playing very very quickly. As we know, he is also out for blood in every single game. And उनके लिए भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट इवेंट है यार. I think he's won this event once before, right? Or no? When he defeated Magnus. Did he win or did he finish second?
I'm just going to do a quick check.
I think he finished, maybe Anish won that and he came second. Like he was so close. Something he defeated Magnus once, I remember, at Tata Steel. So this is an event which might bring him fond memories as well. And Pragg, of course, coming after a loss might be a bit low on confidence. So very, very interesting. Meanwhile, Erdogmus did play G4. So he is not backing down. Pawn to G4 played. If he can switch cameras and the board.
भाई
भाई
ये तो crazy हो गया भाई already. भाई ये तो crazy हो गया भाई. G4 actually. Yeah, but Arvind knowing the lines, yeah, he plays H6. I mean, you can see from the speed that he's playing these moves that he is more or less comfortable so far. He wants Erdogmus to play G4. He wants कि वो थोड़ा attack करे king side पे and the position becomes messy. Arvind is looking for blood here.
Wow. So Arvind, I don't know if he's regretting his choice of going for this opening already, but फिलहाल के लिए the bar is saying कि maybe he shouldn't have gone for this. Pawn to h4 is the move now, or even rook to g1, the very move we talked about जो Arvind खेला था, आज वही एक decade बाद काटने को आ सकती है. So let's see how this progresses. Meanwhile, advantage to Erdogmus. In fact, the only game, इकलौती game at Tata Steel पे जहाँ पे anybody has a serious edge.
Oh, yes. But okay, wouldn't really call this a serious edge just yet because Arvind ki prep hai. Just looking at his time, looks very, very...
Let's jump to Gukesh's game because Queen A5 was played. No exchanges just yet. Wow.
Ooh, bhai. Okay. Queen A5, I think nice choice. Bishop D2 played to avoid this knight takes C4 business, जो साहिल भाई ने पहले mention किया था. Queen takes C5 takes, and now Bishop E2. Gukesh still in his prep, yeah?
Bhai, this is amazing. This is absolutely amazing.
And H5.
Oh. Okay, now you kind of have to think white is slightly better, maybe.
I mean, yeah, probably because ये knight कभी G5 पे बैठ सकता है. And you know, like, you can also argue that black का knight भी तो G4 पे बैठ सकता है. True, but I mean, it's easier for me to play F3 than it is for you to play F6, yeah? Because आपका पूरा pawn chain break हो जाएगा. So I like this knight F3, knight G5 idea here. And looks like slight preference to Gukesh already.
Yeah, and also these central pawns, right? For Meroxy kind of structure, Kalko Rook C1, Bishop E3, Knight D5, those typical ideas, right? Which are very, very harmonious here, make a lot of sense. G5 square hai, Kalko E5 bhi aa sakta hai at the right moment. So I think Gukesh practically slightly better as of now, and you can see it in the clock as well. Thoda piche hai for Jorden van Foreest, 7 minute piche already. And as of now, Explorer pe wapas jaake, I see no games. So we are in absolutely new territory now. दोनों players को कोई idea नहीं है, I think, कि best move यहाँ क्या है. There's no way Gukesh prepared for h5 here. So अब आएगा भाई असली मजा साज भाई कि कौन कितना दूध में कौन कितना पानी में.
Correct, bhai. Correct. You couldn't have said it better. And by the way, does anyone in the chat know what is the structure known as? For example, this E4 and C4. Usually, ये काफी famous चीज होती है जब accelerated dragon के against खेलते हो. So it very similar to the structure that I'm talking about. Anyone knows in chat what this structure is known as? This E4 and C4 pawns against the Sicilian. And yes, भाई लोग को already पता है भाई ये चीज आप गूगल भी नहीं कर सकते. Crazy.
भाई चैट को सब पता होता है यार. चैट मतलब भाई Chad is genius. Chad is CIG. Chad is genius.
Correct.
Meanwhile,
So एंड
हाँ
ऑल्सो लाइक
बोलो.
कौन प्रिडिक्ट करेगा भाई क्वीन स्पॉन ओपनिंग से H4 से आप मरोक्सी में आए क्योंकि मरोक्सी तो आप E4 से खेलते हो हमेशा तो
True,
नाइस ट्रांसपोजिशन देयर.
true. And meanwhile, maybe we can jump to the Thai Dai Van versus Arjun game because वहाँ पे भी कुछ moves आई हैं and play has progressed. Take us to the updates, Saj bhai.
सो A5 पे हमने छोड़ा था. ही टेक्स अ नाइट ऑन C6 एंड टेक्स द पॉन बैक. Bishop D7 played to defend the rook on A8. White goes Queen F3. Short castle. Bishop F4 आया and now Rook B8. And again, I think Arjun is still very much in prep. On move 13, maybe I think he's very much in prep. And yeah, looking equal. I think it's A4, A3 ka plan perhaps in the future on the cards. Some pressure on the B2 pawn. You want to play C5, but maybe not right now because this pawn could be a weakness in the long term. It's an isolated pawn, but at the same time, the C7 ka pawn bhi utna kuch खास नहीं लग रहा है.
But I have a question, Saj. So if you had ये position जो है ना, if I look at the pawn structure that black has, it's not that great. Yeah, मतलब A5 pawn, C7 pawn, bishop on D7 not doing much to be honest right now. White के pieces थोड़े ज़्यादा active लग रहे हैं. So अगर आपको differentiate करना होता white के winning chances, draw के या फिर black के winning chances among equal players, how would you distribute it here? Like white does look slightly better as of now.
I'm not sure if white is better. I mean, you have to also factor in the time and the preparation for the players as well. So based on that, I think it's very even. All three results maybe the most possible, but probably draw is like the most likely result because generally जब आप शुरुआत में chaotic game खेलते हो तो वो बहुत जल्दी materialize हो जाता है. And then that's what you're trying to avoid. And you mentioned this bishop on D7 not doing anything. Look at this plan. This could actually happen, Sahil bhai. Bishop C8 and Bishop B7. Like, I love it.
भाई बिशप घर लेके जाने का ही सीजन है एक्चुअली. मैंने सुना है कहीं पे उड़ती उड़ती पंछी ने बताया मुझे. सो या डेफिनेटली अ नाइस आइडिया. एंड आल्सो रुक ऑन B8 प्रेशरिंग द पॉन ऑन B2. D4 पॉन भी पोटेंशियली कुड बी वीक कल को जाके. सो ब्लैक हैज सम ट्रायम्फ्स. विल बी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग टू सी कैसे खेलते हैं यहाँ पे बोथ साइड्स. एंड कोई कह रहा है इज इट मी और द लाइनअप इज नॉट एज इंप्रेसिव. आई थिंक जस्ट ऐड मैग्नस टू दिस लाइनअप and this literally becomes like the strongest event in the world. I think it's just Magnus you're missing, if I'm being honest. Sadhbhai, what are your thoughts on this?
No, I think a lot of young players. So I don't think there is anything wrong with the lineup. I think very
Yeah,
hungry players, very young, ambitious. I mean, think about the fact that Anish is the oldest player here, which is
true,
crazy, yeah?
true. And Anish, of course, oldest. कहना थोड़ा sad है, but yeah, he did make a blunder yesterday, so hopefully he comes back today. But the Bibisara there as well. You mentioned, right? She had a crushing victory yesterday, I think, in the challenges.
Oh, yes. She defeated a higher rated player. I'm trying to go to her game to remember who it was. It was Andy Woodward that she defeated with the white pieces yesterday.
Hmm.
So this is the current position of her game. And she's playing Aydin Suleymanli, the guy who finished second last year, who also defeated Erwin Lamy with the black pieces. So both of them looking to make a mark. And we could get a sole leader in the challenges section very soon. And since we are here, let's take a look at Vedant Panesar as well, see how he's doing. He's also on full score. He's playing against Lu Miawi, who also won her match yesterday. Bhai, मतलब underdogs का ही tournament चल रहा है. And looks like he has come up with again some crazy prep here, Vedant. After D4, Knight F6, he played C3, which is interesting. And B6 के बाद he goes Bishop G5, Bishop B7, Knight goes to D2, D6 पे he goes Queen C2, and we're basically in uncharted territory already.
या द फैक्ट कि ओपोनेंट के पास अभी ऑलरेडी 18 मिनट्स यूज कर चुकी हैं, वो टेल्स यू कि शी इज नॉट एज कंफर्टेबल. आई थिंक ओपनिंग प्रेप का मेन पर्पस ये नहीं है कि जस्ट टू काइंड ऑफ फाइंड कूल लाइंस, इट्स आल्सो टू फाइंड कि ओपोनेंट कहाँ अनकंफर्टेबल होगा, टू काइंड ऑफ एनालाइज द गेम, सी द वीकनेसेस. ये स्ट्रक्चर्स उनको पसंद नहीं है, इस बंदे को एंड गेम पसंद नहीं है, इस बंदे को ओपनिंग्स में स्ट्रगल होता है, इस बंदे को चेस ही पसंद नहीं है. तो इट डिपेंड्स ऑन योर ओपोनेंट्स वीकनेसेस, एंड मे बी वेदांत हैज डन अ लॉट ऑफ वर्क on that front. And of course, यहाँ पे उनको opponents सारे पहले से पता थे. So that really helps. And we might see some crazy game here as well. Yeah, who knows? Castles Queenside incoming.
Yeah, could be, could be. And by the way, we saw Pragg in the background looking at the game as well. So let's actually take a look at Pragg and see how he is faring up, because he's walking around. That could be actually a good sign. Because, by the way, the line that you were mentioning actually happened after knight h4. He did play bishop h7 and bishop d3 happened, and now short castle. Basically, white has this plan जो आप कह रहे थे कि knight f5 पे रखना है उसको. So basically, you can take the bishop on h7 and play knight f5, queen f3, and try to generate some attack on the king side. But yeah, whether he goes for it or not, that remains to be seen.
Also, like जब आप मारोगे h7 पे, the king comes to h7. So it's like already knight f5 के against, that's kind of a preemptive measure already. So I think he does have some stuff here, like सब कुछ तो यहाँ पे कर सकते हैं, but maybe for somebody like Pragg, this might not be as difficult to handle. Yeah, as you mentioned, कल के गुकेश की गेम की याद ला रहा है ये. So should be, I think I'm expecting a draw in this game, Sahaj.
Yeah, looks pretty balanced, but I think दोनों players, जो गेम हमें ड्रॉइश लगते हैं ना, वही बीच में जाके कुछ क्रेजी करते हैं, and then the result is like it feels a lot more likely. I don't know. I feel like इस गेम में you could see a result.
You definitely could. Depends on how many times Nodirbek stays at Pragg, yeah? कितना intuit करता है उसको. But yeah, as of now, pretty solid. Salva, I never knew you drew Arjun. नहीं बताता हूँ भाई, अच्छे से बताता हूँ भाई, ड्रॉ कैसे किया था मैंने, अभी बताता हूँ अच्छे से. भाई मतलब ये
अरे,
तो
you drew Arjun. By
भाई
the
कल को.
way,
हाँ.
speaking of, look at this. G4 H6 in Erdogmus versus Aravindh. White goes for H4. And now Aravindh plays A6. Now
भाई
explain that to me, please.
भाई A6 best move in the position, by the way. That's the surprising part for me, कि white खुला king side पे attack कर रहा है, and the best move for you is A6. I mean, it's logical, of course, but and Arjun played it in 14 seconds. So maybe he's still in prep, Sahaj.
Yeah, 21-minute advantage. Well, 19-minute advantage over his opponent. And B5, bishop B7 का कुछ plan. And yeah, looks messy for sure. I'm taking Arvind here, by the way. I think Arvind has good chances.
Bhai, I think I'm hoping for I think draw is. I'll take the draw. I think
मुश्किल है आपके
Erdogmus
लिए,
मुझे
हाँ?
नहीं, मुझे बहुत स्ट्रेस होता है यार Erdogmus. I think he's one of those guys जो कल गुकेश को हरा दे या अर्जुन को हरा दे and suddenly messes up the entire tournament. So he is unpredictable. We have not seen him enough to understand कि how well he can play at this level. Basically वही है.
In
बाकी
Grand
yeah.
Swiss में, like we saw, I mean, so many nice,
But I mean, we didn't see Sahaj bhai. We just saw the games. We didn't see
yeah,
him.
that's true.
We didn't
Cameras
have the
नहीं थे.
cameras. So वो गरीब लोग हैं हम भाई, हमारे कैमरा हर बार नहीं मिलते. But yeah. I think Anish is playing only because it's home event. He is uncle too. Bro, if Anish is uncle, I am Dadaji. How old is Anish, by the way?
He's 1 year older than me, so 31. 31 or
31.
32.
Oh my God, he's 31. I'm 33. Damn.
उतना फर्क तो नहीं है भाई.
तो मतलब हम भी अंकल ही हो गए फिर, मतलब इस हिसाब से तो.
नहीं भाई, आप अपने आप को
अच्छा
बोलो
भाई
भाई.
30. Chad,
आप हो
what
भाई,
age?
आप
Chad,
हो
what
अंकल
age?
भाई.
Hey, Chad, what age do you think you turn into an uncle? What is that age, Chad? If guess
When
in
you
a way.
start saying that you are an uncle, that's when you are an uncle.
But I didn't say I was an uncle. I said Anish was. Chad के हिसाब से, by that logic. और देखो सभी मेरे को देखो, instantly कैमरा लगा दिया हमारे. बताओ भाई कौन है
देख
इनमें
भाई
से
अंकल.
अंकल? भाई
देखो
ये
अंकल को
क्या
देखो.
यार? देखो भाई, प्रोड्यूसर साहब हमारे मजे ले रहे हैं यार. 30 plus, right? 30 I think would be fair. So Sahaj bhai, you are in that group now.
नहीं भाई. I think it's not about that. वो ये भी कह रहा है when you get married, so they
No,
recently became an uncle भाई.
no, I agree कि I am more uncle than Sahaj, but I think like both are uncles now. In that we fit that
Rakesh,
group.
Rakesh
My
in the
fun is
chat
purple.
saying the one in the purple shirt is the uncle.
Bro, you are also an uncle. भाई तुम भी उसी एज ग्रुप में हो भाई. You are also married. तो जितना मैं हूं उतना तुम भी हो जाओगे.
उसने पर्पल शर्ट नहीं पहना ना लेकिन.
Ah, वही कपड़े कलर का चेंज हो गया बस.
Crazy भाई.
You guys are uncle. Wow, Thagesh. When you get married, also fair. ओके अंकल से वापस आते हैं भाई. चैट कितनी एंगेज हो गया अंकल के ऊपर भाई. चेस भाई बाहर में गया. अंकल बताओ कौन है भाई. यही
Of
करो
course
ना
भाई.
बस
Uncle
गॉसिप.
कौन है भाई? They're asking the real questions here.
टूर्नामेंट में तो कोई नहीं है चैट. यहाँ तो सारे टीनेजर्स ही है मैक्सिमम. 14 साल का बंदा खेल रहा है यार. दैट टू मी इज क्रेजी. ही इज लेस देन हाफ माय एज.
And like 400 points more in rating.
400 से ज्यादा नहीं. ज्यादा नहीं. व्हाट इज हिज
अच्छा
रेटिंग एक्चुअली?
हाँ, लाइक 2650 है वो तो.
मोर देन
क्रेजी भाई.
400 भाई.
भाई मेरे से भी 250 पॉइंट ज्यादा भाई. क्रेजी. व्हाट इज दिस?
व्हाट
ओके
इज दिस?
250 नहीं, बट स्टिल यार 200 पॉइंट ज्यादा. इट्स क्रेजी.
भाई टूर्नामेंट खत्म होते तक पता नहीं कितने पॉइंट होगा. सो या आई एम काइंड ऑफ वरिड अबाउट माय अंकल स्टेटस. लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस. बट मीनवाइल गोइंग टू द गेम ऑफ द वर्ल्ड चैंपियन गुकेश, जहां पे h5 के बाद ही थॉट फॉर अ लॉन्ग टाइम एंड केम अप विद नाइट टू f3. 8.5 मिनट की सोच के बाद बेस्ट मूव ऑफ कोर्स एंड लॉजिकल. Yeah, not much has changed, and I think the knight Kalko could go to g5.
Yeah, I think knight g5 is the final goal here. उससे पहले also he has to decide whether he should castle short step. I think he can castle short step. That should be fine. And black की queen थोड़ी सी ज़्यादा exposed लग रही है मुझे, like for now. Like something like rook c1, knight d5 could
Expose
potentially
matlab?
create
Like
some
matlab,
problems.
she can be attacked a lot, yeah? Do you mean?
Yeah. Exactly.
Like bishop e3, queen c7, knight d5, queen d8, rook c1. It's really like, you
Too
see, the
many
queen has to
tempos.
move 2 or 3 times. She has to move. Like that's the problem. So I think मेरे हिसाब से यहाँ पे white can gain more tempi by attacking the black queen. So the queen is clearly misplaced.
Exactly. तो थोड़ा ज़्यादा exposed in this scenario. So maybe black can go something like queen b6 just to keep the queen a bit at bay. You are also attacking the b2 pawn there. That could be interesting. But Jordan, I think, will take a long time to think here because I don't think he has looked at this prior.
Yeah. So maybe it's time to go to the game of okay. Arjun's opponent has still not moved. So maybe Pragg's game, yeah. Bishop h7 did happen. King h7 on the board and knight f5 तो मिल गया. चलो एक चीज मिल गई भाई नोदुर्बेक को जो उनको चाहिए थी.
हाँ, but knight f5 भी खेलना maybe it's not the right approach because you said ना कि knight f5 के बाद you can always okay I can move my queen and I can play g6 at the right moment and because ये king already h6 के pawn को बचा के बैठा हुआ है तो maybe you can hold off on playing knight f5 for now. I don't know, something like rook c1, short castle, slow moves is what I like more.
True, also possible. And I think decide करना है कैसल करना है कि नहीं करना है अभी जल्दी. That's also a question. So know the big thinking. Meanwhile, भाई अर्जुन के ओपोनेंट में ऑलरेडी 20-22 मिनट का डिफरेंस है. So that is a lot. So जितना वो सोच रहे हैं उतना मुझे अच्छा लग रहा है अर्जुन के chances. You know, like I'm also on your boat now. I think this is not better for white. I think this is equal already because बहुत time difference.
Yeah. I think, I mean, the fact that Arjun got his prep on the board is a great sign here. Like, I think usually this is the pattern that he, sort of uses. कि शुरुआत में कुछ imbalance create कर दो. You can already see like this B pawn, C pawn, D pawn, all of this is an imbalance. And कुछ भी easily exchange नहीं हो रहा है position में. And I really like this idea of bishop C8 and bishop B7. Just to reroute the bishop back and एकदम fianchetto पे. You can also keep an eye on the d4 pawn. You can also attack the g2 pawn. He goes bishop e5, by the way, just now as we looked at this game.
And this was the best move in the position. Is he threatening to take on f6? Or what's
If
the
it's
idea
the
here?
best move in the position, then Arjun knows it. He will play the move very quickly now. You see.
And the best move is very interesting. Saj, chat, do you want to take a guess?
Is it
The
what I was
best
saying?
नहीं. Chat को hint नहीं देना. अभी chat को hint. Chat, what do you think is the best move in this position for black? जो अर्जुन I think 30 सेकंड में खेल देगा if he has seen this.
I mean, if bishop e5 was the best move, which I think it was, then he would know it.
Yeah, he would. He would. But what do you think that move is, chat? Any guesses? Queen f5. भाई ये black की queen ऐसा तो नहीं चल सकती I think. Bishop c3. नहीं, not bishop c3.
Bishop c3 is actually a very bad move here.
Yeah.
You
Bishop
give up
5
the
I
double
don't know.
bishops, you connect your opponent's pawns.
Literally b2 d4 दोनों weakness हट गई एक ही बार में.
Hmm.
Yes, it is a4. It is actually a4, the best move in the position. So if Arjun has seen this, he knows a4 is the best.
But maybe he doesn't play a4 because a4 ke sath you allow your opponent to exchange the pawns with b3. And ab3 ke baad I can capture back with my bishop.
Hmm.
So maybe he doesn't go for it. Maybe he goes, I think he goes bishop c8. I don't know. It
Bishop
feels
c8.
logical to me.
Bishop c8 is also possible. Apparently, queen g3 is slightly strong there. थोड़ा सा pressure है g7 के ऊपर. And rook d1 to come. Like it's a bit uncomfortable. Like bishop b7 के बाद it's only one piece. So Arjun probably will have to solve some problems there.
I don't know if queen g3 ke baad I have these knight h5 resources or not. But it's something to keep an eye out on for Arjun.
Do you think? But does Arjun want to repeat Saj? That's the question.
So the repetition would be like, let's say if I play h6 in this position, you go queen g3 and I have knight h5. And if you go
Yeah.
queen f3, I go knight f6, you go queen g3, knight h5, and that's a repetition on the board. But I don't think Arjun goes for it. I don't even think that Van will go for it. White से आप क्यों करोगे मतलब
Why it's Arjun?
no, I
Like I
mean
mean,
even for Van, I mean why would he repeat? I think his position is good so far.
true, but I mean maybe Arjun he has to take this in account, right? कि भाई अगर मैं अच्छा खेल रहा हूँ, what if White just takes a draw? So he might be a bit less inclined to play knight h5 वाली variation. So let's see क्या खेलते हैं. Also bishop e8 apparently is the second best move, which is the
Bishop,
biggest surprise for me.
still trying to wrap my head around what is bishop b8. Why would you go bishop e8 here? Makes no sense.
Weird move. Weird move.
Yeah, for sure.
So very interesting chat. As we wait for Arjun's move here, which game shall we go to? Maybe
Arvind maybe, yeah?
Gukesh.
Any
Yeah,
updates there?
let's go to Arvind. Yeah, we have Rook G1 and Knight C5. One pair of moves played. And again, I think not much has changed. Queen E2, Bishop moves, castles, G5. Attack is on.
Right now, he's putting pressure on the e4 pawn. So, usko bachana is important. You can play f3, which I think is very logical. But the better move here is queen e2. Like to keep the option of f4 alive, I'm guessing. To make them
True.
completely launch the attack on the king side.
True. And I think also F pawn ko maybe you want to go F4 in one move, yeah? Kalko later on. So playing F3 and then F4 just kind of reduces the value of it. So Queen E2, great move. Definitely, I think White will find it. He will not go wrong here. But Arvind ka dikh raha hai ki, you know, he's kind of seen this variation in depth. Tabhi unka time difference dekho, 30 minutes already. So if White were to go wrong, suddenly Arvind's, you know, plan looks like a master game, yeah?
Yeah, for sure. Half an hour difference is already huge. So I think he's looking pretty promising so far, prep wise.
Yeah.
But yeah, position wise, he's worse. Yeah, +1 ka advantage of White ke paas. But like, of course, because he knows it, then the likelihood of a mistake from your opponent is really, really high.
Yeah. Are you going to cover the candidates? It's very interesting. Are you going to cover the candidates? अब एक ही इंडियन है तो are you going to cover the candidates? बिल्कुल भाई, I think cover करेंगे. It's going to happen from March 25th or 6th, if I'm not mistaken. So Pragg will be the only Indian. 8 players के बीच. The toughest
Yeah, but
competition,
women's
I
mein we
think.
have 3, right?
Yeah, women's we have 3, and it's going to be very interesting, Sahaj bhai, ki can we have the open section world champion and the women's section world champion? That would be insane. And that gets me curious ki women's ki world championship kab hai?
I don't think it's announced yet, but I'm guessing it will be this year. I don't think it's announced yet, but I think a candidate, Indian candidate, is very likely. Yeah, this time 3
Yeah,
players
exactly.
out of 8 is gives you very good chances. Those
And
are the
also,
odds that Gukesh had.
yeah, and also like if you look at it very carefully, Zhu Jinner hai, Tan Zhongyi hai, they've not had the best year. Like unka 2024-5 was like they're not in the best shape, let's say. Of course, there's Bibisara, who's in amazing shape, and of course then Goretzkina as well. So देखने में मजा आएगा. But yeah, 3 Indians, very very likely somebody wins.
Yeah, I think also their experience, like Vaishali, Hampi, they are quite
So,
experienced, I think, in the candidates as well.
Saj, my question. So, could we have 2 world championships to cover this year? Because same time पे तो रखेंगे नहीं.
Yeah, could be. Could be.
Oh, that's gonna be crazy यार. अगर कोई जीत गया तो भाई अब तो जीतना पड़ेगा यार. अब तो जीतना पड़ेगा.
हाँ हाँ,
Now there
बोलते
is
हैं
no
प्लेयर्स को
option.
जाके, भाई कवर करना है हमको 2 वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप्स.
साहिल टेको कैमरा प्लेट नहीं भाई सेम है भाई. बस लाइट ऑन कर दी मैंने आज. दैट्स द ओनली डिफरेंस. कैमरा कहाँ भाई. गरीब लोग कैमरा नहीं भाई. गरीब लोग सिर्फ फोटो खींचते हैं. ब्लू अरे ब्लू बॉम्ब भाई. ब्लू बॉम्ब का चांस है क्या? I mean, there's always a chance, but very, very unlikely though. I think that he wins the candidates.
Yeah. Yeah, I think Blue Bomb का सबसे like probably the least amount of chances he has, but he's been super solid. I think so so far वो मतलब वो किसी का candidates खराब तो जरूर करेगा. That's what I feel.
True, true. साहिल सर, अरे मेरी आवाज कम कैसे होगी भाई? I think my mic just reduced its volume for some reason, but better now. Meanwhile, let's have a look at the Gukesh game because we have a few moves. I think Bishop E2, H5, Knight F3 we left. Bishop G4, very logical, putting the knight. Okay, not putting the knight, but at least putting that bishop on G4 and now castles. So very, very logical, no crazy stuff. Looks like slightly better for white.
Yeah, I think time more or less balanced. And Gukesh got the position that he wanted, I think. And ये game लंबा चलेगा. That's my take. Hot take,
Yep.
yeah. Gukesh का game of course लंबा चलेगा. Hot take.
भाई उस हॉट में मैगी भी पका लो भाई मेरे ख्याल से because you did win 4 yesterday. So
Oh
थोड़ा
yes.
कमबैक
Oh yes.
कमबैक करने की जरूरत है. But
कुछ हो तो
meanwhile,
बताना मेरे को. +4 प्ले तो हूँ मैं. कुछ करना हो तो बताना.
हाँ हाँ डेफिनेटली थोड़ा कॉन्टूर्स बनने दो गेम के. करते हैं भाई आज थोड़ा कमबैक तो होगा. मुकेश का भी और मेरा भी. एंड साज भाई न्यू कैमरा चैट लिख रही है भाई. Have you
Oh
had a
yes,
new camera today?
yes. Got a new camera today.
Oh nice.
But still वो lighting का issue है अभी भी. वो भी ठीक कर रहा है. But camera is new. सही पकड़ा चैट.
Nice.
There
भाई
were
लाइफ में.
Gukesh versus each of the candidates as challenger to him. Who is easier and who is the toughest for Gukesh? So easiest is no one. No one is easiest. I think no one is easier. Sub players are going to be super difficult. But I think यहाँ पे काफी लोगों ने stats डाली हैं. Like there is Fabi, there is Hikaru, there's Pragg, there's Anish, and there's Wei, of course. These are the 5 like players who are probably the most likely because they're very experienced. And yeah, I think between these 5 players, koi bhi jitega, it's going to be a very tough match for him.
Hypothetically, say that Pragg wins the candidates, then we will have the Olympiad this year too. They'll be playing together as a team in the Olympiad. How do you think I'll be like playing alongside? I think it won't be as difficult as we think because they are not playing against each other. एक चीज होगी कि कोई भी team meetings हो, maybe कोई साथ common preparation हो, you might not see them there. Like they might not take that much part, कि opening shares नहीं करेंगे, for example. So maybe they'll be a bit more reserved. बट उसके अलावा आई डोंट थिंक इट इफेक्ट्स दैट टू मच बिकॉज एट द एंड उनको पता है कि भाई ओलंपियाड मेडली बहुत जरूरी है. सो दे नो द वैल्यू. लास्ट टाइम कितना अच्छा लगा था उनको. इट्स लाइक ओलंपिक्स फॉर चेस. सो ऑफ कोर्स दे गोना यूनाइट टुगेदर एज अ टीम एंड ट्राई टू विन दैट वन.
By the way, I see a very interesting option here that if Jorden takes on f3, like does Gukesh have to capture back with the pawn to not lose the pawn on c4? So let's say bishop f3. Bishop f3 भी चल रहा है, but gf3 is actually a better move here. Can you believe it, Sahil bhai? gf3 is a better move here than bishop f3.
But it has to be because of the pawn, right? I mean, it doesn't make any sense. Like, why would gf3 be better?
No, queen c4 is bad because I think there's knight d5. That's what I was confused about. There's knight d5, knight c7, and you'll win the rook on a8. So ये pawn नहीं मर रहा, but still gf3 is a better move here. That's very, very crazy to me.
Maybe it's because ki knight c6, knight e5 aa raha hai. And then the knight on e5 attacks the bishop, attacks c4, can come to g4 as well.
So you need the
Maybe.
option of playing f4.
Exactly. And maybe kahin na kahin black के जो pieces are, they're not set up perfectly to kind of utilize this king side problem. But for a human to play gf3, like it's not easy.
Very difficult, I think. Very, very difficult. But the real question is, does he take on f3? He should take on f3. And I think this is something that as black you should do earlier rather than later. Because knight g5 एक बार आ गया, This knight can become a huge problem for Jordan to fix. So bishop f3 looking like the logical move, but I'm not sure whether Gukesh will capture back with the pawn.
Also, rook c1 is that kind of move, right? कि अगर मारोगे तो I'm preparing to capture back with the bishop on f3 now because knight
Exactly.
d5 है.
Great point. Great point. Like if
So
you
yeah. So now if you take on c4, like rook c1 का idea ही वो है कि you can now play
Hmm.
knight d5. So maybe Gukesh is not playing that. I think practically also to spend like 15-20 minutes to analyze कि if gf3 is better, like it's not a practical decision. Like I wouldn't expect it from Magnus, for example, कि gf3 वो खेलेंगे. So this is such an Indian thing, yeah. I think Stockfish को खिला दो वो gf3 एक second में मार देगा. But for a human to understand, it's not that easy. By the way, सहज भाई चमक रहे हैं भाई. नए कैमरा का जलवा और सहज भाई का मूड दोनों चमक रहे हैं आज.
राइट भाई. थैंक्स भाई.
ये ब्लश क्यों कर रहे हो भाई?
चमक रहे हैं. क्रेजी भाई. भाई
क्यों
व्हाई आर यू
चमक रहे
सो
हैं सहज?
शाइनी? कौन सा? ओह भाई वो इट इज द कैमरा भाई.
अच्छा
अरे
अच्छा.
हर दिन एक नया कैमरा लो, आप भी चमकोगे भाई.
हर दिन एक नया कैमरा. ओह वाह भाई,
ओह
इतने
यस.
पैसे होते तो मैं अभी मालदीव्स में हॉलीडे मना रहा होता यार. फिर कैमरा खरीदना ही नहीं पड़ता. एंड मीनवाइल चैट ने एक अपडेट दिया कि अर्जुन ने एक हैज प्लेड नॉट द बेस्ट मूव. आई वुड आर्ग्यू अर्जुन यही करता है हमेशा, बट लेट्स चेक इट आउट जस्ट टू मेक श्योर. जहां पे a4 के बदले he played bishop to d6, and chat, let me point out, it's the second best move in the position. So I would say it's not a mistake.
No, not a mistake. I think he didn't want to trade off pieces. He wants to keep the tension on the board. And b3 के बाद he goes rook b6. Another maybe not the best move in the position. Now the advantage is increasing for white. But I think Arjun still rook b6 ka idea is simple. He wants to go bishop c6 and activate his bishop and clear the line for the queen as well. But yeah, there is mess on the board for sure.
Yeah, and b3 की best move किया. Rook b6 also very very interesting moves, right? Rook b6. Why would you play rook b6? To play bishop c6 maybe, but yeah, these are very very weird moves, and Arjun is playing these moves in seconds. By the way, 45 seconds to play rook to b6, and now rook a d1 on the board. I'm guessing bishop c6 in a second.
But for that he has to be on the board. So थोड़ा
True,
बैठेगा.
true. तुषार
Not
कपूर
on the
थोड़ी है
board
भाई,
yet.
अर्जुन है. ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू. मीनवाइल congrats सिकू भाई, साहज भाई को शादी में. अरे थैंक यू मंदर भाई. अरे बुलाया था भाई, साहज भाई आए थे वहां पे शादी पे. एंड फिर हम मिले थे वहां पे, फोटो खिंचवाई थी हमने साथ में. सो साहज भाई वाज देयर.
यस भाई.
आपके
मजा आया था भाई
और
उधर.
और मंदर भाई के घर से हमने सिर्फ 200 मीटर पे शादी करी थी, जस्ट टू यू नो टीज हिम अ बिट. तो या
ओह देख लो भाई, आपको नहीं बुलाया.
बुलाया था भाई. क्या
बुलाया
क्या क्या
था.
क्या?
By the way, look at this.
हाँ.
Firstly, this is the position. So rook g1, knight c5 पे छोड़ा था हमने. Queen e2 he plays the best move. g6, g5 he plays the best move again. Takes, and now knight of d7. So h line is completely open for the rook. And the more crazy thing is, look at Arvind's time still. An hour and 56 minutes with no increment, by the way, so far.
11 moves in this position. The max time Arvind has taken for a move, I think, is 46 seconds. The
Yeah,
max
and
time.
that was knight bd7.
Exactly. So that tells you how crazy this is. मुझे नहीं बुलाया. अरे दिल से बुलाया भाई, दिल से पुकार लगाई थी यार. आपको सुनाई नहीं दी यार. आप मतलब हमारा दिल कनेक्टेड नहीं है. ऐसे कैसे यार? मतलब आई एम डिसअपॉइंटेड मंदर भाई. आई एम रियली डिसअपॉइंटेड, बट ओके, सह लेंगे थोड़ा सा. जैसे यहाँ पे अभी और डॉगमस है सकते हैं थोड़ी देर में, अगर अच्छा नहीं खेला तो. सो साथ में व्हाट डू यू प्ले? बिशप e3 क्वीन से कैसल्स नाउ, आई गेस.
Yeah, that's the logical way to go about it, because also you're making sure that black is not going to castle on the short side. Already h file khul chuki hai. So I think Arvind's king is going to remain in the center, or he castles on the long side. Those are the only two options. But yeah, bishop e3 looks very logical for white to follow up with long castle, but then you're going straight into Arvind's prep still.
या गोकू से डरो साहिल में पीछे ही है क्या? वो गोकू है भाई, वो इसलिए रखा है, कोई ओपोनेंट साथ तंग करेगा तो कामे हाँ में हाँ ढमे हाँ कर देंगे भाई उसका ओपोनेंट का भाई. तो डोंट वरी भाई, वी हैव बैकअप प्लान्स फॉर बैकअप प्लान्स. सो स्ट्रेस नहीं है हमें. ये गेम आज हम ही जीतेंगे. Oh, super chat. During a live game, you can open top profile LS game with engine and get unfair help. Wow. Wow. मतलब ये क्या? क्या मैसेज है भाई?
During a live game, you can open opponent's profile, analyze the game with engine, and get unfair. But how would it be help? Like I don't understand how would that information reach the player?
It would get you banned by nothing
Yeah,
else.
like
It would get
both
you banned.
OTB and on chess.com. Like,
राकेश भाई, अब ये मैसेज पढ़ लेना भाई प्लीज. भाई
कोई ये प्लान
एक
कर
बार
रहा है
ये
तो we can be prepared.
पढ़ लेना
But yeah,
भाई
by the
प्लीज.
way, chat में कोई पूछ रहा था कि why Pragg got double black. Usually close round robins में एक player को double white मिलता है usually और एक player को double black मिलता है. It's like, but of course it gets evened out as the match as a tournament progresses essentially. तो Pragg
या
का I think he got number 10. Number 10 is usually the player जिसको double black मिलता है. Number 1 पे जो player होता है उसको double white मिलता है.
ट्रू एंड ऑफ कोर्स लाइक अगर इवन नंबर ऑफ प्लेयर्स है मतलब ऑड नंबर ऑफ गेम्स 13 गेम्स तो किसी ना किसी को यू विल गेट वन मोर देन द अदर या व्हाइट या ब्लैक सो
Yeah.
it's just part of chess and over a span of years it just equalizes anyways so
I
ठीक है
believe
I
it
think
is
हाँ
Nodirbek who got double white, yeah?
yeah and I think Gukesh I had black in round one ठीक है
No,
so
Nodirbek had black. Yeah, Erdogmus, maybe. No, Erdogmus के white है
yes
ना?
yeah he
हाँ,
had two
Erdogmus
whites
के double
yes
white है.
yeah double white पहला draw हुआ था so meanwhile I think oh by the way he's taken on f3 let's go to Jordan की game page against Gukesh bishop f3 on the
Ooh.
board super crucial decision I think he will take with the bishop as soon as he arrives Sahaj.
If he starts to think, maybe he doesn't take it. But if he has already decided कि bishop f3 मारना है तो yeah, either you see bishop f3 immediately or he thinks and then he goes gf3.
Yeah,
Nah, he goes bishop f3.
of
You were
course he
right.
will. I mean, yeah. Very hard and not even practical to be honest. ऐसा कुछ crazy नहीं हो रहा था GF3 में कि it was worth spending time. So yeah, better save 15 minutes here and use them later.
Yeah, good choice there. Double bishop advantage already. And you've got more space in the center as well. Soon you'll play b3, g3, bring the bishop back, and you'll enjoy a nice spatial advantage here from the white side. Long game chalega hai, but yeah, I think Gukesh definitely putting the pressure.
True. And also, what does it take to develop the killer instinct that Magnus shows when previous day goes rough? I think it's a mix of both. So, for example, Magnus का skill ही better है. So, for example, if you're more skilled at something, you lose a game, it absolutely hurts like crazy because it's not a normal occurrence that you lose. So you are 100x more motivated. आपकी opening preparation is better because you spent hours and hours analyzing. You are more focused in the next game कि भाई ये game मैं हारा, how dare I lose? ये आपकी you push harder on your opponents. Your opponent can sense your body language. आपका precedence भी है कि पहले in history for years and years we've done this before. So opponent और nervous है and there's a higher chance you convert. Now if somebody हम लोग try करेंगे ये चीज, it might work, it might backfire as well. It's also a matter of skill and also mindset. So mindset हम लोग change कर सकते हैं, but skill भी जरूरी है साज भाई, right? I mean you can't just think कि मैं जीतूंगा मैं जीत जाऊंगा.
Yeah, of course. I think for Magnus specifically, I think it doesn't apply, yeah, because the skill set I think is unbelievable. And I remember some quote by Magnus that for me, usually people say that if your opponent played a good game, then it's okay to lose. For me, that's not okay. Like even if you play
Yeah.
a good game, then it's not okay. And I think he's the only player that I've heard, say like make a statement like this. So, I think wo mentality is very important to bounce back.
And also, I think maybe it's not true for just Magnus, also like other successful players and people in general. Like what I've noticed is like they don't take a loss easily. Yeah. Like Harna really affects them a lot. Even Vidit has shared this. I think Gukesh has shared this. That उनको हार बर्दाश्त ही नहीं होती. So to avoid that pain, they will, if they suffer a loss, they will work so hard कि वो लंबे टाइम तक वो दोबारा फेस ना करना पड़े. So sometimes when people say, "Ha, get over it," so maybe sometimes it's not. It's better not to get over it. Yeah.
Correct. Yep. Bouncing back from a loss is always, I think, not an easy thing to do for anyone.
And meanwhile, bishop 3 के बाद knight c6 as we expected on the board. And now c4 pawn could be hanging. So maybe, b3 or knight d5 just to defend that c pawn is crucial for Gukesh. And that's what he's considering. I'm checking other
B3 looks
games.
logical.
It's not committal, yeah? You don't want to exchange knights instantly, maybe. Okay.
By the way, Erdogmus and Erwin mein difference is around 40 something minutes.
Like 40,
40, yeah, sure. There's some 46-minute difference between these two players. Let's actually take a quick look and see kya soch raha hai Erdogmus. This is the current position. Knight BD7, knight FD7 के बाद. And we were looking at this option of bishop E3, long castle and F4. But इससे बहुत position मतलब crazy हो सकती है. Because Black will most likely launch an attack on the queen side with some b5, bishop b7, rook c8 type of moves. And white को कुछ center में मतलब attack करना जरूरी है, like with f4 and e5. So we could see a huge opening battle, incoming very, very soon. But abhi ke liye, Erdogmus ke liye, it's not really a good sign, yeah, because 50-minute difference. By the way, as soon as we moved here, he plays bishop e3, again the best move in the position. We are looking at his time and we are saying, okay, 1 ghanta 11 minute hai uske paas. That's a very big difference. But so far, Erdogmus has not made a mistake. Like, he has not even played the second best move so far. So far, he's just played all logical best moves, which is quite good. And इसीलिए Arvind भी मतलब fast खेल रहा है. So it makes sense. How did Erdogmus qualify for the Masters? I think by through an invite. I don't think you necessarily qualified for it. I think एक invite मिला because he's young, he's 2650, makes a lot of sense. Plus Grand Chess में he had a spectacular performance. And there it is, Arvind playing b5 instantly. By 32 seconds सोचने के बाद, he goes b5, launching the attack on the queen side already. And now this is where I think you can start to make mistakes with the white pieces. Because first thing I see is, मैंने b5 क्यों खेला है? Like, I want to play b4, right? So the instinct here for a lot of players could be to play a3. And I already see that's a mistake. So we are reaching that territory जहाँ पे white गलतियां कर सकता है. Does knight a4 work? I don't think knight a4 in this position. Maybe you're talking about the other game, but yeah, I don't think. He won the challenger. Anyway, that was Thai Dai Van who won the challenger section. And Aydin Suleymanli came second. उन दोनों ने share किया था basically, but Thai Dai won basically with some tie break. Some 0.25 कुछ तो tie break उसका ज़्यादा था. And yeah. Why a3 is a mistake? I think it's because it creates a hook on b4, like in the long term. You can already see like Bar ने बहुत लंबा सा jump मारा यहाँ पे, and it will be difficult for you to long castle, because if you long castle, then b4 के बाद position खुल सकती है यहाँ पे. Like, it doesn't have a clear-cut reason for why it's bad. To be honest, a3 is something that it would be my first move that I think about here, because I don't want black to play b4. So you can play bishop b7. Let's say you attack the e4 pawn, white goes bishop g2 to defend this, black plays bishop g7, long castle. This could happen actually, potentially. And I think Arvind will be more comfortable here because he's still very much in prep. Sahaj, how is QGA for under 2000 players? Very, very good. I think opening के बारे में इतना मत सोचो भाई. I think just go with whichever opening you're comfortable with. उतना मत सोचो. You have to change it anyways. Like when you play a few tournaments with one opening, you have to switch anyways. If I'm not mistaken, earlier Tata Steel tournaments had a glass wall separating the audience from the players area, correct? I don't think so. At least I don't remember, but could be. But I don't remember. क्या गुकेश गेम में नाइट ए4 चल सकता है भाई? लेट्स गो एंड टेक अ लुक. यहाँ पर तो आई थिंक एडॉगमस फिर से सोचेगा. Let's take a quick look what's happening in Gukesh's board. So this is the position. Gukesh is thinking between b3. यहाँ पे knight f4. You want to trap the queen basically. I can put my queen on d4 or e5. Maybe not d4 because maybe there's bishop c3, queen c4 मर रहा है, bishop f6 is hanging there. Yeah, knight f4, I'll go queen e5. क्योंकि ऐसे करके मैं queen को वापस लेके जा सकता हूँ in case you keep attacking it. And also, like, maybe it's not the best idea क्योंकि black की queen already exposed है. When you kick it with knight a4, you are sort of putting it in the right place. That's what you want to avoid.
Saj, by talking about putting it in the right place, can we go to Arjun's board? Because I think his opponent has put his queen at the perfect spot on g3, on the
Smooth.
g file looking towards the black king. And You can see how if the knight were to move, just to show a very simple idea, knight d7, queen g7. जब mate in one का threat लगाओ ना, that you always have to keep your guard up. कोई भी tactics could turn against you. And look at the bar, it's like plus zero point 0.6. And apparently the best move here is bishop d5. And the second best is knight h5. So question to you, do you think knight h5, offering that repetition again, could be something that Arjun might consider?
I don't think so. I think knight h, because also like psychologically you give your opponent the upper hand, and also white ke liye it's not necessary to repeat. You can play queen e3 for example. Remember queen f3 se aayi thi, so queen e3 could be possible, and if he goes knight f6 back, then I don't have to play queen g3 again. I can play
Hmm.
f4 and
Hmm.
carry the game, and because psychological edge aa jata hai. But I don't know.
Hmm.
It does seem likely. I also really like this move queen a8 यहाँ पे, Sahil bhai. Alekhine's gun.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Queen a8. Oof. काफी इंटरेस्टिंग पोजीशन है यार, मतलब बिकॉज ब्लैक के बिशप्स लुकिंग ग्रेट बट व्हाइट के बिशप्स आर लुकिंग टुवर्ड्स द किंग, सो it's not going to be easy for either side, but
Yeah, I
as
don't
of
like
now,
this for Arjun. Let's just
yeah,
speak it
yeah,
how
yeah,
it
yeah.
is. Like I really don't like this for Arjun.
Yeah, it looks like he needs one mistake from white. He needs one error to kind of simplify matters. As of now, Arjun in some hot water chat, but okay, we know he's Arjun. He's gonna fight back, and Thai Dai Van, he's okay. He's a very very strong player. Let's keep that in mind. But he is the weakest player in the Masters, right? If I'm not mistaken, Sahaj. So
The lowest rated, yes.
yeah. So maybe at some point psychologically it might be difficult to maintain that edge, but at least so far he's played fabulously.
Yeah, also yesterday he was definitely having the upper hand against Jordan with the black pieces as well. So you never know. Like this could be his, make or break event, and he could make it. Like he's very, very strong.
But that was my point, Saj bhai. Like yesterday also he was better, but he didn't really find that resource F5, right? जो हम बात कर रहे थे कल. We were discussing this exact moment. And maybe
Mm.
this is what happens today as well. Like I think that's the difference between a 2650 and 2750 player. And maybe that's what maybe in a crucial moment, he misses that one resource and Arjun strikes back. So let's see. I think Arjun thinking. Yesterday we saw कितना आगे थे clock पे, आज neck to neck चल रहे हैं. Today is
Yep.
not so easy, yeah? Black pieces से खेलना Saj.
4 minute difference only now. I think something went wrong in Arjun's prep, but yeah, I think we'll come back to this. But Gukesh has made a move. He has gone knight d5 यहाँ पे. So didn't go with that b3 slower option, and he goes knight d5, offering the trade. Of course, आप knight d5 नहीं मार सकते यहाँ पे, because pawn takes d5 के बाद आपका queen और knight मर जाएगा. And yeah, Jordan has to make. He has two moves basically. One is queen d4, which I think is logical. But at the same time, I'm not so sure like how am I dealing with bishop c3 ideas. Such a
Yeah,
queeny trade हो जाएगी.
no, to be honest, I thought Queen D4 wasn't like supernatural though. Like, matlab, it's a bit awkward. Not the first move I want to play.
But I don't know, like I with knight d5, I don't like this at all. This rook
Yeah,
looking
yeah,
at the
yeah.
queen. So I would want to move the queen away as quickly as possible, and there are no other squares. That's how I came
Hmm.
to the conclusion that queen d4 looks more or less
Hmm.
okay. Also, एक
Also,
idea यहाँ पे है b4 b5 का भाई.
true. And then E7 is also hanging. So yeah, it is a difficult, temporarily but difficult position. So let's see how he had Queen D4 is one resource. What is second one, Saj?
Rook a e8, which is insanely difficult to play.
Hmm. Yeah, that's not going to happen. So I think Queen D4 is the move. अगर नहीं निकाल पाते Queen D4 या फिर Rook E8, then Gukesh is already much much better. So crucial moment for Jordan Van Foreest here actually. यहाँ पे वो resource निकालने का. And actually I just noticed Jordan's rating. He's back to above 2700. I don't think he was
Yeah,
2700 like a few months back, right?
it was 268 something. It was very close, but yeah,
Yeah.
very close though.
Very interesting. So maybe he's also having a comeback of sorts. And Gukesh, by the way, standing behind. मेरे को एक मोमेंट याद है जहाँ पे अभिमन्यु मिश्रा उसके हैंस सीमन के पीछे ऐसे ही खड़े थे. And then Hans Niemann also got up and stood behind him, and same with Aronian, yeah. So that was
Mhm.
nice to see. Cute.
Yeah, I think he gained his rating back in some Bundesliga match. I think Lyon को हराया उसने, and then he came back to 27
Hmm.
from what I can see. Yeah,
Bundesliga, by
2692
the
था
way,
basically.
what does Bundesliga mean? Is there a meaning for this word? Because this is a league that's run in Germany for so long, but I never wondered like, is there a meaning to this word like Bundesliga?
I don't know, it's कुछ वो भी होगा ना, इसकी तो फुटबॉल की लीग भी है ना तो.
Really?
Yeah, there is a
Oh,
Bundesliga for
nice.
football as
अच्छा
well.
हाँ, right.
It's one of the main leagues, no? मैं देखता नहीं उतना, but I
अच्छा,
think I.
भाई, Bundesliga literally means Federal League in German.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that makes sense. Why I thought it would mean something. Yeah, crazy.
How is A3 B4? A3 B4 is good, but I think you can play B4 even straight away here. That's the problem. Like, because you have enough resources to play B4. And black को I think थोड़ा careful रहना होगा यहाँ पे. For Gukesh, it looks very promising. I think the only board where I'm a bit worried is Arjun. And by the way, let's take a quick look at Nodirbek versus Pragg as well. काफी time हो गया. We were on this situation जहाँ पे king h7 वगैरह मारा था उसने, and queen b3 plays to attack the pawn on b7. Black goes knight bd7 and queen b7 के बाद rook b8 and the queen is basically trapped. You cannot capture it. Goes castle, rook b8 he plays. No other chance to take that pawn. a4 c6, a5 g6, covering that very critical f5 square. And knight f3 के बाद he goes king g7. Safe to say that Pragg is equalized?
Very comfortable. Equality, I think now. Like I wouldn't even worry. I think in fact white की best move queen a3 है. So that tells you कि it's, yeah, he's just playing that end game and trying to find a way, but pretty comfortable, I think. I think draw to ho jayega. I think Nodirbek will not make a mistake. So it should be a comfortable draw. Meanwhile, Sahaj, can we jump quickly to the game of Erdogmus versus Aravindh? Because Aravindh has played something in 24 seconds, which our engine tells us is a mistake, or maybe let's say not even close to the best idea. And now it's plus 1.4 if white were to find f4. But Erwin played in 24 seconds. So either this is again some weird prep,
भाई कुछ क्लाउड
or
ऑन करूंगा ना तो ये ऑल टॉप मूव्स होंगे अरविंद की. आई एम सो
exactly
श्योर.
वही मुझे लग रहा है. या तो वो है या फिर मेस ऑफ द मूव ऑर्डर somehow, I think.
कैसे मूव ऑर्डर कैसे मैसअप करो? यू डोंट मैसअप मूव्स लाइक थिंक अबाउट हिज लास्ट फ्यू मूव्स, राइट? b5, bishop b7 and rook c8. Like you cannot play these, you cannot mix these moves
Maybe
unless you
like
know some rook h2 or something he had to play earlier, but I think he's very much in prep.
चलो, आई एम होपिंग फॉर द सेम. मीनवाइल यहाँ पे डॉगमस का 1 घंटा बचा है. सो द टाइम डिफरेंस 53 minutes now.
Yeah, and
He
no
must be
increment, yeah, until move 40. Very
yeah,
important.
yeah, yeah. So he must be getting a bit nervous, no? Like थोड़ा बहुत लग रहा होगा कि अरे यार भाई, मतलब this is getting a bit nervy. I have to attack, and f4 seems like most obvious. f4 attack करो, e5 and so on.
या फॉर श्योर. चैट में कोई पूछ रहा है क्लाउड मतलब भाई क्लाउड इंजन्स होते हैं जो बेसिकली आर वेरी वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग इंजन्स. इट्स लाइक योर जो आपके लैपटॉप जो आपके फोन में रहता है वो, थिंक अबाउट दैट इंजन बट ऑन स्टेरॉइड्स. लाइक अ क्लाउड वो आप रेंट करते हो एक सर्वर से, एंड दे आर यूजुअली दे कैन रीच मच फास्टर डेप्थ, मच डीपर डेप्थ इन अ शॉर्टर amount of time. And I think majority, not I think, I know this, but majority of the top players are either they have their own server or they rent from a really like trusted source. तो वहीं से सारी preparation सब कुछ निकलता है, you know, from when we see top level chess. So I think for Arvind this is 100% true यहाँ पे.
So Arjun having a long think is concerning me. I think it's concerning everyone, each and one of us. बट भरोसा है भाई अपने अर्जुन के ऊपर यार. उस बंदे में कुछ अलग बात है. साज, आई हैव अ
आज लेकिन
क्वेश्चन बाय
थोड़ा
द वे.
डर लग रहा है अर्जुन के लिए मुझे.
हाँ, डर तो लग रहा है. डर के आगे जीत है साज भाई. सो होपफुली जीत जाएंगे वो. बट एक सवाल चैट. सो आई थिंक नाउ इट इज, आई थिंक साज, आई थिंक वी हैव बीन टू सम ऑन साइट इवेंट्स. तो थोड़ा बहुत ना लाइक प्लेयर्स से वी मिलना चालू हुआ है थोड़ा बहुत. लेट्स पुट इट दैट वे. सो क्वेश्चन टू यू चैट, हु डू यू थिंक इज द मोस्ट वेल ड्रेस्ड चेस प्लेयर इन द वर्ल्ड among top, let's say world top 100, let's say, like मतलब ऐसे तो
Can I
फिर
answer or no?
हाँ, of course you can answer भाई.
I think Vincent.
Vincent, yeah.
Yeah. Vincent. Okay, I think Levon as well, but I think Vincent probably. For more, Vincent is more my style. Like
हाँ. Okay, Anish Giri, Levon, Nepo, Anish,
Ali Reza
Ali
as well, of course.
Reza, yeah,
Ali
sure.
Reza as well, of course, but I think Vincent is the classiest. That's the style I like the most.
Dubov also, I think, very, very strong player. Stole all my rating. अलीरेजा, विंसेंट, लेवॉन, आई थिंक वही नेम्स आ रहे हैं, वही 3-4 नाम आ रहे हैं ना, लाइक मतलब विंसेंट,
Hmm.
अलीरेजा, लेवॉन, समथिंग लाइक
Yeah,
दैट.
exactly.
मैग्नस तो ऑफ कोर्स भाई, मैग्नस तो श्योर. वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग. व्हाट अबाउट शैबीएस्ट? नहीं भाई, दैट वी कांट डू अनफॉर्चुनेटली. दैट वी कांट डू.
I'm trying to think, but I think ऐसा कोई
नहीं
player है
नहीं,
नहीं.
डोंट थिंक, डोंट थिंक,
ऐसा
डोंट
कोई
थिंक
player
भाई.
है नहीं
मूविंग
भाई.
ऑन, मूविंग
तो क्या
ऑन,
हो गया
मूविंग
भाई?
ऑन.
It's just an opinion.
नहीं नहीं भाई, मूविंग ऑन भाई, मूविंग ऑन.
No, I don't think there is anyone though who dresses badly though, personally. Sehaj bhai, can you
देखो,
please check if Arvind game is prep by 100%? Like I can sign it on a piece of paper and I can मतलब उस पर थप्पा लगा सकता हूँ मैं. 100% दिस इज प्रेप भाई. उसका टाइम देखो आप, 1 hour 54. You don't need a cloud to check this.
या.
You can just look
मैं
at his time. Remember chat, अरविंद के पास 30 second इंक्रीमेंट नहीं है, फिर भी 14 चाले उसने फटाफट के लिए ऐसे, ओनली लूजिंग 5 minutes इन द प्रोसेस. दैट मीन्स इट्स स्टिल वेरी मच इन प्रेप. एंड F4 के बाद ये पता होगा उसे F4. And I'm just wondering what he's going to play, because there's a bunch of moves here we are seeing. We're seeing Rook H2 apparently, which is an interesting choice. Knight A4 is very interesting, and Bishop G7 is also looking interesting.
ट्रू. ऑल्सो चैट दिव्या भी कह रहे हैं, ट्रू ट्रू, ऑल्सो पॉसिबल. लेवॉन का फैशन इंटरव्यू देखा? फैशन इंटरव्यू, ये कौन सा इंटरव्यू है भाई? दिस इज समथिंग आई वांट टू सी. ये क्या है भाई? लिंक भेज देना भाई, आई चेक इट आउट. मिस्टर ABC 1235X9Q, क्या मतलब है इसका? गॉड
Crazy.
नोस.
Huge of true.
या.
साहिल भाई, मैं भी एक
ऑलवेज
सेकंड में
भाई.
आया हूँ. Be right back.
हाँ. साहर भाई ह्यूज इफ टूर के भाग गए, आई डोंट नो व्हाट दैट मींस, बट
भागा नहीं हूँ भाई, अभी भी
मिस.
यहीं पे. Be right
अच्छा
back.
वही मतलब थोड़ा कॉन्टेक्स्ट थोड़ा सा वियर्ड था, बट ओके. Gukesh before candidates. Gukesh, I think, भाई is always well dressed. I think आजकल सारे chess players, I think they've after the genes gate, I think हर किसी को पता लग गया है, if Magnus can't get away with it, then we can't. And F4 on the board, by the way, जो best move थी in the position. Let's keep in mind 99.6 accuracy से खेल रहे हैं यहाँ पे Erdogmus so far. So Magnus would be proud. And Rook H2 now played best move in the position, pinning that bishop on G2. उसकी वजह से, for example, it limits white's options, right? अगर आप E5 खेलोगे यहाँ पे, then automatically the bishop on G2 is pinned, and I think black is already winning that game. So that's not comfortable. So I think white को थोड़ा ध्यान रख के यहाँ पे खेलना पड़ेगा. For example, chat, Rook H2 के बाद question to you. What do you think is the best move for white? What do you think is the best move here? White के लिए. Any guesses? टिकू भाई शादी कर लिए? बिल्कुल भाई. टिकू की सोनू की ट्वीटी मैंने मूवी देखी, मैंने कहा शादी करना बेस्ट डिसीजन है भाई. अनबीटेबल ब्लैकनेस ऑलवेज भाई. धूप अगरबत्ती टू नीमैन, व्हाट? Rook H1 लोग कह रहे हैं. Rook H1 very very close by Majestic Jared, very very close. Computer technical by second best move. What is the best move? Rook H1 very nice choice.
भाई Rook H2 तो खेल ही दिया उसने भाई. Still
हाँ,
in prep.
and Rook H1 best move, but there's a better move here apparently, which is very hard.
Is it F5 क्या?
It is F5 and
मेरा
it
इंजन तो नहीं
looks.
बता रहा भाई है. मेरा इंजन तो वीक है.
क्या
ये
बात कर
वाला
रहे हो?
ये वाला इंजन वीक है मेरा. लाइक उसके साथ आपका वाला आई थिंक स्ट्रॉन्गर है, बट मेरा वाला Rook H1 बोल रहा है.
And can I show you the idea? The idea is
Yeah, sure.
once I played, I think the bar goes down in evaluation a bit, but it still is insane. F5, GF5, and now apparently G6,
Okay, no.
FG6, and now Bishop F4, attacking the rook.
ना
And
ना भाई.
now you are supposed to play B4 as black.
और completely give up the Rook, yeah?
Why? Okay, I would love to see this line. I would love to see the okay, nahi hone wala. There's no chance of this happening.
Thing is कि because Arvind is playing so fast, Erdogmus will be less likely to play moves like that, जहाँ पे कुछ आप sack कर सकते हो, because he knows कि अभी भी Arvind की prep है.
True, 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 true.
And so easy to
Absolutely
go
true.
wrong here from the white side.
It is, and I think कहीं ना कहीं पे Rook H1 feels logical because ये pin काफी uncomfortable है, and Black has just spent a move playing Rook H2, so might as well trade it off, and एक free का tempo भी मिल जाएगा, and Rook H8 कल को आ रहा है white का, by the way. Can we have Rook H1 on the board साथ में एक बार? Rook H1,
I was
Rook,
thinking,
हाँ,
can I not go Rook G2 here?
but Queen
Like
G2?
Rook G2 मैं ये pawn थोड़ा E4 पे weak हो गया. Okay, बार छोड़ो बार को. I'll play B4.
Actually, मैं Knight D5 है ना, like I can just put the
And then I
knight
play
there.
E6 or something.
E6.
Oh, this is bad, yeah, but okay, not easy. Like apparently F5 you have to play. What?
भाई साहब.
भाई भाई
अच्छा
भाई
मैं
F5 तो नहीं हो रहा भाई.
अच्छा मैं गूंगा हूँ भाई, मतलब दिस इज क्रेजी, कुछ शब्द नहीं है मेरे पास भाई, दैट्स क्रेजी, F5।
Like F5,
वाह।
let's also show the chart what's happening. ED5, ED5. Okay, you are just rook for two minor pieces. Knight E5, I think I'll play just to cover this E line. And apparently rook H8 or something, and white is just better for some reason. Okay, not like
फॉर
crazy,
नॉट
but
फॉर सम रीजन आई डोंट कैच इट भाई, लिटरली
attack hai.
वहां ब्लैक रुक होना चाहिए था भाई, वाइट रुक पहुंच चुका है भाई, दैट्स क्रेजी।
Yeah, so some dangerous lines incoming. Rook H1 is the key move, but I think he doesn't go Rook G2. I think he will go Rook H1, especially because he
या
knows it.
बाय द वे चैट का एक बहुत अच्छा सवाल है साहज भाई, एंड मे बी यू कैन आंसर दिस बेटर। उनके दिमाग को भी क्लाउड स्टोरेज की जरूरत है, सो इज दैट पॉसिबल?
हाँ भाई वो है ना अभी, इलॉन मस्क ने निकाला ना अभी,
न्यूरालिंक।
न्यूरोलिंक एग्जैक्टली. सो यही तो होगा.
यू हैव द आंसर भाई। सो मीनवाइल आई थिंक एज वी प्रोग्रेस, गुकेश की गेम में चल सकते हैं, जहां क्वीन D4 was played after 6.5 minute think. So best move played by Yon, and now Gukesh has to find uh, the most threatening try. As you mentioned, Bishop C3 looks logical, but Queen trade हो रहा है, and उसके बाद probably the game is just equal.
Yeah, well, still maybe slight pressure, but yeah, more or less equal. Queen D4 I think was logical, so and a critical move for Jordan as well.
Hmm.
इसीलिए अभी वो, I think he's sort of relaxing. He's more or less relaxed now.
कोई कह रहा है अर्जुन ब्लंडर, भाई मैं काफ गया था, नहीं भाई अर्जुन हैज नॉट प्लेड येट, सो दैट्स द गुड न्यूज
Nah, it's
कि
not a
नो।
good news. I think अर्जुन की पोजीशन मेरे को थोड़ी threatening लग रही है भाई.
भाई मतलब ब्लंडर से तो बेटर है ना भाई, कि ब्लंडर नहीं किया अब तक, यू नो, आई विल टेक इट एज ऑफ नाउ,
अर्जुन is
लेकिन
in
चला
trouble
नहीं है
भाई.
बंदे ने। कम ऑन कम ऑन कम ऑन अर्जुन भाई।
There we see Vedant Panesar in the back. By the way, he's playing against Lu Miawi in the challenges section, also having a sizable advantage on the time and a good advantage on the position as well. So looking to make that 2 out of 2. But what do you think are his chances to win the challenges?
I think he's not played any of the top 5 seats, let's say. So I think we have to see how he plays there. Because the
Mm.
first instinct is कि नहीं भाई कोई chance नहीं है. But I think that would be dismissive of how well he played yesterday. So I think we have to see at least a game or two of his versus the top 3 seats, for example. Only then I think we can make that assumption. What do you think?
Yeah, I think that's fair. For me, I think Aydin maybe has the best chance because वो last
Yeah.
event में last year में वो second आया था with the same points and tie break में ही second आया था वो. So I think also he defeated Erwin Lamy yesterday with the black pieces, a player
Hmm.
who has the same amount of rating. Black save first round में run is pretty impressive. The Aydin probably has a very good chance there, but yeah, I think for Vedant also it's good exposure regardless.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, imagine playing next to the world champion in this literally 50 meters or 20 meters from the world champion. By the way, Arjun game, let's go. 95 played. Sahag, I told you. Like, I think Arjun is panicking a bit. He goes for 95. He's offering the repetition, I think. If
Oh,
White
Tablash
wants it,
incoming.
if White wants it, he has the draw. He has the draw. Can we go full
But
screen? I'm
does
quite
he go
curious.
for it though? That's my question. I don't think he will go for it.
He did do, Chad, you can go back and check in the stream if you want to, हल्का सा एक really like उसने कुछ अजीब सा एक्सप्रेशन दिया थाई दाइवान ने वहां पे, he was a bit surprised by Arjun's move there. So now he can just play queen e3 as Sahaj you mentioned and just kind of prepare f4. That would be very very logical and would also be a statement. Yeah, India number 1 तुम इंडिया में हो गए, वर्ल्ड नंबर 4 तुम वर्ल्ड में हो गए, यहाँ तुम टाटा स्टील में हो, यहाँ पे मैं चैलेंज कर रहा हूँ. Or he can just take the draw with queen h3, knight f6, queen g3. So tough
But queen
choice
h3
for.
पे मैं bishop e5 मार सकता हूँ. Like I don't have to accept a draw here. Why should
Oh,
black
अच्छा.
accept a draw? d5 के बाद queen g5. I think this is good, no?
Oh, interesting. So where do you put the queen? Queen g4 then maybe, क्या? But queen g4, knight f6.
Queen
Yeah,
g4
maybe
किधर?
that's.
Like in this position queen g4. Yeah, queen g4 में आपको knight f6 खेलना पड़ेगा. Like that's a repetition. But
हाँ.
again, black को knight f6 खेलना जरूरी नहीं. आप g6 भी खेल सकते हो. If Arjun wants to, I mean, he's not actually like offering a draw, but maybe he's testing the waters to see where is. Where
Yeah.
is Van in all of this? Like,
I think the
is he
fact
okay
that he
with it?
played this idea usually means ki you are okay with the draw. Like you wouldn't usually play this. And G6 also weakens a few squares. So like Kalko Bishop E5, DE5 is never a choice for you now because F6 square to gaya. Completely gaya if you play G6. So you have to be a bit extra careful now. So
Yeah.
important choice here. And I think a draw. Saj, would Arjun be satisfied with a draw here if white repeats?
Yeah, I think so. I think he should. Objectively, it wouldn't be the worst result. Yeah.
Yeah. And the fact that he's
थोड़ा डर
behind in
लग
the
रहा है मुझे इस गेम में. Like, I feel like white के bishops are just placed so nicely. The queen is joining so nicely. This pawn on d4, which was, I mean, it's not a weakness. This f4 f5 looks very scary as well. So I'm not liking this position much for Arjun. It could become really bad.
Yeah, and that's what he saw as well, I think. And that's why he's offering that repetition. Let's hope so that White agrees. But okay, I mean, White is not forced to at all. And Philaki time pe aa gaya, he's going to think for a while. But
By the
interesting
way,
decision, yeah? You
बाय द
would
वे
expect
चैट
he.
में हम लोग
Huh.
बोलने लग गए भाई अर्जुन के गेम का क्लाउड इवैल्यूएशन बताओ. रुको चैट यार. अब आपने ऐसे बोला तो मैं दे देता हूँ. 1 second.
So, question to you, Chad. Do you think जो भी cloud valuation है, is it going to be worse than this or better than this? So, अभी
Better.
plus 0.74 है. Do you think it will be better for White or better for Black in the cloud?
Actually, good question.
है
Good
ना?
question.
It's very
I don't
interesting
know
because
actually.
I think it'll be better for Black. मुझे ऐसा लग रहा है. Chad, what do you think?
Okay, मैं क्लाउड का भी वेट कर रहा हूँ. डेप्थ 30 का वेट कर रहा हूँ. 25 पे हूँ मैं.
इंडिया का स्कोर लिख रही है कोई ना कोई चैट में. बढ़िया है भाई.
बार में क्या लिखा हुआ है? What's the eval? It's 0.6.
0.74 दिखा रहा है चेसकॉम पे.
अच्छा, 0.7. Okay, 0.74. We'll go with that.
हाँ.
Okay, so we are at depth 32, which is fair, I think. It's 0.63.
तो स्लाइटली बेटर फॉर ब्लैक देन आई वाज करेक्ट मे बी. हल्का सा.
Yeah, slightly better. Yeah.
वही आई थिंक
Actually,
इट्स
the
स्टिल.
more you sit here, the more the engine prefers black. 0.5 पे आ गया अब at depth 34. And Chad, in case you don't know this, but I think it's maybe not as relevant, but usually whenever you're analyzing, एक depth 30 पे अगर आप जाते हो, तो it's like a known thing in chess कि that is a 2700s opinion. एक 2700 के प्लेयर का ओपिनियन इज डेप्थ 30 बेसिकली. सो अगर आपको किसी भी पोजीशन में एक क्विक इनसाइट चाहिए कि एक 2700 कैसे सोचेगा, उसका इवैल्यूएशन क्या रहेगा, सो यू वेट अंटिल डेप्थ 30 एंड देन यू
सो
गेट एन ओपिनियन.
सो साज भाई 22 रेटेड प्लेयर का कितना डेप्थ होता है भाई? सॉरी 2186.
से अगेन 2186 में
2186 का ओपिनियन जानना हो तो कितना डेप्थ में जाना है फिर?
भाई तो नेगेटिव डेप्थ पे जाना होगा ना वो तो.
नेगेटिव डेप्थ कैसे हो सकती है सारी भाई?
माइनस 30 पे जाना होगा भाई.
माइनस कैसे हो सकती है भाई? हाउ कैन यू सी बिहाइंड इंस्टेड ऑफ फ्रंट?
आई डोंट नो भाई, यू टेल मी. बट दिस
बढ़िया है
लुक्स
भाई.
गुड आई थिंक फॉर अरविंद. एक बार क्लाउड भाई अच्छा हुआ आपने ऐसे क्लाउड दिखा दिया. अभी थोड़ा अच्छा लग रहा है देख के. But yeah, actually, I would love to check out the same thing
बादल.
for Arvind's position as well, because Arvind has gone rook h1 by the way.
हाँ.
So we have the
बादल
exact
जरूरी है
ditto
भाई.
position. ये भी मैं एक बार क्लाउड पर डाल रहा हूँ just to get an opinion.
ये वाला I think will be worse maybe for black. I think on the cloud is my guess.
I'll just tell you in 1 second. Maybe 2.
Erdogmus, by the way, 48 minutes now. He's more than an hour behind. So whatever he's thinking, I mean, this one should be a quick capture for him. He should not waste time because he will need it later for sure. I can't imagine Bishop H1 being the bet. I mean, we can imagine that actually. But Black is about to play Queen A5, I think, at some point. So वो जो Rook D1 पे है, it might not be perfectly placed anyway. So I think Rook H1 should be the best move here.
So भाई बताओ आपको क्या लग रहा है डेप्थ का? Like
So
Chesscom पे
यहाँ
it
पे
says 0.8 for me.
मेरे लिए प्लस 0.94 दिखा रहा है चेसकॉम पे.
0.94. Okay.
And I'm gonna guess it's plus 1.2, 1.1 something.
So on the cloud at depth 34, it is 0.32.
Oh wow.
So I told you this is prep. Like ये check करने की जरूरत नहीं थी. I mean, but yeah, because Arvind is playing so fast, he's confident that he is
Wow.
fine here. So this is, I think, good news. क्लाउड पे डालो पहले आया। अच्छा भाई, मतलब क्लाउड ही टूट जाएगा ऐसे सवाल करेंगे तो।
एक्चुअली इसका कुछ सॉल्व कर दिया था लोगों ने अपेरेंटली. देयर वाज अ सॉल्यूशन टू दिस विद सम लॉजिक. लॉजिक क्या है मुझे बोलना नहीं, मैं खा गया वो लॉजिक, बट देयर वाज सम लॉजिक अपेरेंटली.
साहिल जीपीटी पे मिल जाएगा आपको लॉजिक।
बनाना चाहिए साहिल जीपीटी, एक्चुअली वुड बी नाइस. यू नो एक्सपर्ट ओपिनियन देने वाले बहुत है भाई, एमेच्योर ओपिनियन चाहिए भाई. हाउ डू यू अनस्क्रू अ बल्ब, पता नहीं भाई यार, किया नहीं कभी. लाइक ऐसे ओपिनियन भी चाहिए थोड़े से इनोसेंट वाले, यू नो लाइक मतलब ऐसे जिसको सुन के अपन के बारे में कॉन्फिडेंस लो ना हो हर बार.
सही कह रहे हो भाई, सही कह रहे हो। +1।
+1
Said,
भाई, +1
Said, sir,
वैल्यू
have you
शुड बी.
played against India's newest GM? Actually, yes, I played him. I was doing this simul last year in Delhi, and then उसके बाद एक rapid event हो रहा था वहाँ पे where Aryan was playing, and I decided to just on a whim on last minute just to play the event as well, and we had a match, and I actually lost on time against him. So it was, I would say, more or less an equal position. Game मुझे ऐसे पूरा clearly याद नहीं है because I didn't record it. It's rapid. But I remember losing on time. Like I remember looking at my clock and having 10 seconds, and उसके बाद वापस देखा तो 0-0-0 हो गया था.
Also, I have to highlight something about that youngest latest GM. Aryan Vashne is very unique. So he did something which I have not seen people do before. He has been playing rapid events in North India for the past few years, post COVID, like 22-23 से. Just plays rapid events. जहाँ पे होता नहीं ऐसे फर्स्ट प्राइज 20,000, फर्स्ट प्राइज 10,000, 15,000, 10,000, 20,000, ऐसे इवेंट्स साज भाई. लाइक एवरी वीकेंड हिल प्ले वन, वीकडेज में जब होगा इन दिल्ली, पंजाब, यूपी, ऐसे सारे स्टेट्स में. एंड विल विन एवरी वन जहाँ पे कॉम्पिटिशन हाई नहीं है. आई प्लेड हिम इन वन ऑफ दीज एंड आई फिनिश सेकंड, ही फिनिश फर्स्ट फॉर एग्जाम्पल, एंड ही डिफीटेड मी देयर. सो he will win these and he will keep gaining confidence, and he used to play spectacularly well in these rapid events. Like, I'm not shocked you lost on time because he's so good at this format because itna khela hai usne. And the fact that he became a GM is very interesting because वो कोई ऐसा प्लेयर नहीं है जो बाहर जाके खेल के आया बहुत सारे, खतरनाक कोई कोचिंग ले ली किसी सुपर जीएम से. He just did it by rapid chess. Like, you check his FIDE, you will find it there, and FIDE में भी आधे होंगे भी नहीं भाई, 90% होंगे ही नहीं. That's how much he plays. So I think his path to GM title is very unique, and there's something to learn there. I think for everyone whoever has that goal.
I even remember reading up about some CBI news. It was that he became a GM without like a coach, essentially. Like he could be the first GM maybe from India, maybe in the world as well, जिसने मतलब कोई formal coaching नहीं लिया है, on his path to a GM, which I think is very impressive.
Exactly, because somebody who's playing rapid events for, let's say, the point is, if you're playing those rapid events, you're not earning enough money to justify paying a coach thousands of dollars an hour, right? Like, it
Yeah.
wouldn't make sense.
भाई
So,
$1,000 an hour, भाई कौन से
no,
कोच की
1,000
बात
rupees,
कर रहे
sorry,
हो?
thousands of rupees an hour, not thousands by. हम cricket नहीं खेल रहे, हम chess
भाई
खेल रहे
क्या कह रहे हो
हैं.
भाई?
Sorry, rupees by rupees. So the point is, it wouldn't make sense, and that means कि he really didn't have a full-time coach at least. अभी हल्का फुल्का हेल्प कभी लिया होगा. So his path is quite unique. So
Yeah,
study करना चाहिए उसको actually, कि कैसे किया है.
yeah, definitely. And of course, having a GM in Delhi since COVID, actually, we haven't had a GM. So
Feels
it's
nice.
nice to see us since 2019. पहला GM.
Amazing. Meanwhile, कोई कह रहा है अर्जुन, नहीं, I will check it first कि whether.
Arjun is not repeating same position पे वो सोच रहा है. We already addressed this chat, by the way. Knight h5 के
Oh
बाद
no, they are repeating भाई. They are repeating. Queen G3,
really?
Knight H5, Queen G4,
Ooh,
Knight F6, Queen G3, Knight H5. Arjun is ready for a draw. It's the last chance for White if he wants to play on Queen E3, Queen G4 नहीं खेलना है basically. He has to play something else now.
भाई ये एक बार तो कर दिया उसने to check what Arjun wants, and Arjun is okay with a draw. Now the question is he okay with a draw? Because now एक वो psychological edge तो है यहाँ पे. If he goes with Queen E3 and F4, I mean, for sure he knows that for sure he knows that कि उसकी position better है यहाँ पे. Why else Arjun would repeat? That's my question. Why else would he repeat here?
you know, it depends on what goals you set for yourself at the start of the event. If the goal is to finish in middle place, let's say you're happy with fifth place, sixth place, gaining a bunch of rating, maybe defeating one or two players in the event, you have started off well in round one where you were better against Jordan. A draw against a world number 4 can really give you confidence, and it can give you sponsorships also. Who knows? So draw would not be so bad. But if you're in this mindset ki bhai, this is my chance. I have to beat as many players as I can. India number 1 khel raha hai. If I beat him, I'm instant news in front of 150 crore people. Then your attitude is different. So I think it depends on what goals he has, because he is better. He knows that Arjun is better. Arjun knows his opponent is better. So it's all about the mindset. I think now he will need to have guts. Like Queen E3 ke baad, I am better enough. It's worth playing.
Oh yes, for sure. But let's see how he continues. I think मुझे लग रहा है draw ले लेगा.
Okay, so Sahaj says draw lega. Chat, what do you think? I also think he draw le lega, bhai. Like it's very hard to continue playing because you always regret it if you lose. And वो body language वैसी लग नहीं रही मुझे. You know, he's thinking now. So I feel like draw के chances बढ़ते जा रहे हैं the more he thinks. Draw ले लेगा. No draw. Wow. So chat is also divided, yeah? खेलेगा, no draw. Wow, so very interesting. So clearly, chat is also divided. We also divided chat. So only Samay can let us know कि क्या होगा.
Yeah, only Samay can tell. Samay भाई थोड़ा
बता दो यार.
update दो भाई. By the way, we might see another repetition incoming. Okay, not a repetition. False alarm in the Gukesh game.
Oh
After knight
wow.
d5, queen d4, look at this. He played bishop g5. Queen b2 played. Rook b1 and queen takes a2. दो pawn मर गए भाई. And rook takes b7 he takes. And not really sure यहाँ पे गुकेश का advantage है उतना. Position seems to be pretty balanced.
Honestly, I don't see an edge at all. I don't see the edge. And 97 मर रहा है and rook e8 you can't play. So I guess you have to take on d5, yeah? I'm guessing.
Yeah, if तब भी e7 मर जाएगा, but you have this outside pawn on the a file, which is good.
अच्छा e7 तो मर ही रहा है. So now apparently knight d5. I thought knight d5, but the engine
भाई
recommends
knight
knight
d5 के बाद
d4.
ना white को भी e d5 मारना है यहाँ पे, which is not an easy decision. आपको cd5 usually because your pawns are getting connected and all of that. e d5 मार
Okay,
के like
cd5
the
is
c
also
pawn.
okay, I think. I don't mind cd5 as white, actually.
Knight e5
Knight e5 and now I take on e7.
and now rook f c8.
Rook f c8. Okay, I take on d6.
You take on d6, I go queen a6. Very important move, attacking both rook and the bishop.
Arre
You
baap
have
re.
to take on e5.
Okay, e5, bishop e5. I don't think you will take on b7, right? That looks risky because दो pawn है center वाले. If you take on
Yeah,
b7.
but exactly. I won't go queen b7 there. And I mean, I'm
Bishop
not
b7.
sure here who is playing for a win.
Oof, I think it has to be black, yeah? मतलब white के
Yeah.
pawns, central pawns अच्छे लग रहे हैं, but they are blockaded, well blockaded. So unless I play g4, I'm like all in, भाई.
नहीं भाई वो तो
Rook
बहुत
b3.
खराब हो जाएगा. पूरे डार्क स्क्वायर्स खराब हो जाएंगे आपके g4 के बाद.
Okay, if I play rook b3 first, let me try rook b3. What do you play?
I was thinking like queen f6.
अरे यार,
Just
best move क्या
g4
है?
पे हमेशा queen f4 रहेगा मेरे
Oh,
को.
queen f6 पे best move पता है क्या है? Bishop
क्या?
h5. What?
Oh.
Oh, wait, what?
gh5 and f4 apparently. Some crazy. Yeah, but I don't think Gukesh is playing for a win here.
Yeah, true.
So yeah, this development maybe not the best.
Yeah, I have to agree. So I think we are basically playing for a draw, I think.
Maybe a bit too early to say that, but yeah, knight d5 अगर उसने मार दिया तो it looks scary. And
Meanwhile,
by the way, I'm not
huh,
sure if I'm seeing this right, but Anish just made a huge inaccuracy in his match against Sindarov. Yeah, it is correct. His
why he
last move
blundered?
was a blunder,
He
apparently. Knight
blundered.
takes d4 is hanging.
Wait, what did he see? Isn't the pawn just gone?
But ye position thi, and Anish had to find knight d3, which gives him a slight advantage in the game. Knight d3, knight d4, and knight e5. Okay, not maybe the easiest sequence, but instead he goes b4, and say Sindarov's advantage increases by a lot. Like he can take on d4, and if white goes bishop c6, look at this follow-up. Queen c6, rook d4, rook d4, queen d4, and now finally rook c8. And the idea is simple. आपने जो b4 चाल चली थी, अब आप b3 नहीं खेल सकते to defend this pawn, and this pawn is just hanging.
And in practical chess, C file हाथ में, knight on C1, pawn up. I think you just grind it out here as a win.
Yeah. So this is not a great sign for Anish, who made that blunder in round 1 and in round 2 as well. This is nothing short of a blunder.
Wow. Sindarov, by the way, you know, that insane fight he showed yesterday and suddenly having a chance to win the second game. I mean, this start for Sindarov has been impressive. And do you think he finds it though? 94.
I mean, I will be shocked if he doesn't. I will be so shocked. Come on, this is so. I'm trying to think what he overlooked because this feels too simple to overlook. Knight d4. Do I have c5 perhaps? There's bc5, and knight takes f3, and okay, this queen takes c5, and this is defended. No, I'm not sure what he missed here after b4.
I mean, rook c8 is something he missed at the end of that variation.
But okay, that's simple, na? So this is what you're saying. After you capture all of this, rook c8.
Yesterday was also simple, no? Like when you are not in form, like you often miss basic stuff, and rook c8 feels like something you might not notice.
Could be. By the way, I think in Thai Dai Van's game against Arjun, there is another move. So I think we are looking at the repetition here.
It's the same. It's the same.
It's the same, eh?
हाँ अभी same है वो गया ना repeat like एक बार they repeated.
हाँ, I guess. Yeah, you're right.
And then Arjun started the second cycle. But if you play Queen G4, Arjun ends the second cycle, and Queen G3 पे it's a forced draw. So and Queen G3 better square है नहीं, to be honest, I think, for you. So if he repeats now, it's likely going to end in a draw.
Yeah, moment of truth.
Wow. Meanwhile, you know what, Sajbhai, before this ends in a draw, just one brief look at the Arvind game quickly. कि वहां पे क्या updates हुई हैं. I think rook h1 we already saw. b4 आया board के ऊपर. And knight d5 central attack, and now e6 on the board, kicking the knight back. And apparently you can take on b4 as white, but you can just also play king to b1 and ignore the knight, hanging knight on d5. Wow.
By the way, look at the way that Erdogmus is, moving in his chair. I think he realizes 37 minutes and he has to make 22 moves with no increment.
I'm telling you, he's pumped up. किसी को याद है World Cup round 1 जहां पे he was playing some 2300, I think, जहां पे he just destroyed him in like 10 moves. याद है वो game? By crazy game.
Oh yes.
So I think he's pumped up. I think he's going to sack the knight. He will sack the knight in some shape or form.
By the way, we have an update. There is a match between Matthias Bluebaum and Hans Niemann that has already ended in a draw. So Hans moves up to 1.5 out of 2, and Bluebaum is very solid 1 out of 2, 2 draws. And Hans ke dono matches, like very interesting. Dono matches were the first ones to finish. The first one he won in that 16 move miniature against Fedoseev, and the second one against Bluebaum also. Like in less than 2 hours, dono matches khatam.
And to be honest, black se draw karna against Bluebaum, it's pretty decent, yeah, pretty decent result. So he should be very, very happy with where he is.
By the way,
Tata Steel.
बहुत updates हो रही हैं, तो moving around quickly, but look at Sindarov. He has found knight d4 and Anish has taken bishop c6.
Okay, let's stay here for a second. I want to see how he plays this.
Anish is not on the board. Like, I don't think he realizes this.
He has no idea, matlab.
Oh, okay, wait. I understand what. Okay, no, it makes sense. If I go queen c6, rook d4, queen d4, rook c8 बोल रहे थे, मैं मर रहा है, but I think I have knight d3 here. And you cannot take on c4, right?
You
You
can.
can. Because there's queen a6. I was thinking rook
Yeah.
c1, but there's queen a6. Maybe this is what he missed.
Also possible.
Yeah, queen a6 looks like something you can miss, yeah?
भाई आई थिंक अनीश को पता नहीं है एंड दैट्स इवन आई डोंट नो इफ दैट्स वर्स और बेटर कि उसको बाद में पता लगेगा व्हेन द मूव एक्चुअली अराइव्स ऑन द बोर्ड सो चैट वेट
Oh,
व्हाट ओह माय गॉड व्हाट
he doesn't find it.
वेट व्हाई इज शेकिंग हिज हेड oh both players are shocked wait what wait why are they laughing
So both
wait
players are
what why are they
laughing.
laughing I'm kind of curious now
Was that like Anish accepting it was a blunder and Sindarov realizing later on that it blunder tha? And it was
but
one move too late that he realized?
but it happened instantly like a second like second after he played 92 check. But it does happen, yeah. You play the move, and oh, both players I think realized it was a blunder, yeah. Then maybe.
Wow. He takes on E2.
Wow.
But yep, the game is on. Anish is back more or less. Golden opportunity for Sindarov missed.
This will be a fun interview. I'm sure Tata Steel will make sure to ask them this question कि भाई क्या था ये हंसी? But hilarious to watch. नोटरबेक भी शॉक्ड है भाई कैसे नहीं निकाला भाई इस ओलंपिया टीम में लेना है कि नहीं लेना है इस साल लगता है भाई फॉर्म में नहीं है इसको नहीं लेंगे
भाई वर्ल्ड कप विनर है वो अब आई थिंक वो
अरे मतलब ऑफ
नॉर्दरबैक के
कोर्स
ऊपर बात नहीं है अब ये सिंडरव आई थिंक इज जस्ट एज स्ट्रांग नाउ
wow भाई साहब that was intense actually. Okay, now it's Anish survives for now. Oh, by the way, so no update there. No update.
नॉर्दरबैक के गेम पे जाके एक बार चेक कर लेते हैं प्रग को चेक नहीं किया काफी टाइम से
हाँ.
he has just played a6 so remember we were looking at this queen a3 move he actually played it and knight a8 Pragg goes and now he goes a6 trying to break the integrity of the pawn structure looking very solid still for Pragg but slight problems on the queen side like if you move the pawn on b7 then the entire harmony of the structure breaks b6 is definitely not like a pleasant move yeah because c6 could become a weakness later on
Yeah. It's not an easy choice. Agreed. And ये A pawn अगर आप B6 खेलते हो A pawn हमेशा रहेगा. तो you have to take care of this A7 pawn. कल को rook C7 कुछ आ गया 7th rank पे. But still within the realms of Pragg being comfortably okay. Should be able to hold this one and he has more than sufficient time 1 घंटा 10 minutes so I think I'm going to still bet money on a draw. Sajbhai, I'm ready for a Maggie bet here कि यहाँ draw होगा if
okay
you want to
but
bet
that's
against
very
me.
safe yeah now it looks very logical
But I'll give you both results.
oh I cannot believe my lucky stars
One Maggie bet only, minor bet, but I'll give you both other results.
no I think also I also think this is headed towards a draw
Yeah, there is a draw here,
it's
bhai, I
too
think.
like the position is simplified too much I think
Agreed. So, okay, so this should be a draw. Meanwhile, no moves by Thai Dai Van. I think जब पता होता है draw हाथ में है तो you take your time. Gukesh की game में we do have a move. After rook b7, he did not find knight d5, but he played the second best move, queen to a6. इसका मतलब कि I can now take on e7 with the knight.
yeah but that's kind of the same as me taking on d5 here and
नहीं,
I
but
think
stuck pawn c4 पे
I'm
है ना साज भाई now.
why but I'm still not sure who's playing for a win here like
Okay,
I don't
that
think
is ये
think
तो
Gukesh is pushing here anymore
नहीं फॉर श्योर वो तो आप बहुत डीप चले गए साज भाई कि कौन विन के लिए मैं तो सिर्फ मैं तो
Hmm.
मटेरियल काउंट कर रहा हूं अभी
But
ओके
seriously,
नाइट
if you take on e7, like I
हाँ
take rook e7, okay, I think it is black who's more comfortable here.
so I agree with you after let's say rook f e8 which is the best move for black But I also see like a very interesting move for white here.
Oh, I see it.
That is e5.
There's also rook takes f7 apparently, which is working.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
What?
it's actually working. King f7 and then e5. Basically, you can transpose them.
भाई चेस थोड़ी अलग ही है भाई, एक्चुअली थोड़ा समझ के बाहर है मेरे.
थोड़ा ज्यादा weird हो गया ये.
Wow. Okay, so I take my words back. I eat my words. अच्छा यहाँ मैगी बैठ नहीं लगाई मैंने भाई. Somebody could go wrong, you know.
यहाँ पर भी ड्रॉ ही लग रहा है मुझे.
तो यहाँ बैठ लगाओगे.
यहाँ पे ड्रॉ ऑफ कोर्स.
So you take draw, I take both the results. One maggie each.
डन भाई.
Done. चलो भाई. So गुकेश भाई अब तो जीतना पड़ेगा यार. अब तो जीतना पड़ेगा.
To
चार
be
का
honest,
3
this
करना
looks
है.
like way less of a draw than they way more of a draw than the other game, क्योंकि यहाँ पे सब बहुत जल्दी जल्दी ट्रेड हो रहा है.
नहीं, I back the players to push. Sahaj bhai, we are talking about Gukesh, the world champion. You know he's gonna push. He's gonna push, and you know something's gonna give.
दो करनी है मैगी.
नहीं नहीं, एक यार मैंने कहा ना, गरीब लोग एक ही मैगे लगाते हैं बेटे यार. एक 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 काफी है.
Also, like speaking of repetition, like Van still thinking in that moment after knight h5 to try and see if he wants to make that draw or not. Arjun हमें बैक अभी दिख ही रहा है बैकग्राउंड में, यहीं पे घूम रहा है वो.
आपने कहा स्पीकिंग ऑफ गरीबी, चैट लाइक जरूर करना भाई स्ट्रीम. लेट्स गेट इनटू मोर पीपल जल्दी से. लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट 500 लाइक्स पे मेंबरशिप है. आई डोंट नो कितने लाइक्स हुए अभी, बट एक मेंबरशिप आपकी तरफ आ रही है. जल्दी से लाइक करो भाई.
He goes queen b1, doesn't take the pawn on e7,
Oh wow.
and tabla incoming. Knight takes d5 is the move here for black.
You know the problem is, Sahaj bhai, the chances of black winning feel higher. So even if I do win the bet, then it's not a happy bet. So I don't know कि मैंने क्यों bet लगाई actually.
Like actually follow up उतना easy नहीं है. Like knight d5. By the way, here Ukesh has to go ed5. cd5 would be worst position for him.
Oh wow. But
And
CD5 looks
ed5 के
logical.
बाद,
But
yeah, cd5
CD5
looks
looks.
way more logical, yes.
Wow.
But that's bad. Like we'll get to it. But the idea is knight d4, and then you use this c pawn to your advantage. You play c5.
भाई ये तो उतना आसान नहीं है यार.
What
This is
engines
not
do
easy.
top level players use? By the same as us, Stockfish, but they are using it on cloud. So a much stronger version of Stockfish, essentially.
Okay, I don't. Okay, I'm okay with the bet now. Actually,
Takes on
I think
d5.
this is complicated. First of all, c takes feels so natural. आप queen ने c4 attack किया हुआ है. She's keeping an eye on that pawn. You feel like it's so natural. Let me keep my pawns connected. एक ही pawn island. वैसे भी island में जाना भी नहीं है आजकल, ट्रेंड नहीं है. And then you also kind of stop the hanging pawn, and that's not the best move. Doesn't make any sense to me.
Critical moment for Gukesh, I think. Does he take with the c pawn or the e pawn?
That's amazing computer technique, bhai. Yeah, Aryan plays a lot of rapid and blitz. So that's not a surprise actually. चार जितने भी लोग चैट में हैं, भाई कहाँ कहाँ से आप लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं एक बार बता दीजिए प्लीज. वुड लव टू नो योर लोकेशन. एक्चुअल लोकेशन, फिक्शनल नहीं. वो नहीं कि जहां से यू वुड विश यू वर, फिर तो मैं प्लूटो बोलता. तो वुड लव टू योर लोकेशन. साज भाई आप कब इंडिया शिफ्ट हो रहे हो?
भाई भाई ऐसे सवाल नहीं करते भाई.
सॉरी, दिल्ली कब शिफ्ट हो रहे हो? इंडिया तो
हाँ,
बोल
वो
रहे
तो
हो.
नहीं हो रहा भाई.
अपनी मॉम को मिस नहीं करते साज भाई, उनके पास जाइए
बिल्कुल.
प्लीज. हैदराबाद.
बेसमेंट
मेरी
किसी ने लिखा.
मेरी बेसमेंट है नहीं भाई. मैं अपार्टमेंट कॉम्प्लेक्स में रहता हूँ, तो बेसमेंट तो यहाँ पे पार्किंग है. अब पार्किंग में क्यों बैठे हैं आई डोंट नो. उज्बेकिस्तान, बीकानेर, त्रिपुरा, बैंगलोर, मेघालय. भाई थाईलैंड ने रिफ्यूज कर दिया ड्रॉ. क्या बात कर रहे हो? ओ ही
Oh
रिफ्यूज द ड्रॉ.
wow. So this was the position. Queen g4 ऐसे करके repeat हो रहा था, but Queen g4 के बाद knight f6, and now he plays Queen h3, refusing the draw.
Wow, I am genuinely impressed. Genuinely impressed. And I think even Arjun must be impressed, yeah, कि भाई, he's playing for
Position
the win.
में position में I mean only white is trying, so it makes sense, yeah.
And it makes sense for sure, but I think he had a draw in hand. He held up the guts. He repeated once and played by the book. Yeah, pura Russian school of chess ke hisab se. Repeated once, gave opponent hope, and then kind of played Queen H3. Very interesting. And now Arjun has to
Textbook.
start all over again.
Oh yes. And speaking of starting all over again, भाई एक बार Erdogmus का position देख लेते हैं because he has 25 minutes on the clock remaining in 21 moves and Arvind is still playing relatively quite fast. मतलब हमें स्ट्रीम करते हुए 2 घंटे हो गए हैं and Arvind is still in his prep.
सहज भाई, अरविंद से आता, आई हैव अ क्वेश्चन. देखो ना, सहज मेरे कुछ सवाल आते हैं. सहज भाई, आई वांट टू इंप्रूव माय रैपिड चेस, सो शुड आई प्ले द निम्सो और शुड आई प्ले द क्वींस इंडियन? मुझे आते हैं, साहिल भाई, आई एम अ वर्ल्ड कप, हाउ टू प्ले मोमोज, टेस्टी रुकी फॉर, थैंक्स भाई. या आई थिंक नया करियर ढूंढना पड़ेगा भाई, एज अ मोमो चैंप. अरविंद हैज मोर देन 75
Sounds
मिनट.
fun actually.
It sounds fun. Yeah, momos तो tasty है. Maybe I underestimated the question. But फिलहाल के लिए भाई, Queen B6 was the last move. So he did not sack the piece. He was a bit pragmatic. But best move वापस Knight D5 ही है भाई. So I don't know if you'll, because otherwise E4 pawn is hanging.
Knight D3 possible है maybe.
Wait,
क्योंकि नाइट से e4 नहीं मर रहा क्योंकि ये बिशप will look at the queen, so some discover attack ideas there.
true, but you want to see the piece sack actually. I want to see that sack. It would be so much fun to watch that crazy game. Knight D5 वापस, completely ignoring the piece value.
I feel like Erdogmus would play knight d5 maybe in a blitz match, but like now it looks unlikely to me because Arvind
So,
has not shown any signs of stopping.
but Sahaj, like think back to what Magnus said. A Dogmas, according to him, is the best prospect right now in the world of becoming a future him. And what would a young Magnus play in this position?
A good question. c3.
Yeah, nahi bhai. There is no way Magnus plays C3. Like I can bet my how. Okay, Sahaj bhai is.
c3 करके एक वो एंड गेम में घुसेगा किसी and then he will outplay in the there
No, no chance. Why
clinical.
he looks nervous or excited. He's like jumping in his chair. Look at him. He's jumping in his chair.
Oh, there's a nice tactic I see by the way.
Hmm.
Let's say you go c3
Huh.
and black plays something like, I don't know, bishop 8. Okay. And white goes rook h8. Actually, okay, bishop is defending this. I had this idea. Wait, I'll show you again. Bishop b7 and bishop f2. Now it works. Idea is queen takes b4. And if you
Ah.
take, there is knight
Ah.
b3, and that's a checkmate on rook c1.
Nice. Bishop E3 पहले था तो C1 was controlled. Nice.
Yeah. थोड़ा setup करना पड़ेगा, but yeah, it's working. This is looking worrying for our Dogmas though.
But if Erdogmus doesn't play quickly, then that could totally happen. Yeah, in time pressure, all bets are
He
off. So
looks
he has
super
to play now.
nervous. Oh, he
Oh,
played
he
c3
plays
by the way.
C3.
That's
Saj
what a
bhai.
young Magnus would do. I told you.
So he is Magnus, yeah. Bhai.
I told you.
Wow. C3, not the best move. And now 94 is the best move for black. It gives him close to equality. But that's the only move. Literally the only move. Bishop E4. Chat, I have a question. Bishop takes E4. Trying to win the pawn. White to play and win. Let's go, chat.
भाई ये तो
Look at
बहुत
the bar.
difficult है.
Well, it's very difficult, but I think it's like still to understand कि कितना dangerous position है. Yeah? One mistake and the game is over. Knight takes e6. Absolutely correct, bhai. Sahaj bhai, knight takes e6. क्या insane चाल है यार.
Yeah.
You
And
can't take
like
with
even
हाँ.
more surprising to me is like instead of bishop takes e4, knight takes e4 is actually working for black. Like उसमें knight takes e6 नहीं काम कर रहा है आपका because you have queen takes b4 hanging.
Wow.
And look at this knight c5.
Chess सुंदर है भाई. Let's just put it that way. By the way, minor update in the Arjun game. So Queen S3 ke baad, he did actually take on E5, which was not the best move, third best move in the position. D takes E5 and now knight to D7. But this does mean that F6 square is now not available for the black pieces. And I can quickly play Rook D4, Rook H4, or Rook D4, Rook G4. And it does give white some amazing attacking chances. Bishop D3 bhi aa raha hai. Queen G3 can defend the E5 pawn if needed. So Arjun under huge pressure here.
Yeah, Rook d4, Rook h4 looks very promising. I mean, position is not that imbalanced anymore. The only difference is that black has these broken pawns and white ke pawns connected. And this pawn on e5, it's a really nice resource to conduct an attack on the king side. I think Arjun still looking a bit, it feels a bit dangerous for him.
Yeah, if Arjun loses this somehow, that would be an insane upset, to be honest. And meanwhile, if we can jump to the Gukesh game, it's a great sign, a sign of a world champion when he pauses at such an important juncture. Jahan pe CD5 is so natural, but his spidey sense is tingling कि भाई नहीं यार कुछ है इस position में. Maybe ED5 is better, yeah? And he's
Yeah.
thinking.
ED5 is the best move, and he's been thinking for, I think, almost 10 minutes now.
Yeah, 9 minutes, 10 seconds, and that means he.
Ooh.
Oh, but he plays CD5. He doesn't find ED5 Sahaj, and now maybe I'm gonna win a Maggie, but break my heart.
I don't think it's winning for black. Goes knight d4, by the way, the best move in the position. And now I think Gukesh is in trouble. Big trouble.
Okay, this is not looking great, chat. This is not looking great. First of all, knight f3 is a threat. That would open up your king side completely. Second, rook is coming to c8. Rook under घुस सकता है. Third, let's not forget that a pawn, which is really a potential trump card for black. Yeah, it can run very quickly in any endgame.
This should be the first point. Why? This is the biggest
first
problem.
point. Like exactly. So I think कहीं ना कहीं पे, where is white's counterplay here?
I think you have to take the e7 pawn somehow, and then rook f8 ke baad, okay, you'll think. Otherwise, you're just a pawn down for nothing.
Wow. So the world champion slightly under pressure, if I can call it slightly. But yeah, it was a tough choice. CD5, not easy. Like, that is the obvious move. Yeah, you often choose it without thinking. And
so basically, if we do a quick roundup of every game, Gukesh is slightly worse. Pragg, okay, maybe slightly worse. And Arjun also slightly worse. And Aravindh is the only player जो अभी proper prep तक है अभी तक यहाँ पे, but he has to find a couple of moves to like.
But
he's definitely on the driver's
also worse. He's also worse, Saj bhai. Like whether knight e4 is one move, and if he doesn't find it, he's just much worse. So if you had to see who has the better chances, time-wise, I agree. I think maybe practically he has better chances, but
Aravindh, I think, has the best chance right now.
but it's not the chance you want, right? It's still not ideal. What I'm saying is like charo board pe, we could potentially lose all four. Like it is a possibility. That is
Yeah,
not
but okay,
great.
Vedant Pane sir saving the day again. Yeah,
भाई वेदांत भाई की गेम दिखा
much
दो एक बार
better
यार भाई.
against Lou Miaoui
अब
right now. Let's
भाई
take a
मत
quick look
दिखाओ,
at his game, bhai.
मत दिखाओ भाई, जिंक्स कर देंगे हम लोग उसको भी. मुझे
He's doing good. He's doing really well actually.
तभी कह
Look
रहा
at his
हूँ,
game.
तभी कह रहा हूँ.
He's doing amazing actually. Like much better with the white pieces. Has more time on the clock. Black का king एकदम center में पड़ा हुआ है. Not able to castle that easily. I like his chances.
Yeah, looks nice actually. And queen b3 is the best move, potentially with the idea of knight e6 again. So some tactics in the air. So he's thinking, has enough time, has good chances to convert 2 wins in a row. So you asked me, Sajbhai, does he have a chance to win this event? Well, maybe at the
Two out
start
of
there were
two
none, but
is
now there are some.
2 out of 2. I mean, like for sure, yeah. But okay, his next few rounds are going to be very tough. Like he's playing double black against Max Warmerdam and Carissa Yip. It's going to be it's a long event though. We'll see.
Yeah,
It's a great start though, for sure.
amazing start. And yeah, I think looks very interesting. So Gukesh slightly worse. Can we check out Pragg for the time being, just to understand ki, is he really worse or are we just worried for no reason?
I mean, he has this weakness on c6.
So
And
he is
generally
worse.
speaking, white का जो pawn रहता है वो, if it's on b4, it's amazing for black because the black knight can then sit on c4 and just be a boss here. But abhi it looks troubling, and I think Nodirbek has that comfortable two result type of a position, जहाँ पे I think Pragg would have to defend for a while.
So I'm going to ask you a question, Sadhbh, and chat you as well. Who do you think has a higher chance of losing? Is it Gukesh or Pragg?
Pragg.
Exactly. That's what I thought as well. So Gukesh doesn't look pleasant. And Pragg's position somehow looks worse to me, like in terms of chances to lose. So this is not
Actually,
looking
like
great.
they're both like kind of, I mean, they're not in losing territory either of the, like either of them. But yeah, Gukesh. So like Pragg ki position is like, it feels very two results type to me.
Hmm.
But
Yeah,
okay, if he
agreed.
gets the c5 break somehow, then it will be equal.
Apparently, there's a nice maneuver for white chat. The move is knight to e1 to potentially bring to d3 and control bunch of squares on the queen side. So very nice maneuver possible.
I was also
Um,
thinking about the same thing, but bringing the c3 knight to d3. So like ऐसे knight e2, knight f4, knight d3 ऐसे करके.
but maybe you need pressure on the d5 pawn, Sajwa. Maybe that's why he's bringing the other knight, yeah? The
Hmm.
c5 play you can never play because d5 is hanging. So, but yeah, these are very important squares, c5 and e5. So Pragg under some pressure, Gukesh under pressure, Arjun under pressure. I would say Arjun has the maximum chances to lose. Objectively, just looking at the position, I think he's struggling the most, yeah?
Hmm. No, I think it's still between Gukesh and Pragg. Yeah, Arjun का time
Really?
ज़्यादा है.
Wait, time maybe, and
20
also the
minute.
opponent. Maybe also the
And
opponent,
Gukesh
yeah?
का time कम है, like 13 minute कम है, like right now.
Hmm. Also, some Nodirbek बैठा है Thai Dai Van, maybe you trust Nodirbek more to put pressure, maybe.
I think let's switch to Gukesh's board because I think it looks like a very critical moment for
Hmm.
Gukesh to see how he bounces back. Doesn't look pleasant at all for Gukesh right now.
I love how Sahaj said, not if he bounces back, how he bounces back. That's the confidence you should have in your life. And that's the confidence we have on Gukesh. Um, the question is, he has a few choices. So first of all is e7 hanging है. I see that pawn. My first instinct is कि भाई मैं बिशप से मार दूं. क्या रुक से मारना ऑप्शन है साहब भाई?
I was thinking, but maybe some knight f3 business or maybe some rook b8 ideas, and the queen doesn't have enough squares. Let's play it out and see क्या हो रहा है. Yeah, so exactly. Rook a b8 is the problem here. And I get access to both of the open files.
Maybe
Maybe
queen
that's why
d1
it
now.
shouldn't.
Like I just defend the bishop
And then rook b2.
or rook
Okay, this
b3 for
feels
that
very
matter.
unpleasant.
Yeah.
Very unpleasant.
Wow.
And
This
I
is not
think the better choice out of the two is to go bishop e7, जिसमें rook f8 आप allow कर रहे हो.
okay. Rook f8 then.
So takes rook f8, and okay, then you play something like bishop g5 back. Very critical move, by the way, bishop g5.
And the silver lining is knight f3 is not a good move at any point here. So
Yeah.
it's tempting to play this, but if you do, because bishop g5 pe hai, somehow it's not a good idea, and then the game is just equal. So
Yeah, black ka knight b is super powerful on d4, and our bishop on f3 is a bad bishop. So you're
yeah,
damaging the structure, but you're giving up a lot in compensation. So this will always never be a good idea.
yeah, but it's very tempting as black to just take that and spoil the structure. So I think Like he could be tempted and just take it, and that will just solve the problem. But as of now, of course, that's not the case.
I'll change my answer, by the way. I think the more I examine Gukesh's position, I feel like his chances are right now the most slim.
Hmm.
The Pragg, I think, looks like he's going to be able to hold, but Gukesh, I'm not sure.
Hmm. कोई बात नहीं मुदित भाई. And meanwhile, chat. Gukesh thinks Arjun game में there are no moves yet. Aravindh game में no moves yet. And Pragg game में no moves. I think only B3 was played by white. So all the players still thinking crucial moment in all the games.
Oh, yes. A very critical moment for Gukesh here to find the next few moves that are correct. Because abhi worse है position, but you don't want to expand on this any further. So bishop takes e7 is critical. And then bringing the bishop back to g5 is also critical.
Would you prefer trading a pair of rooks? So for example, one line is rook c1, rook c8, takes, and then you take on e7. Do you think exchanging that pair of rooks helps white or black?
Depends. B7 का रुक है.
Nice, say f1 wala.
F1 का रुक, then I think it will help white. Yeah. Actually, I'm
Yeah.
not sure because still this pawn needs to be guarded at the back rank.
Ha,
I don't know. It
actually,
feels the only trade I want as white is this knight taking on f3.
true. But वो तो completely black के हाथ में है. हम उस छू भी नहीं सकते उसको actually. That's in black's hands. Arjun risky कह रहे हैं उसे. Arjun risky, yeah, we know, but his opponent is still not played. So as of now, I think Arjun has a lot more time, so I would not be too worried maybe. Crucial moment, chat. Crucial moment.
यश भाई पूछ रहे हैं सहज why is Gukesh on a downfall all of a sudden after Olympia and candidates his peak? I don't think downfall है भाई. I think he's just trying to stabilize at a certain level. And yeah, I wouldn't really call it a downfall.
I think when you climb the Mount Everest, उसके बाद नीचे जाना सारा downfall ही लगता है भाई. So
मतलब कुछ भी करो उसके ऊपर सब वो कम ही लगता है उसके बाद तो.
हाँ, you could be on the top
You
of the
are
building in
what
your
you are
city,
saying
but
is that he didn't have a dream year again.
हाँ. ड्रीम से याद आया साहज भाई. व्हाट इज योर ड्रीम फॉर 2026? योर बिग वन थिंग जो अचीव करनी है आपने. एंड चैट, व्हाट इज योर्स?
I have a few of them, but अभी finalized नहीं हुआ कौन सा वाला pursue करना है मैंने. तो come back to me on this.
अच्छा, ओके, कूल. तो चैट, व्हाट इज योर्स? कोई गोल ऐसा कुछ दिमाग में कि इस साल में ये तो करना ही है?
सहज भाई की शादी इज
भाई
माय ड्रीम भाई. वो तो मेरा भी
सहज
ड्रीम है
भाई की
भाई.
शादी, वाह. वो तो सहज
क्रेजी.
भाई की ड्रीम है भाई. तो सहज भाई की ड्रीम है लेकिन.
क्रेजी. मैं एक सेकंड आया. जस्ट बी राइट बैक.
हाँ, कोई कह रहा है किड्स. भाई ये तो ड्रीम क्या है, तो रियलिटी कर सकते हो तुम कभी भी. Play first IRL chess tournament. Oh, that is so nice. 100 crore income. Wow. एक साल में. Nice, भाई. Glad to know Samir is in the chat. Um, get a eye test. भाई ये तो आज गिरा सकते हो तुम. इस साल का ड्रीम तो नहीं लग रहा है, तो दिन का ड्रीम लग रहा है. टिक्कू रीचिंग 2100. भाई नहीं यार, रेटिंग गिरा के बढ़ाओ भाई, बढ़ाओ. 2400 बोलो कम से कम. बाय द अर्जुन गेम में कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है चैट. पिछले 30 मिनट से कुछ भी नहीं हुआ है अर्जुन गेम में. सो वील गो टू इट एज सून एज वी हैव मूव्स. नथिंग हैज हैपेंड देयर. छोटा टिक्कू कौन है भाई? हु इज छोटा टिक्कू? आई डोंट नो. 26 में दुनिया खत्म है. किसने बोला यार? ये बहुत लोग. किसने बोला भाई 26 में दुनिया खत्म है? भाई कौन है ये आदमी? टिक्कू भाई से मैगी की बेट जीतना, दैट्स इम्पॉसिबल ब्रो. Only God can do that. Is Guki losing? Losing is a strong word. It's like दिख रहा है कि बंदी किसी और को टेक्स्ट कर रही है बट अभी गई नहीं है. लाइक यू कैन सी साइन समथिंग इज रॉन्ग, यू हैव टू फिक्स इट नाउ. सो आई थिंक फिलहाल के लिए फॉर एग्जांपल जैसे ये पोजीशन है, यू वांट टू फाइंड कंक्रीट वेज of equalizing as quickly as possible. So one of them is, let's take that pawn on e7. That's very important. Let's not let it linger for so long. Maar do pawn. Mukesh will play next 5 minutes. I mean, not necessarily, I think. He could take more time. Virat Kohli century. Oh, 99 pe Virat Kohli. Wow. Crazy. Do by pulling out personal experiences as examples. Bro, I mean, I've been holding on to so many experiences. Kya batau main tumhe? Mukesh is not losing. He's just not winning. Yes. Exactly.
Yeah, that's
मैं
a good way
रोडपति
to.
नहीं हूं, मैं सिर्फ करोड़पति नहीं हूं. हाँ साथ में क्या कर रहे हो?
Like, not that.
बोलो बोलो भाई.
Yeah, I think, but still a very critical moment for Gukesh. Yeah, I mean, he's thinking for how much time now? 13 minutes. Probably senses that the position is not right. Golden opportunity last moment पे miss हुआ वो e takes e5. He also thought for a while, but chose the wrong pawn there. Now he's in trouble, big trouble, I think.
By the way, Bibisara is again winning against Aydin Suleymanli.
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Sahaj bhai, I think this is just her, and she's completely winning in just 18 moves.
Wow, that's very impressive from
And
Bibisara.
she has an accuracy of 97.3 versus 91.8 for Aydin. I think Bibisara is definitely, I would say, the main contender to win the women's candidates. Like, as much as I want, like, I think Hampi, of course, and Divya Vaishali, but like the form she's in is just so good, yeah?
Yeah, definitely one of the contenders for sure. He goes bishop takes c7, by the way. Best move. Now rook f8 is like a hand move. ये तो सोचा ही होगा आपने. So I would expect this fairly quickly. हमें लेकिन board पे पहले दिखता है, right? Like we see it on the board and then the camera catches up.
Yeah. 2-3 सेकंड का वो होता है ना. स्पीड ऑफ लाइट थोड़ी स्लो हो गई आजकल, थोड़ा सा. इट्स नॉट 3652386 meters per second, so it's slowed down a bit nowadays.
Oh, he goes rook e8. He doesn't go rook fc8.
दिल्ली की हवा का असर. I am software engineer Oracle at 0 just to hear you enjoy. Thank you Ved bhai. Glad to know that. And अगर आप अडोब में काम करते तो कम से कम मेंबरशिप फ्री मांग लेता भाई. तो ओरेकल का कुछ खास काम है नहीं, बट थैंक यू भाई. थैंक्स फॉर द काइंड वर्ड्स.
There we see Fausti, by the way, walking off. Big opportunity for Gukesh here to bounce back. Rook c1 is the move.
Huge
And just so you know, after rook c1 के बाद उसको rook c8 ही खेलना है, which is not easy.
नहीं, रुक ए8 खेलेगा ना फिर वो, like the other rook.
हाँ, rook a8 exactly, but it's the same principle, yeah. You're still wasting a move by the rook. But still, I think difficult for him to hold this.
वो a pawn है ना यार. Until that a pawn is live, you never know. And Gukesh will have to be cautious. Time है, वो समय अपने साइड पे है, so that is good news. Meanwhile, no moves from Thai Dai Van. He's been thinking for I think like a year. So
हाँ भाई, मतलब ऑलरेडी 40 मिनट का फर्क है यहाँ पे इस बोर्ड पे.
Yep. 2027 जीतेंगे.
सोच रहा होगा भाई कि ड्रॉ ही कर लेता.
Maybe not यार. अगर वो थॉट्स दिमाग में चल रहे हैं then you're already gone, I think. Because अगर ये दिमाग में आ गया ना बार बार कि अरे ड्रॉ कर लेता एक चाल बाद ही, I think you're not going to survive against a player like Arjun then.
But I think like the follow-up is not easy, yeah, because rook d4 के बाद we were looking at this and queen e7 to untangle the pin, and now rook h4 is a very interesting move here. Okay, you are just saying कि 95 का pawn I'm just sacrificing, I'll take the pawn on h7. in return.
But
And
okay,
okay,
I mean, I'm
H5
happy,
because
yeah. I mean, I'm threatening mate in one, Sajbhai, so I'll take it.
yeah, but then there's knight g6, and
Bishop
suddenly you
d3?
don't have much here.
Bishop d3?
F5 maybe, yeah. And already black is
But
better now.
okay. Wait, what? How is black better suddenly?
Now black, ये रुक थोड़ा बाहर है ना, it's out of place. So it's a critical moment, I think, for Van.
Wow, I never thought ki FI ke baad black would in that position. Like to me, white looks better at first glance, but clearly I'm projecting more than calculating. But yeah, so there is potential in Arjun's position then.
Yeah, and time देख के थोड़ा, I think, like there's a huge difference there. 40 minutes already, and he's been thinking for 20 minutes. So if we do a quick roundup here, I think Gukesh has more or less bounced back, but still I think critical. Pragg, I think, is more or less equal. Arjun, I think, okay, still critical, but time advantage काफी है. And Arvind, by the way, still thinking in that position against Erdogmus after c3, which was an inaccuracy by white. And उसके बाद यहाँ पे Arvind is still thinking. I'm not sure कितना time Arvind को सोचते हुए यहाँ पे. Maybe around 20 minutes or so, because he had 146 if I remember correctly.
Yeah, 22 minutes have passed. And the good news is that at least thinking at the right moment. This is like the moment where he needs to find 95. So
94.
I mean, yeah, 94. Sorry. So I think that's amazing. As long as he finds it, and the extra time he has is going to help now.
But do you see the follow-up? Like 94.
I mean, I don't see it, but Arvind showed, yeah.
Look at this knight dc6.
Wow.
Only move for black, knight ec5. Only move for white, knight d5. Only move for black. Well, there are two moves actually. Queen takes c6. You can just sack the queen and apparently it's working.
Okay, that's not going to happen, yeah? 100%.
No, it's for three pieces though. So knight f6, knight f6. Do piece to ho gaye. Bishop c6, and you cannot take this f6 knight because I have bishop h1 hanging. So queen for three pieces. Three minor pieces.
Okay, so I take it back. Maybe 94 is not going to happen then. Then I think Arvind is struggling, to be honest. This doesn't help his case.
For sure. Yash bhai asking, without calculating anything, what is your intuitive move here? This is the type of position I think where you don't really trust your intuition, because this is very, very dynamic. So you have to calculate and you have to justify what your intuitive feeling is. Like where you start, of course, you should start by thinking about taking the pawn on e4, because that's the most direct move possible in the position.
India lost mostly 110 in 10 overs. Chalo, badhiya hai, chess में ज़्यादा अच्छा chance जीतने का. That's good news. Tikwai, which is the next big event of Tata Steel? I think next one would be the Freestyle World Championship, but usse pehle we also have the SEC finals, Sahaj by the way, 7th and 8th Feb. So I just realized it yesterday. So 7th and 8th Feb is SEC finals. I think in
7th and
London.
8th. Oh, बढ़िया है तो, बढ़िया time बैठ गया है तो. वो तो मैं हूँ.
So it will be amazing because we'll have Magnus, Hikaru. I think it's going to be fascinating to watch that. IRL hoga wo bhi will be crazy. And then, of course, then we'll have Freestyle World Championship. But I think in terms of, let's say, 20 players or 10 players, 15 players getting up in one place, IRL tournament, I think it's most likely going to be the candidates. Yeah, which is the big event. March last week, mein.
You never know how the total world championship, all this 13, 14, 14, 15, 16 को है, वो भी, that could also be something. The freestyle event.
Freestyle, yes. Freestyle.
It's also part of the world championship kuch to cycle, na? So I think that can also be interesting.
Yeah, that will definitely be very, very interesting for sure. Gajab.
But yeah, भाई candidates तो we are waiting.
Yeah.
एक और चाहिए था Indian, but you know, in the women's section, I think वो compensate हो गया because we have three very, very major candidates.
Yeah.
Incoming.
Salve, how do you feel after getting married? Amazing, bhai. Nothing better than spending time with your loved ones, bhai. So feels amazing. तभी मैंने साथ में कहा था भाई दिल्ली आ जाओ. But he doesn't like spending time.
You know, speaking of doesn't like spending time, Arvind has been thinking for 25 minutes now.
भाई एक्स्ट्रा है ना उसके पास, वो अभी 25 मिनट और सोचेगा आई थिंक. I
Yeah.
think he's going to think for at least, like he could think for an hour and it would be equal.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
That's crazy.
And
वो
Yash
एक
bhai,
घंटा. Oh my.
Yash bhai is asking like, इस बार candidates में वापस जागना पड़ेगा? नहीं भाई, because the candidates is not in Canada this time. So that was an unfortunate timing for all of us. इस बार I believe it's in Cyprus. So एकदम European time के हिसाब से रहेगा. So it won't be late nights. Like I think 1, 2 a.m. what you can expect, but not later than that.
Oof. Men's section. Men's section? अभी क्या देख रहे हैं हम भाई? ओपन सेक्शन ही है.
Wow.
गुकेश गेम की डिमांड चल रही है,
Bishop
बट
g5.
वी डोंट हैव लाइक अ लॉट ऑफ मूव्स, बट अच्छा बिशप g5 ही प्लेड, दैट्स नॉट द बेस्ट मूव. या
I mean, I don't think 19-20 का फर्क, but I think it's still very good. अभी भी ब्लैक को रुक EC8 ही खेलना है यहाँ पे, जो वो खेलेगा नहीं.
actually bishop e5 is also possible, and that I think is definitely a move black might consider.
Yeah, bishop e5 looks nice. Goes queen
If he
a3,
doesn't,
okay.
he
क्या
wants
प्लान
to
है
take
भाई
on
का?
f3. Knight f3, queen f3.
Yeah, but I think bishop e3 तो logical है white की side से. Maybe he wants to
हाँ
also untangle his queen. Yeah, queen a6 पे थोड़ी.
भाई,
Like
ए
even,
पॉन आ रहा है भाई.
yeah, just a5 a4 probably is his plan.
भाई डर लग रहा है भाई, डर लग रहा है. ए पॉन दौड़ लगाएगा लिटरली, मिल्खा की तरह लिटरली. इट्स रियली रियली स्कैरी बिकॉज दैट इज द ट्रम्प कार्ड. विदाउट द ए, पुट दिस पॉन ऑन c7, लाइक आई एम ऑलरेडी मच मोर रिलैक्स्ड. ये पॉन थोड़ा खतरनाक लग रहा है मुझे.
And also why it looks scary is because it connects at the back rank with the bishop.
या
तो आप रुक ए1 खेल के कुछ पॉन को स्टॉप नहीं कर सकते. क्वीन ए1 नहीं खेल सकते इस पोजीशन में. आई मीन इट वुड बी लवली इफ यू कुड प्ले क्वीन ए1 हियर एंड जस्ट पुट प्रेशर ऑन द ए7 pawn, but you can't. That's why it looks so
Can
scary
we
here.
can you ask the question? Queen a1, best move for black. Chad, what's the best move for black here after queen a1? साथ भाई मेरी queen hanging है, so मारना तो पड़ेगा ना. I think queen takes a1, rook takes a1, and then I can give knight e2 check
भाई वो
deflection.
भी ठीक है, वैसे वो भी विनिंग ही
I know, but
है.
queen a1 can and knight e2 checks. Taj, I think that's the best.
That's also winning by, but knight f3 is the move, and I think chat has found it. But yeah,
Yeah.
knight f3 and bishop a1 is hanging. So bishop this bishop connecting on the a1 square with the pawn is the scary part here.
Just a guy who at chess anime by 92 फंस गया आप trap में, but I think yeah, you can just play knight f3 directly, and that would be a better version. But your answer is also correct.
Knight e2 भी works. You're a queen up just.
4 घंटे से रुका हूं कि साहज भाई कोई रिप्लाई देंगे मेरे क्वेश्चन पे. भाई तो क्वेश्चन भी लिख दीजिए नंदिनी जी, क्वेश्चन के बिना तो कोई मतलब नहीं है. ये वही हो गया कि एक एक बार क्वेश्चन लिखा, फिर 10 बार लिखा, रीड माय क्वेश्चन, रीड माय क्वेश्चन, रीड माय क्वेश्चन. भाई क्वेश्चन ही नहीं दिख रहा है.
हाँ भाई, क्वेश्चन तो, और पहले वाला भी जो क्वेश्चन था, मतलब आई मीन आई एम नॉट रियली श्योर व्हाट like I can say about that. Yeah, I don't agree with it. I
चलो
think
जी.
also it people I mean लोग हमेशा बोलते हैं, but I don't agree with it. I feel like he's quite young and very ambitious, and he's trying to find his footing, and I think we will see with time. कोई भी वर्ल्ड चैंपियन
या
फेक नहीं होता, लेकिन आई थिंक दैट्स नॉट राइट टू से.
या
गुकेश तो उसी को हराएगा ना जो उसके सामने बैठा है. That's not his fault.
विकिपीडिया पेज पे जाके चेक कर सकते हैं, किसी को डाउट हो तो. उसका नाम है उधर, मैग्नस, एंड देन लाइक डिंग, एंड देन सो ऑन, सो ऑल गुड. साबे, आर यू थीस्ट और अथीस्ट? अच्छा, थीस्ट भी वर्ड होता है. फर्स्ट टाइम आई हर्ड थीस्ट भी वर्ड है. वाओ. बट इट मेक्स सेंस. या आई मीन, आई डोंट नो व्हाई आई थॉट इट्स नॉट अ वर्ड. I think I would say most people believe in God in some shape or form. I mean, there was a famous quote जिसने कहा था, everybody is an atheist until there's turbulence on a plane. Something like that he said. So
That is
yeah,
true.
I mean, everybody believes in God in some shape or form. Maybe it's different for everybody, but yeah, most people, let's say.
Mukesh won't be in top 10 after today's draw, but I feel he's currently fourth best in classical after Maggie, Hikaru, and Fabi. think they're very close to each other. Apart from Magnus, I think everyone is very close to each other. By the way, he goes bishop e3. But yeah, I don't really think there's a very big difference between any of them. On a good day, they can beat like anyone.
Arjun Vincent, by the way, fighting for that world number 4 spot. So you don't want to lose. And by the way, there's now a difference between the top 5 in the world and world number 6. So for example, Arjun world number 5 is 2779.8. So essentially 2780. And world number 6 is 2759, Firuzja. So world top 5 थोड़े अलग हो गए हैं. They are Carlsen, Hikaru, Caruana, Keymer and Arjun. It's very interesting to me.
Pele, it was just Magnus, Hikaru, and Fabi who were different, yeah? Who were like
Yeah.
on the
Now
other
it feels
side.
like he थोड़ा सा like fourth and fifth are joining them and usually 1 to
अर्जुन
3
भी वो
अलग थे. हाँ
अर्जुन भी ना वो 2809 का वो टेस्ट लेके आ गया.
हाँ, ये तो है भाई. जर्मनी में मैंने वो प्रेटजेल खाए थे भाई. ओह क्या प्रेटजेल होते हैं. तो एवरी टाइम आई गेट अ चांस लाइक आई एम लाइक यार प्रेटजेल खाना है लाइक यू. वही सेम चीज है. 2809 का टेस्ट आ गया ना भाई एक बार. यू जस्ट वांट टू बी देयर ऑलवेज.
नेवर थॉट कोई 2800 की रेटिंग को प्रेटजेल से कंपेयर करेगा भाई. यू
भाई
लर्न
मतलब
समथिंग
यार
न्यू एवरी डे.
something you can't get every day you want. Yeah, मतलब it's tough and it's
By the
tasty.
way, he plays a5, and now it's the golden opportunity for Gukesh. Rook c1 is the move. He finds it, it's equal.
Oh, there's one very interesting idea. If I would love to show it. So let's say you play rook c1 and black says, "भाई ये क्या कर रहा है white यार? कुछ है ही नहीं a4." Suddenly, bishop d1 and white is actually better.
Ah, because this queen is trapped on a3.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think this bishop d1 is very, very critical. And also, by
And
a5, rook c1 ke baad, you have to play rook c8. And after that, you can take and go rook f7.
अरे बाप रे.
And there's no rook c1 check, of course, because bishop is looking at e3. And if you take here, then I have queen b7 check and I capture this back. This is equal because ये pawn अभी भी थोड़ा dangerous है.
हाँ.
But
And
I'm not sure if
also,
he plays I'm not sure if he plays rook c8.
yeah, if he doesn't play rook c8 after that bishop d1 move, I think rook c7 is incoming. And if you don't do anything in this move, it is actually +3 for white. So if bishop f6, rook c7 +3.6. Khatam.
Hmm.
So
And
this
if rook
is
f8 or
maybe.
something, then
And then
but then
bishop
bishop c1
f6.
and the queen is
Obsession to
gone.
trap हो रही है.
By queen cd, sukha.
भाई अब मैं पूछूंगा. I'm not gonna. छोड़ो. Let's move on.
Yeah, golden
Arjun's
opportunity, I
army.
think, for Gukesh to come back in the game, equalize the Hoyrier position, but he could be looking at a better position as well. Has chess been solved? I think, like, we know what is right, what is wrong, but no, like in the bigger sense, no. I don't think it will be like anytime soon.
It's not the same president भाई. Like I've not had packed ones, but वो अलग ही होते हैं भाई. जो fresh मिलते हैं. ओह फील अलग होती है. By the way, Arjun's opponent has played. Maybe we can have a brief look there after a very long think. He played rook fe1. I think
First,
we
he
had
played
like
queen g3, by the way,
queen
and
g3.
queen
Yeah,
e7 के बाद rook
yeah,
e1.
yeah.
Still a bit better, I think, for white.
For sure, and दोनों लोग ready हैं. Rook d4, rook e3, both rooks absolutely ready to go for an attack. So black needs to be very precise in how he counters that initiative. Because rook d4 तो आ रहा है यार. And very hard to stop it.
It looks like a very comfortable advantage for white because of these broken pawns.
Like this looks hard. This looks hard. Somebody's
Yeah.
told me it's not pretzel, it's Brazil. Brazil is different actually. It's Brazil, not pretzel. But anyways, okay.
हम pretzel ही बोलेंगे. By the way, some updates in the Pragg board as well against Nodirbek. So we left it somewhere around here, Queen straight Viti. And now he goes Rook C1. Pragg plays Rook C8, trying to push C5 at the right moment. And here Nodirbek plays B3, just trying to cover the C4 square. Black khelta है B4, Knight A4 and Rook B5. I think he's gearing up for the C5 break. अगर ये successfully आ गया C5 break, तो it's equal.
Because I think black will take over the C file then, and maybe you have no initiative there. And the only trump card for white is, I think, that A pawn. But that could also be weak in some cases. Black would just chop it off and then you have nothing. So Pragg holding on, I think, comfortably. I don't know if that's the correct word, but he is holding on. So Saj bhai, maybe you were right, yeah? A calm day today, maybe a bunch of draws.
Yeah, I think probably the only match where I'm a bit still not sure is maybe Arjun.
Saj bhai, I have a question, okay? So if let's say ki you wanted to party, hang out tonight and thoda chill karna hai, and you want a wingman or just a friend, which of the chess players would you take with you इस tournament में से?
Probably Anish,
Anish, yeah?
because we are the same age.
But
Like it
initially
would
busy,
be.
no? Like, matlab, he's married, has kids, and he might not have
ये
time. He might
ये
say,
क्या
I'm
है?
busy.
Anish, I
He
think is
might,
the
he
very.
might be busy, no? Like, he's less likely.
नहीं, he's not busy for me, भाई.
Oh,
Yeah.
Dubov नहीं है, वरना बोल रहा Dubov ही आंसर है, फिर तो पता ही था मुझे, but he's not there.
You know me too well.
I know Dubov too well, actually, also now.
Oh, by the way, we have a result incoming in the challenger section between Andy Woodward and Elaine Roberts. But look at the position, by the way. Look at
Wow.
this position. It's crazy, actually. Absolute destruction. This king on f6 is just gone. If you play king f5, there is g4 check. Game over.
Knight G4?
King f5, g4, knight g4, and some queen f4 check, I think that is.
मैंने
And
कहा
then you
इतना
take it.
आगे आएगा तो शायद क्या होना, मतलब जल्दी मार ही देते हैं उसको भी.
Crazy. So good recovery from Andy in the
Oh,
second round.
bye. Arjun game. Slight error, Queen C5. And it's plus 0.87 now for white. I know it's just a number at the end, but apparently Knight C5 was the best way to move forward. But he plays Queen C5. And that means कि आपका king side protection थोड़ा कम हो गया है maybe.
But he puts pressure on the e5 pawn, which is good. And I think he's also looking at playing a4. क्योंकि a4 के बाद at least एक जो sort of weakness है आपकी, so to speak, that gets eliminated. I like this move actually. And Van, I think, also on borderline time issues as well. He has 16 moves to make for 32 minutes.
But Sajbhai, it's like that's a minor problem, yeah. मतलब घर में आग लगी हो तो पौधों को पानी बाद में डालते हैं. मतलब I feel like कि king side is the main issue, and a4, while it is a nice move, it's also saying कि भाई I am not under stress on the king side.
But you can't really do anything on the king side right now. Like you cannot really trade the queens. You cannot make your king safer. Also, white के pieces भी उतने नहीं है king side पे. Just the queen is looking at that side. So it's a good moment to fix your problems on the queen side, I think. I think a4 is his plan. That's why he played queen c5. Which in hindsight doesn't look bad. I think it looks pretty interesting. And because of time, I think Arjun has good chances to make a comeback. I don't see anyone losing yet. By the way, Gukesh has played Rook C1.
Ooh, so maybe
So
there is
very
hope.
critical moment for Jorden here.
Oh, by the way, look at what just Fedoseev played. Bhai, Vincent Keymer going down. Fedoseev ने blunder किया. He's like, bhai, it is my comeback. What a
I'm just
move.
trying to find the game. Oh ho 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 ho. What? Look at this shot. B6 and knight d5. Blue arrow में भी दिखाया and played.
Bhai, it's just crazy. Ki 16th move pe he resigned, and today he starts off from where he left on the 17th move. Knight d5 brilliancy.
And look at his accuracy, yeah, 99.2.
Shit, yaar. Indian parents will be so disappointed.
Sharma ji ka ladka. By the way, Arvind is still thinking for over 40 minutes now. Not the best sign there. And yeah, Gukesh ka, I think, is a very critical moment because also Jorden was kind of hovering over that rook for a little bit. But I'm not sure if he's actually going to play rook c8 or not. He just played rook c8, by the way.
Wow.
Gukesh versus Jorden.
By the way, you might see the end game now. Maybe it's about to end in a draw and I'm going to lose one more Maggie. I don't like this.
Tablash incoming.
Sajasal, do you think that Dukesh will be able to win championship again after losing at his games in recent times? I think yes. First of all, winning the world championship is just about beating one guy. And it's much easier than winning the candidates, qualifying to the candidates, and then beating the world champion. So I think absolutely yes. Second, I think we might see Ukesh come back in form. I think 2025 was not the ideal year, but he knows the stakes, right? He knows kitna important hai. Like the drawbacks of, let's say, losing Tata Steel is not that high. I mean, he will not suffer in his life too much. But if he loses the world championship, that's it. You might never ever become the world champion again, Saj. That's just heartbreaking. So you will give it your every single drop and blood and whatever you can give, yeah, to kind of retain that title.
Oh, yeah, for sure. I think no matter who wins, he's not going to make it easy. No matter what. But abhi ke
Unless
liye, I'm not
it's
sure if Gukesh is considering this whole rook f7 idea, then it's equal. But if he doesn't play that, it could very well be worse for him.
but he can do it directly, no? Rook f7 now.
Yeah, basically.
Because rook c1, now bishop c1, and your queen is hanging. So you can't really.
You can still play queen b4 and you're still equal.
Acha, oh, wow.
Option ही option है भाई.
अर्जुन के लिए डर लग रहा है. अर्जुन के लिए डर. ओ बाय द वे, अर्जुन की गेम में +1 हो गई है वैल्यूएशन अब.
वो तो अभी भी वही सोच रहा है ना क्वीन c5 के बाद. कुछ हुआ
नहीं
उधर?
हो गया.
अच्छा, अपडेट हुए
h4
हैं.
खेला व्हाइट ने. एंड नाउ
h4.
रुक b8. उफ.
He didn't go for a4 though. Thought that was his plan.
I'm not sure what is his plan actually.
Knight
I'm not
b6
sure.
perhaps? Or maybe just connecting his rooks. Maybe he wants to go rook f d8, knight f8 somehow.
Hmm. हाँ मैन, चेस इज हार्ड. एंड मीनवाइल अर्जुन भाई सोच रहे हैं कि यार इंडिया में वन का टाइटल मेंटेन करना है. सो ही इज गोना पुल अप एवरी सिंगल रिसोर्स ही हैज. एंड थाई दाइवान के लिए क्या ही डे है भाई. ही कुड एंड अप बीटिंग लाइक द वर्ल्ड नंबर 4. आई मीन दैट वुड बी अ स्टोरी टू टेल एवरीबॉडी. सो पूरा.
Also after refusing the draw, yeah?
हाँ हाँ. ऐसे you know, imagine him standing around a campfire like, and then I said no. Wow, all the kids go crazy. I'm like, क्या मस्त स्टोरी रहेगी बताने के लिए, नहीं?
But right now, it's a difficult situation for both players. I think for Van, I think it's maybe just the time that's making me say this. But for Arjun, it's the overall position. If time agar reversed hota, like Arjun having, then I think his chances would be like 0 to win.
Hmm. By the way, अरविंद को आई थिंक आधा घंटा से ऊपर हो चुका है. 40 मिनट हो चुके हैं क्या सोचते हुए.
Pray.
He's still not played. He has an hour now.
By the
So
way,
I
he goes
think.
h5. Van just played h5,
Oh.
trying to go h6, and Arjun ko he has to put a stop to this right now with h6. I think this is very logical.
You know, Just to highlight कितना खराब हो सकता था, black had only two moves, king h8 or h6, or he was lost +3. Like
Yeah,
reaching that zone जहां black has to be a bit cautious now.
very cautious. Yes.
I think principal idea मुझे समझ में आ रहा है. There's no rook d4 at least, so it's not easy to transfer your rooks. e4 square bishop ने control किया, d4 square queen ने. So you're kind of placing a roadblock there to white's at least simple plans.
Yeah, I think makes sense. अर्जुन को देख के तो लग नहीं रहा कि he is in any trouble.
Saj bhai, so I have a question for you, ठीक है? Looking at the situation so far today, Indian players battling it out. Who do you think will be the star for today? Will it be Gukesh? Will it be Arjun? Will it be Pragg? Or will it be Virat Kohli?
Arvind bhai.
Arvind,
Arvind
yeah?
Chithambaram.
So not Virat.
No.
अच्छा अच्छा. Nice, nice.
बिल्कुल भी नहीं.
अरविंद भाई अभी गलती कर
I
दी है
actually
ना
don't
तो
know कोई मैच चल रहा है क्या अभी
भाई,
आजकल.
अगर अरविंद ने अभी गलती कर दी ना भाई, that is gonna be heartbreaking.
मत करो भाई, मत करो. Arvind, actually, let's take a quick look at his game because he's been thinking for 47 minutes, भाई. Crazy.
भाई वो मैच देख रहा है क्या? अच्छा नहीं नहीं,
वो
बैठा बैठा हुआ है.
Erdogmus भी अब वो मतलब he was like moving around a lot. वो भी अब एकदम शांत हो गया. Oh, as soon as we came here, knight takes e4 played भाई.
Oh, played.
47
Wow.
minutes.
47 minutes. That's like a documentary जो कैंडिडेट्स की आने वाली थी, पता नहीं क्या हुआ उसका. वो like 47 minutes. Damn. And फिलहाल के लिए, by the way, still no clarity on any of the Indian games कि कौन जीतने वाला है. As of now, it feels like it's right in the middle.
Yeah, but knight takes e4 is a step in the right direction for Arvind there. There we see a very beautiful four-player camp भाई. मजा ही आ गया है तो देख के.
Yeah.
You can
Gukesh
see
in a huge
all
time.
the action here. On the top left corner, there is Jorden and Gukesh. And Gukesh has to take that pawn on f7 at some point, either right now or in the next move after he takes the rook. Then it's equal. Otherwise, Gukesh is in trouble. Top right, mein Arjun just played h6 to prevent any advance on the king side. I think he's also looking more or less fine. Still some problems on the because of those pawns. On the bottom left corner, we just saw knight takes e4 from Arvind, which is the only move in that position to keep things balanced. After 47 minutes of thinking, he
Saj
plays
bhai,
that.
chat is gonna go crazy अभी. Chat is gonna cry.
क्या हुआ?
बस देख लेना आप. Chat is gonna cry now.
क्यों?
अभी देख लेना.
क्या हुआ? कौन से मैच में हुआ?
Imagine करो गुकेश fumbling, like blundering a queen here, like ऐसा कुछ हो गया अभी.
Oh, I just saw on the chat. ये मेरे बोलने के बाद ही क्यों होना था भाई? उससे पहले नहीं हो सकता था क्या ये?
I could see it coming from a mile. भाई chat disappointed. Sorry chat. क्या करे भाई? Sports is harsh. एटलीस्ट अब ये है कि जो भी हो जाए इससे बेकार तो नहीं होता चेस में कुछ आज. जो ये हो गया क्रिकेट में, इससे बुरा तो नहीं हो सकता.
By the way, on Pragg's board, we're getting a bunch of moves. Position is really materialized now. Look at the c5 के बाद सब takes everything. And we are in an end game now. And now it's
साज
Pragg's
भाई
move.
डायलॉग भी एवेंजर से कॉपी कर रहे हो साज भाई. दैट इज नॉट फेयर.
We are
रॉयल्टी
in
देनी
the end
पड़ेगी.
game now.
ये तो वो डब वर्जन लगा जो सुनने में मिलता है इंडिया में.
अंतिम जो भी.
थैनोस तू आ गया. थैनोस. थैनोस तो दुनिया को मारेगा क्या? ओह मैन. By the way, he needs to find rook c3 now. He needs to find rook c3, otherwise this is gonna again drag on for a while.
Yeah, but rook c3 के बाद जो follow up है, well, that's not so easy.
It's not rook b3, huh?
Yeah. Because rook
Oh,
b3 में
okay.
भाई knight takes d5 मर रहा है. And okay, I'll play that for a long time. You have to find d4. Okay, d4 is not happening.
Also, I thought like there'll be some knight c6 ideas because a7 gaya to then you're already struggling, yeah? So I think maybe you're right. It's not as simple, but okay, Pragg should be able to calculate this. Okay, no moves in the Arjun game, no moves in the Gukesh game, no moves in the Arvind, whole game, no moves in the Pragg game, and no moves in the Vedant, by the way, is worse now.
Yeah, I saw.
So now we could lose on all 5 boards. No, we're not going to lose on boards now, I think.
नहीं, I think डिफेंड, आई थिंक वो काम ही चलना था आज का दिन तो वैसे भी. प्रग का तो एकदम काम ही लग रहा है. ओके, आई थिंक नोदिरबेक विल पुश फॉर अ बिट, बट बाय द वे रुक c3 नाइट c4 हुआ क्या बोर्ड पे? नहीं, नाइट d3 ये पोजीशन है चार्ट. ही हैजंट प्लेड रुक c3 yet.
Chat, I asked you this at the start of the stream. 5 games चल रही हैं Indians की. It's Gukesh, Arjun, Pragg, Aravindh, and Vedant. How many points do you think we scored today? क्या लग रहा है भाई 5 में से? Saj bhai, I think you answered 3.5. Any changes to your answer?
3 कर दो भाई.
3, yeah? Half a point आपने दे दिया.
हाँ, +1. That's a good score.
Yeah, I would take that in now. I think 3 point I will gladly take.
I don't know जीतेगा कौन भाई, लेकिन किसी के जीतने के चांसेस लग तो नहीं रहे हैं आज.
और हार रहा है वेदांत, so you have to get like 2 wins to compensate for that.
Yeah. Yes,
Yeah,
yes. Cute smile. We saw Arvind played the move. We already covered it. Knight takes e4 after 47 minutes of thinking, and now Erdogmus has 17 minutes on the clock with no increment, so this could get spicy very quickly.
भाई चैट तो 1.5, 2, 2.5 पॉइंट बोल रही है यार. The tide has turned. Maybe the Virat Kohli wicket has caused us our hope, our faith. Come on भाई, बंडा कर दो यार वैन फॉरेस्ट जी. Meanwhile, chat, if you're joining in right now after the cricket game has ended, an update. All 5 Indians still battling it out. It's the second day of Tata Steel Chess Championship. Super important day. Gukesh was worse, actually, but he fought back. And can we go to his board right now, Sahaj bhai, and kind of explain the current situation? It's very, very interesting. You can see him calm and composed, eyes closed. He's trying to calculate. He made a mistake yesterday. He doesn't want to repeat it again. And the idea, Sahaj bhai, Rook takes f7. Can we go over the variations yet again?
So Rook f7 के बाद we have King f7 and there's Rook c1 as well. But let's focus on King f7 where you can capture the Rook back. So Rook c8 check, Rook c8, Queen b7 check. Black goes King g8. You take the Rook with a check and now King h7, and this is the critical moment. यहाँ पर white is an extra pawn up because of this e and f pawns. But black has this outside pawn on the a file that connects with the bishop. And basically, Gukesh would have to find some way to force a perpetual check on the king side. And one way to do that is to take the pawn on h5, which doesn't feel realistic.
I mean, it is Sahaj bhai. It is because takes and takes on d4 then.
Yeah, but also then Gukesh has to. But then there's Queen d1 check, no? Oh, no, sorry. Queen is on a3. My bad. Yeah, bishop d4 and then you give checks. Yeah, but then Gukesh also has to accept a draw.
Yeah, of course.
Also, let's not forget that he has 16 minutes on the clock with no increment. And for 18 moves, Gukesh has to play 16. He has 16 minutes to play 18 moves with no increment. That's not a good sign.
Yep. And that means he's likely going for the draw, Sahaj. He is going to take on f7 because if he has no time, I think he's going to be pragmatic. We know what happened yesterday. We don't want to repeat. And this time he will not end up drawing. He'll end up losing. So I think Rook f7, either before or after, taking on c8 has to be the idea. The queen is far away
right now.
Yeah, the queen is far away, right? And black ka a pawn hai. We don't really have a trump card here. We don't have a way to create a pass pawn easily because e5 square is controlled by the black bishop.
Yeah, this is troubling. 15 minutes for Gukesh, bhai. Thoda jaldi.
Come on, Guki.
We are 3 hours into the broadcast and there is still a half an hour increment. Sorry, क्या बोल रहे थे आप?
मैं कहता only 3 feels like a lot more, Sahaj bhai, because आज की games थोड़ी सी वो They were like ऐसे सांस निकाल दी अंदर से, ऐसी ऐसी वाली games है, if that makes
आज तो
sense.
लेकिन राउंड टू तो हमेशा ही काम रहता है यार हर जगह आई थिंक.
हाँ, true. It's
तो
not, it's
टेक्स अ
not the
रुक.
calmness. It's like we're playing like without hope. We want a 3 result position. अभी जो हम खेल रहे हैं वो 2 result. But he's taken on C8.
नाउ रुक c8 पॉसिबल. Takes. And now rook takes f7. That's the key.
Come on.
Does Gukesh play it instantly or no?
Apparently, he can also include e5 here as a move, but I see no reason and no logic as to why. I think he should just take on f7. Simple tactics, rook takes f7, king takes, queen b7 check. If you've done your puzzle rush chat, you will figure out in a second. So queen b7 check, and you pick up the rook on c8, and there should be a perpetual there.
Yeah, but right now Gukesh is thinking again, why that's not a great sign. Because he has 17 more moves to make before he gets the extra 30 minutes and the 30-second increment that comes with it.
चैट जल्दी स्ट्रीम लाइक करो भाई. कितने लाइक्स है? 500 है क्या भाई? एक मेंबरशिप तैयार है यार. साथ में क्वेश्चन सोच के रखो, because we might have 500 likes at any point. Do you like the stream? And if you're here for the first time, do subscribe. Let's go.
Amazing. Nice plug.
अरे प्लग तो प्लेयर्स ने कल लगाए थे भाई अपने कानों में.
Oh yes,
तो हम
earplugs.
क्यों ना करें?
आज तो कोई नहीं दिख रहा भाई earplugs के साथ.
कल इतने ब्लंडर हुए ना भाई. दे आर लाइक
हाँ.
यही है, इसकी इसकी से ब्लंडर हुआ मेरा. By the way, Arvind is also still thinking.
भाई
That's
गुकेश के पास
crazy.
13 मिनट है भाई, थोड़ा जल्दी खेलो.
No, but he's gonna draw. Yeah, I mean he's seen till the end. I think now.
Why? But I'm not sure if you can see this till the end. Like it's not that simple. I think the likelihood of him not going for rook f7 is very high now. He might play something like bishop d1, like safer, because he cannot justify rook f7.
No, yeah, Bishop D1 just feels too vague for me. It's like I'm gonna control you and I'm gonna just hold the position, but there is no attacking chances for white. The queen is on B1. A pawn जो दौड़ लगा रहा है ना, you just don't have time to attack. So that's why I think just कर दो.
Yes, for sure. And by the way, he plays
Oh,
rook takes f7.
played. Let's go. Let's see it in action,
Brilliancy.
and he's taken. Thank you for the
Yeah,
chat, Shashank bhai. Pragg blunder. No, no, bhai. Pragg is not blundered. It's still equal chat. Don't worry.
that's a beautiful move right there. Very critical. और अब I think Gukesh would have looked at that bishop h5 वाला line जहाँ पे हमारे पास repetition था. He takes king f7, gives a check.
It would be cool to play rook c7 here. Okay, but he doesn't do it.
Goes king g8 again, gives a check. Now Gukesh is a pawn up, but remember this pawn on a5 is very dangerous. So यहाँ पर Gukesh को एकदम, yeah, basically he just has to take the pawn on h5 and go for the repetition. Actually, Sahil, why even bishop d4, bishop h5 also works.
हाँ. Basically, हम light squares पे खेलेंगे. We're gonna give checks on the light squares, and आप dark square पे 4 bishop रख लो. It's completely irrelevant.
आप पूछ रहे हो सहज भाई why not rook b8? Because rook b8 में आपको same position मिलती जिसमें black का f7 का pawn अभी भी रहता. So if we go back to this position, you play rook b8, I take, queen takes and king h7, and you see it's basically the same position जहाँ पे black का f7 का pawn नहीं है. So I think Gukesh went for that, he just same type of an endgame. And यहाँ पे draw के chances बढ़ जाते हैं with bishop h5 and these queen f5 checks incoming. That's why not rook b8.
Chat, by the way, look at the accuracy. Yeah? I mean, it's 98.3, 97.7. So both players playing some fabulous chess. It's completely equal. Look at the bar. In the middle, 0.00. That's how equal it is. And the simplest way, as Sajbhai mentioned earlier, would be to just take on d4. That strong knight. Bishop takes d4 and then bishop h5. Basically opening the black king completely, bare open naked, and then just kind of check, and it's a draw.
But I think I have still this queen. Isn't queen g3 very annoying here?
भाई ये ऐसी चालें नहीं खेलते यार.
अच्छा, look at this queen c7 check. King
Huh?
h6 and queen c1 check. Very important.
And king
E
h5,
queen
queen
d1.
d1 check wins.
And then you take on d4, yeah.
Wow.
So this is not easy. He has 11 minutes, Gukesh, and no increment. Why? Buy no increment.
Uh, I think he's still okay. I think he's still okay. Is my guess. I still have faith. I think he's okay. But the thing is, does he see bishop h5? Because अगर bishop d1 खेला या कुछ random खेला ना king h2 or whatever, then I am in the same boat as you. Then I'm really worried. Chat, come on,
Yeah.
come on. What do you think? Draw? Yes or no? Spam karo bhai. Gukesh, does he find the draw now or does he play on? And he could be playing on with ambition. Yeah, he's hoping he black king weak, maybe I get to attack. It could be either way. But if he plays on and doesn't take the draw, that means both sides get winning chances. And as of now, white will have the better chances. Sorry, black, that is his opponent. Because
Yeah,
he
for
has a
sure.
clear plan of pushing
This
the
is
pass
not
pawn.
the moment to be ambitious. By 10 minutes पड़े हैं आपके पास. The chances of
Yeah.
making a blunder is so high.
Exactly. Crush ki shaadi ho chuki hai. This is not the time to be ambitious, Saad bhai. It's over. I think moving on, take the draw, move on. Take the L. Sahaj bhai ka no reaction. So clearly Sahaj bhai has not suffered heartbreak that much.
By kind of just taking it all in.
अच्छा, अच्छा. Draw. So maximum. Okay, एक ही बंदा बहुत spam कर रहा है, but okay, still. Draw likely. Oro, by the way, still checking out the notation.
Oro के reactions are priceless, yeah.
True. By the way, crowd still standing there. भाई मुश्किल है इतने खड़े होना actually.
Minutes भाई सबसे difficult चीज तो भाई मुझे लग रही है 9 minutes with no increment. I just really am
Hello!
stressed.
I'm sorry, we have to switch, Sahaj bhai. Let's go to Erdogmus because Arvind has blundered and Erdogmus pounces on that with a brilliancy.
Oh wow. So this was the position knight e4 and knight dc2 he plays. Now Arvind, knight c5 was a mistake and now knight d5. Oh
Wow.
तेरी 18 moves है फिर भी लेकिन 14 minutes के साथ तो मे बी नॉट सुपर सिंपल 15 minutes not 14 but yeah this is a comfortable advantage.
First of all, ed5 जो free का knight लग रहा है, that is just losing on the spot because bishop c5 and rani गई, there's a check. And I don't think you can ignore this knight. Can you ignore this knight? Like queen a7, queen a5, I don't know.
You can go queen a7, queen f5, I don't know. But just keeping the knight on d5 or leaving it there is never a good sign here. Just bishop c5 is hanging. If you go knight takes c5, there's knight f6 check incoming. And if you go pawn takes c5, I'm not sure. Maybe knight f6 check is still there and b7 is hanging. Bhai, this is looking scary for Arvind.
But Erdogmus has to play 19 moves in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So it's still not going to be easy. And meanwhile, bishop h5 on the board by the world champion. So he is, 2 brilliancies down and he's ready to take the draw. And now, he did not even give that queen g3 chance, Sahaj bhai. He did not kind of change the move order taki queen g3 aa jaye.
Yeah.
So now it's kind of forced, yeah?
Yeah, bishop h5 was, I think, smart. And अब I think ये draw की तरफ बढ़ते हुए.
Yeah, I need
Very
to calculate
simple.
everything. Yeah,
but एक second. Can I not go queen a1 check, king h2 and then g pawn takes h5?
But it doesn't change anything, no?
Yeah, it does. After bishop d4, I can capture back with my queen.
But am I using the d5 square? Because queen f5 check I'll play. After bishop takes, queen
Yeah,
f5
then king
check.
h.
But queen g5 I have. Queen g5 I have.
Bishop d4, queen d4. How is this? This is a repetition, really?
Queen f5 check. How do you play?
King g8 gaya to queen e6 check.
Queen e6 check. King f8 is tricky. King f8 pe.
Queen d6,
queen
yeah, just simple.
c8
queen
check.
d6 ही मार दो ना, free pawn.
Oh, I don't know. I don't want to change the structure. Yeah. Maybe you're right. Just take the pawn, maybe. Queen
Yeah.
e6, king h8 पे queen e8, king h7 पे queen h5. Okay, I'm gobbling too many pawns now actually. So
Yeah.
अब तो stress भी नहीं है.
Okay, so I think a nice move, bishop h5. I think we are seeing a repetition. He wants to take and play queen f5 check. Yeah, I think this looks good. Unless Jordan
Continuing
has
on,
something else planned here.
I don't see anything else because अगर आप मान लो A4, जस्ट चेक किया A4, मैं तो भाई दो क्वीन के सपने से आया था, दो ही क्वीन बनाऊंगा. But now
Bishop
bishop
g4.
g4 and suddenly h5 and queen incoming. I think this is lost for black. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So you have to take on h5 basically. Nice move, I think, by Gukesh.
So Gukesh will
Crunch moment,
draw.
pick them.
Yeah, he will draw chat. So this looks pretty safe. But okay, the game is not over yet. We have seen crazy ideas at some moments, but let's see. So आधा पॉइंट तो आ रहा है साज भाई, आप हमारे 3 3.5 में से.
Yeah, 3 में से भाई.
हाँ, 3 में से. If Sahil knows, okay, comment number, I don't know, X of for today. If Sahil knows how to play chess, then Albert Einstein is the only person who eats carrot without seeing the rabbit until a lion came. I I have no words, Sahaj bhai.
भाई I don't even know आप मतलब क्या ये कहाँ से कहाँ चला गया
I
भाई.
yeah, I don't know. I just don't know, bhai. I
Oh,
don't
he gives a
know.
check by the way. He gave a check by the way on a1 and then he plays
Oh, nice.
pawn takes h5. Oh, he plays. And now bishop d4 is a draw. Played
Taken.
भाई. Tablash
Wow.
incoming.
And that's objective valuation. White pieces hai, world champion ho, but you realize here something went wrong somewhere and black has the better practical chances. Let's take the draw. Let's force the draw.
इवन वो आर्बिटर को भी समझ आ गया अभी देखो वो वेट कर रहा है मैच मैच को खत्म होने का.
Bhai, that's a sign technically. Arbiter ऐसे
आर्बिटर को समझ आ गया भाई. खत्म होने
होना
वाला
नहीं
है.
चाहिए उसे technically arbiter ऐसे wait करता हो, but yeah. But
क्यों?
okay, both the players know it's not something that
But
crazy. Yeah,
why? Like it's not. I mean, you can see there is a repetition. You're just checking out the game.
yeah,
I
true.
don't think the arbiter has any like insight on the games. Yeah,
No,
in
they
that
don't. They
sense.
don't. They don't. They don't. Yeah. Okay, so this, I think, Jordan final calculation. He will take with the queen, though. I think.
Oh, Arjun
Arjun
also
checking
checking the
out.
game out. Check. Come on, check. Blue arrow ने दिखा भी दिया अब तो.
Queen
Plays it, भाई.
f5. Only move played.
King
And now
g8. And
queen
now another.
e6.
By the way, queen c6, queen c8 जाते तो bishop f8. So diagonal checks were very important. Played.
And the fun part is, Sahaj bhai, you could place a bishop on a1, b2, c3, e5, and it would, I think, still be a draw.
Yeah.
And
कि
I'm
white
going to
सिर्फ
try that
checks दे
actually.
सकता है.
I'm quite curious actually. I'm going to try that and add these bishops to the
छोड़ो भाई
equation.
छोड़ो. कि plays king h7, queen f5 check. Repetition भाई. Incoming.
Wow. Wow.
There it is. He plays king h7. Actually, Jordan also saw all of this.
Yeah, he had this funny expression. They are repeating moves.
There it is.
There it is. Handshakes. And the world champion Gukesh draws against Netherlands number 2, Jorden van Foreest. And kya hi, exciting game thi actually, yeah?
Yeah, also like I mean, finishing it off with like two brilliancies. Rook f7 was very nice. If he didn't play Rook f7, he would be in trouble. Then also like Bishop h5 is also a very nice move here. So accepting the draw was not an easy decision, but Gukesh came out of it, and now with a very healthy draw, 1 out of 2, 50% score. Looks
So
decent overall, yeah.
that's the first result. So Gukesh has drawn chat, but we have to rush to the other results for the Indian players. Let's go to Arjun because Queen and Rooks have reached the G file, Sahaj. Rook G8, last move, defending checkmate in 1.
Anyone just getting a feeling that Arjun might win this? Or is it just me? I feel like he has a good chance. I don't know why. Because
I'm
I'm
gonna
just
join
looking at
your
the
boat.
time.
I'm gonna right now Ajay Devgan. I have my legs in boats, but इस मूव के बाद I'm gonna join yours or step away from yours. ये मूव मेरे लिए important I think.
By the way, Gukesh winning so I'm +5 now, Maggie's.
अरे यार
Gukesh का ड्रॉ क्रेजी भाई.
हमने एक और में लगाया था ना, वो कौन सी थी? ये वाली
नहीं
थी
एक
शायद,
एक ही
नहीं
था भाई. एक ही था.
ये दो लगाए थे हमने,
नहीं
रिमेम्बर?
नहीं एक ही था भाई. एक दूसरा मना किया था मैंने आपको.
नहीं यार, दो लगाए थे। हाँ दो लगाए थे, चैट याद लाओ यार कितने लगाए थे, आई थिंक दो थे।
फिर से पोल कर देना चैट में, बता देंगे
अरे
आपको
यार
चैट में
पोल
कितने
क्या है
थे.
भाई, यार डेमोक्रेसी ने लगा रखी है हमारे देश की। यू आर द जीएम हियर, किस बारे में बोल रहे हो? यस आई थिंक अर्जुन विल विन। Mukesh playing differently this year. I mean, I don't know what you mean by differently. What is differently?
I think he's looking quite promising actually to me. He was pushing
भाई
in the first
असली
game.
असली मैसेज तो रमेश भाई ने लिखा है, whenever Sahil भाई Saj भाई challenged Maggie, I would always buy one for myself, eat alone that day. Lol, Maggie should consider hiring both of them as brand ambassadors. I think that is the real message here, Sahaj भाई,
I am so down. I'm
है ना?
so in for that. Yes.
So please send this email to Maggie, Ramesh bhai, and we'll appreciate it. Thank you.
भाई हर
I
स्ट्रीम में
think,
मैगी खाएंगे भाई.
हाँ मैं तो आज खाया हूँ लंच में मैगी,
भाई
लिटरली,
मैं कल
नॉट
लेके
इवन
आया हूँ
किडिंग।
लिटरली. मैं कल लिटरली लेके आया हूँ मैगी.
सो ये आई कैन अग्री, आई थिंक दैट्स द बेस्ट मैसेज ऑफ द स्ट्रीम। हाँ मैं कैमरा लगा रहा हूँ।
Battery change. I still have a feeling that Arjun could actually win this. Knight d5 is the move here, by the way. Offering the trade of knights, and I'm like maybe optically it doesn't look as appealing because I'm always afraid of this knight e4 ideas. But I think you're fine. Like knight e4 could just bring the queen back to e7 or something, and you're fine. It looks scary on the king side, but कुछ कोई sack नहीं है आपके पास.
तो
Also,
यार दास पे बिशप नहीं है, so it's very hard to sack. लाइस का बिशप भी थोड़ा सा f1 पे है, so it's very hard to regroup the bishop and the queen on that diagonal. So for now Arjun is holding, but apparently he only has two moves. One is rook b d8 and one is knight d5. Anything else and he's again in hot waters.
गरम गरम पानी.
Yes, जो मैगी में डलता है. So Maggie,
Oh,
please consider.
coincidence?
Not really. It's fate. Serendipity. कौन पीटी पता नहीं भाई. Seren.
भाई टॉप रामेन भी लेके आया हूँ भाई मैं. तो इंडिया से
No
लेके
bro,
आया.
you can't do that. You can't do that. Competitors का नाम नहीं ले सकते भाई. Only Maggie.
ये आप ही का ही उसूल है भाई. You know what I'm talking about.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Ah, really?
Really? Zero.
I feel like even Samay bhai has an idea of what I'm talking about.
Really? नहीं भाई. I just know Maggie. इनकी रेटिंग कितनी है? I think it's 2-6 um 6 something, right?
2656.
22656 भाई क्या भगवान है क्या?
2656 भाई.
अच्छा 2656 भाई, भगवान की रेटिंग कितनी होगी भगवान जी की if he played chess?
I don't know भाई, डिपेंड करता है कि कितने
Oh
सारे
भाई,
भगवान
yeah,
चेस
भाई,
खेल
don't answer भाई, depend.
रहे हैं.
Don't answer भाई, stop.
कंपटीशन चाहिए ना भाई वहां पे
Hey,
भी.
stop भाई, stop right there भाई. Let's not go any further. ये थोड़ा सा गलत डायरेक्शन में चला गया. I didn't mean it that way भाई. अभी तो अर्जुन भाई ब्लंडर कब कर रहे हो भाई? सॉरी, विन कब कर रहे हो भाई?
भाई मेरा पॉइंट ये है कि अगर आपको रेटिंग एक्स्ट्रा चाहिए राइट,
रे
तो उसके लिए
इट्स
आपको
ओके
स्ट्रॉन्ग प्लेयर को
नहीं
हराना
नहीं
भी तो है.
आपके, अरे इट्स ओके भाई, समझ गया. मैं मेरी गलती है भाई, गलती मेरी है भाई. छोड़ो. ओके एनीवेज, फिलहाल के लिए 95 यस 95 जल्दी फास्ट.
हाँ हाँ हाँ, फास्ट फास्ट फास्ट. 3,500.
Stockfish की rating, yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, Stockfish की rating is 3,500. So थोड़ा सा ज़्यादा, but yeah.
साहज भाई तो करियर चेंज के लिए रेडी है. मैं अभी नहीं हूं भाई. Come on, let's go Arjun भाई. 41 minutes versus 12 minutes. By the way, Thai Dai Van को जल्दी खेलना है यार. He also doesn't have much time.
Who, Van या फिर
Van.
Yeah, for sure. By the way,
By
Pragg
the,
के board पे भी like some updates. He played after 93. We were looking at this Rook C3 idea, which he didn't go for. He plays Rook B5 and F3. Golden pawn touched. Knight C4. Look at this move, Sahil bhai.
wow.
Sacrificing the knight. This is
Wow.
move. Knight A5 up attacking the B3 pawn and he goes Rook C1. अब यहाँ Knight B3 मर रहा है. बट उसके बाद थोड़ा काउंटर प्ले मिल रहा है वाइट को. रुक C7 वगैरह, रुक A7, रुक B7, ऑल ऑफ दीज आइडियाज.
The game is on for now. But कितनी देर?
आई थिंक यहाँ पर Pragg will suffer a bit.
Suffer a bit?
या थोड़ा सफर होगा यहाँ पे. इंग्लिश वाला.
Hmm.
भगवान जी बचा लेंगे लेकिन ये पोजीशन ब्लैक से.
Hmm. I
डू
have a
यू एग्री?
question, but I'm not going to ask it.
डू यू एग्री विद मी?
No, I agree, of course. But I had a question, but
यू थिंक वाइट से जीत जाएंगे वो ये पोजीशन? भगवान जी.
साथ में आपने मॉडलिंग ट्राई करने वाले हैं या कुछ नया ऑफर आया आपको? मतलब कहीं से कुछ, मतलब कुछ तो आया होगा लगता है. इतने बोल्ड एंड वाइल्ड कब से हो गए आप?
आई एम आस्किंग यू भाई. आई एम आस्किंग
नहीं
यू
नहीं,
अ
आई हैव नो
सिंपल
आइडिया भाई. ऑफ
क्वेश्चन.
कोर्स, ऑफ कोर्स,
यू थिंक ही विल विन दिस पोजीशन विद वाइट?
ऑफ कोर्स, ऑफ कोर्स.
रियल आइडिया दे दिया मैंने आपको. गॉड वर्सेस स्टॉकफिश. कौन सी पोजीशंस में?
मूविंग ऑन. ऑडियंस में 5 लोग ऐसे देख रहे हैं, ऐसे मेट इन 5 कर देंगे भाई. ऑडियंस वाले ऐसे ही होते हैं भाई. हम भी ऑडियंस ही हैं. प्लीज डोंट स्टार्ट पर्सनल कॉन्वो हियर साथ भाई, प्लीज. ओके, इट्स नॉट ओके.
डन बाय डन. से लेस.
हर लाइन में कम से कम एक चेस का पीस तो आना चाहिए. समझ रहे हो? तो बेसिकली साज भाई, हाउ वाज योर डे? घोड़ा.
Okay, now
समझ रहे हो
this
मेरी
is
बात?
actually the time to move on. Let's maybe check out the game of. I mean, Arjun, जहाँ पे कुछ updates आई नहीं है after Bishop F1, but Arjun has 38 minutes on the clock and Van only has 13, with 10 moves to be played and no increment whatsoever. And Gukesh was in a similar situation a few minutes ago, but he took sort of the safer, the more solid way out and went for the repetition. But the question is, what does Van
सॉरी,
go for here?
क्या क्रेजी कमेंट पढ़ा मैंने. एनीवेज, मूविंग ऑन. यस. साज भाई बुडापेस्ट में है इसलिए खौफ नहीं है. अच्छा. ओरो इज विनिंग विद वाइट. ओह नाइस.
If Pragg's position is hard, then keep his game on the board. Why you guys always show Arjun only? Because Arjun is right now leading the event with 1 out of 1. And usually the preference is कि जिस player का chance ज़्यादा रहेगा, to be at the top. Also, we are looking at, I think, all of the games. And there we see, I think, a 2 angle. मतलब producer भाई ने बोला लेकर देखो लो भाई, दोनों लो आप. Pragg and Arjun side by side defending with the black pieces. I still think that Pragg maybe has slightly more troubling position.
Agreed. Thanks for the stream. अरे thanks a lot Vin भाई for the super chat. साहब भाई, आपका गेम देख के रोंगटे बैठ जाते हैं. You are stoppable.
Yeah.
Far to comment भाई. Far to comment.
भाई इसको मॉड बनाओ भाई, जो भी है.
You are stoppable.
भाई
इसके
मॉड बनाओ इस बंदे को.
इसके नाम के पहले दो अल्फाबेट मेरे नाम के हैं। थोड़ा तो शर्म करो भाई, कम
कौन हो
से
भाई
कम.
आप?
The guys with SA have, starting with SA have to stick together, भाई. SA Sahil, SA Sahaj, SA Sam. You have to stick together, भाई. ऐसे नहीं चलेगा. Oro wanna be the
You
youngest
are
here if he
stoppable.
performs. Crazy. Okay.
अरे मृणाल भाई is also here. What's up भाई? कैसे हो आप?
Bhai, there are two of Mrinal, bhai.
Yes, of course. I
I
saw them
didn't know
both in
that.
Tata Steel, no, just now in Kolkata.
Ah, till GCL I didn't know. I thought एक ही है. I would have a conversation with one, and then I would ask the other about that conversation in the next tournament. So yeah. By the way, Anish Giri game is a king pawn end game, and whenever there's a king pawn end game, I'm always curious, Saj bhai. Can we have a look at that once?
Oh yes, for sure. Um, this is the position. Uh, White has an outside passer with the C pawn, but Black has these connected pawns. And I'm not sure जीतने के लिए कौन खेल रहा है यहाँ पे. Bar says it's equal, more or less. But optically, I think maybe Black has slightly more chance. Like I see this option of King E6 and F5, and Black को कोई risk नहीं उधर.
Hmm. Hmm. Agreed. Although it's tricky, no? Like for example, if you were to take on F3, I think White's chances improve there or no?
You are stoppable.
भाई चैट तो फनी है
Crazy
भाई,
comment था
क्रेजी.
भाई वो.
रोंगटे खड़े हो जाते का मतलब क्या है लेकिन?
Goosebumps भाई.
अच्छा, तो हाथ के बाल बैठ जाते हैं मतलब.
Yes.
तो खड़े किसने किए फिर?
नहीं, हम पहले वाली कॉन्वर्सेशन ही बेटर थी इससे तो. मैंने ही किए भाई, मैंने ही किए.
अच्छा.
अब बोलो.
Didn't know, साज भाई. वाह.
Um, I think we are in that last wala stage before we reach the 40 moves, जहाँ
Hmm.
पर players are taking their last minute think or like last long thing more or less. If you look at Nodirbek, for example, or for example Nodirbek versus Pragg, Pragg is doing his last minute think here in this Rook and Knight end game. Then in the game of Van versus Arjun, also Arjun is doing more or less his last minute thing. Um, he has 33 minutes on the clock. This is where he can feel comfortable and come up with those complications and maybe some chances to win overall. But I think he is definitely back in the game, Arjun. I don't think he's
Hmm.
necessarily defending anymore.
Hmm.
And baat rahi Arvind ki, Arvind I think is the only player who is in deep trouble right now because he
Hmm.
allowed his that knight d5 sacrifice against Erdogmus. And by the way, another inaccuracy, huge inaccuracy from Arvind, and now golden opportunity for Erdogmus to take over completely. And there are two moves here, Sahil bhai. Matlab, it is so hard to come up with both of these moves. Like I'm just gonna show it to you. One is Rook h7, and the other is Rook
Hmm.
h8. Bhai, kya move hai Rook h8?
But it makes sense. I mean, you want to play Rook H8, but the question is, why is it winning? It's not obvious. And you
Rook
have to
h7, I'm
play.
not even. Rook h7 makes sense. Like, some problem on the f7 pawn. Maybe you can push f5 at the right moment. But Rook h8 looks very strange to me.
And he has to find all of this with 16 moves to go and 12 minutes on the clock. Tough. This is tough.
He had 12 minutes on the clock and he has 16 moves to make for Erdogmus. I think this match doesn't go into 40 moves, by the way. ये
Hmm.
मूव ये लग नहीं रहा मुझे कि like it
Agreed.
will get the extra time.
Agreed.
Looks very dynamic, very spicy.
साल भाई, योर प्रॉब्लम ऑफ एवरी सोल्यूशन. अबे ये क्या है भाई? ये कुछ भी चल. ये क्या था भाई? हर
रोंगटे बैठ
सोल्यूशन,
जाते हैं.
हर सोल्यूशन का
You are
प्रॉब्लम कैसे होता है?
stoppable. You are stoppable was crazy भाई.
वो भी कैप्स में.
कभी
दैट
नहीं
वाज
सुना
क्रेजी.
मैंने ये आज तक. क्रेजी था भाई.
कैप्स में था भाई. इट वाज इन कैप्स. दैट वाज द क्रेजी पार्ट. वाह. Meanwhile, a Dogmas 11 minutes now.
भाई आपकी जितनी कम तारीफ करूं उतनी ज्यादा है.
Okay, that makes no sense actually. नहीं नहीं नहीं. नहीं भाई, तुम ऐसे कुछ भी पेल नहीं सकते. अब दीवार पे वो लिख दिया भाई, यहाँ सुसु करना मना है, इट विल वर्क. ऐसे नहीं होता भाई. कुछ तो ढंग का लिखना पड़ेगा.
As how Arvind missed a simple tactic. It wasn't simple, Arush. I think because what he missed was a few moves back. Actually, it was this position. Knight dc2 was played, and the queen on b6 was under attack. And
Ooh.
like there are a bunch of moves here for Arvind. There's knight c5, knight other to c5, queen c7, queen f5. So if you look at the candidate moves, like all of them seem okay for black, but there is only one that works here, which is queen c7. And Arvind just
Hey,
chose the
look at
wrong one, and
Erdogmus.
he
Look
took
at it.
over.
He's jumping on his chair, yeah. And he
Yeah,
doesn't find
fine.
the best move.
Mistake, huge mistake from Erdogmus.
And look at this 93 check is the move, yeah? I mean, it's the most obvious one, to be honest.
Yes, otherwise you lose the knight.
And talking about losing, Arjun is now plus 1.1 for Thai Dai Van. He made a mistake.
Oh, let's take a quick look what happened there. He played knight c8 on move 30 and 12, 11 minutes for Van here. I think this is also on purpose for Arjun. He's trying to complicate things again.
I hope he does it well, because 10 minutes, 10 moves to hai, but I think also plus one is a lot, actually. But Queen f4 is the only move for that. How likely is Queen f4?
Queen f4, I think looks logical, but I think the point is after queen f4, black can play knight e7.
f7 मारा तो? Oh,
Then knight
nice.
f5, I'm guessing.
नहीं, रुक भी f8, queen trap.
अच्छा, look, queen trap नहीं f2 मर रहा है.
हाँ, f2 मारा. Sorry. Yeah. There's queen e6.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a nice idea, I think. Nice attacking idea.
Oh, by the way, why is Pragg losing? No! He made a slight mistake. And now he's worse. Oof.
By the way, Van also made an inaccuracy with queen c4. Let's check Pragg's game first to see what's happening there. d4 was the mistake. In time pressure, I think he made this mistake. And now rook takes a7 is the critical move for Nodirbek. Does he find it?
He knows it's the only move. I think he has to play it. Like, even if you're playing bullet chess, that's what you play, I think.
ये लाइव है क्या समय भाई जो आपने भेजा अभी मेरे को?
क्या चीज?
क्या? I'll send it to you.
Black blind is 1.4 worse. Exactly.
WhatsApp देख लो भाई. आपका सोशल नेम.
ये क्या है भाई? कुछ भी. ये क्या है भाई?
करेंगे एक बार.
हिलेरियस. चलो, इसी बात में मैं खाना खा के आता हूँ भाई.
Crazy
Back in
भाई.
2 minutes.
Somebody stop this man. Insane. D4. Sorry chat. Personal बातें नहीं थी वो. Important बात चल रही थी कोई. But now it's done. So D4 by the way was the mistake by Pragg here. And I think his idea is कि आप ED4 मारो, I can capture back with my knight and I can just push the pawns down. And the The critical move here is you can play rook takes a7. अभी तो मैं सिर्फ चैट पढ़ रहा हूँ. अभी तो सिर्फ चैट पढ़ रहा हूँ भाई मैं, और फिर भी मेरा ये हालत है. What's the difference between rook a7 and rook b7? Mrinal bhai पूछ रहा है. I think it's a great question. And I think the difference is that with rook b7, it gives me that extra move to put my rook behind the pass pawn. And that's a very crucial move that also maybe allows me to go rook a2 check, and maybe I can capture the e3 pawn as well. So rook a7 is very, very critical here. But if I go rook a7, is it really that bad? Let's say if I go knight c5, just trying to trade off the knights. You take, I take, pawn takes d4. ये तो theoretically draw होनी चाहिए, from what I can understand. Unless the king is like too far ahead. Theoretically draw होनी चाहिए तो. Rook c6. Yeah, I think this is a theoretical draw. Not sure though. I know rook b7 अगर आप खेलते हो यहाँ पे, for example, and if I take this, you take this, this is a theoretical draw. क्योंकि ये pawn is not good enough. But maybe before you sort of simplify the position more with this rook b7 business, maybe that can be something for Nodirbek, and perhaps that's what he's thinking about now. But I think for Pragg, this could be like a silver lining कि Nodirbek के पास enough time नहीं है to calculate all of this until he reaches move 40. तो move 40 से पहले उसको वो critical decision लेना पड़ेगा. So that's a silver lining for Pragg here. Who's the girl roaming around? I think वो arbiter है वहाँ पे. Believe that's who she is. And while he thinks after d4, critical moment by the way in this game as well, we'll keep a very close eye on this. But let's take a quick look with Erdogmus versus Erwin. By the way, after b4, Erwin did manage to find knight d3 check and takes, and we are officially in the end game. Jahan pe Erwin is fine. I think Erdogmus also got a bit stressed because of the time pressure situation there. Yeah, Samay bhai? Kiska? Yeah, this is Erwin's match. So, oh, achha. Yeah, so basically in this endgame, I'm guessing Erdogmus got a bit stressed because of his time and just simplified the position into an endgame. And even though iska pawn structure kafi kharab hai, because you have 3 pawn islands, you have all the pawns fixed on the dark square, which is a good thing for the bishop. Because now bishop g7, for example, puts pressure on the c3 pawn. This pawn on f4 can also be attacked at a later stage. So yeah, I think this looks promising for Arvind. This was a critical match, I think, jahan pe Erdogmus has given some hope. After, by the way, king b2 bishop g7 has been played to attack the c3 pawn, and now rook h3 is what makes sense to defend the c3 pawn. But the problem there is, how will white progress? Unless you're going for some a4 b5 stuff, which probably is not as promising. Goes rook h3, by the way. Now, for example, rook c4, putting pressure on f4 and c3 at the same time. I think Arvind will hold this. Yeah, so the only difficult match now probably is Pragg's board. Nodirbek still has some good chances. Can Arjun win in that position? So let's take a quick look, because the queens have been traded. Remember, after knight c8, queen f4, where we saw from the blue arrow was the good move. He goes queen c4. And after this queens have been traded, he goes rook d8 and now rook c1. And now we are basically in the end game. I would say little chance to win this, but I think also very little chance to lose as well for Arjun. I think draw is maybe a safe result. Maybe in hindsight, you can say this e5 pawn, you can put some pressure on it. Kabhi future mein. Like knight e7, knight f5, I don't know, something like this. But yeah, हारने का चांस कम है यहाँ पे दोनों साइड्स के लिए. Goes knight e7. और ये पोजीशन भी ऐसे, I think, for Van, that सात move is, it doesn't feel like a lot. because position utna complicated nahi hai. You can make hand moves there. You can play king f1 for example, rook d3 for example. Like hand moves जो आपको सही लग रही हैं, just to exchange some pieces and yeah. So he should be able to make that. See, he's making hand moves now. Goes rook d3. Oh, maybe some hope for Arjun is g6. क्योंकि g6 के बाद अगर मैं pawn से मारता हूँ तो knight takes g6 and this pawn is now under some pressure. Now Van is I think now okay with equality. Yeah, looks like एक और गेम कोई खत्म होने वाला है. Not sure कौन सा गेम है वो. Yeah, maybe it's in the challenges section. Yeah, probably it's in the challenges section. Don't really see any match finishing. By the way, Nodirbek has gone for that rook takes a7. That was the problem in this game. Rook takes a7 was the problem. That's the inaccuracy that Pragg made, and Nodirbek has taken advantage of it. And Pragg is not looking promising now. Basically, सिर्फ एक चाल है Pragg के पास. That is not losing. आप कुछ भी और like knight c5 we were looking at this a few minutes back, and knight c5 के अलावा कुछ भी खेलेगा और Pragg खेलेगा यहाँ पे it's losing. A bit surprising that is, I think, for me.
Well, he'll find it, I think. I mean, he needs to get the knight off from d3, no? Otherwise, he can't do anything till then. So, but
Yeah,
knight c5 के बाद, is it like drawing or is it like उसके बाद you have to fight for a draw? Like,
basically the
that's the
question
main question.
is this pawn on a6 stoppable or not?
Bhai, continuation is very hard. So knight c5, rook c5, ed4, and now rook c6.
So the pawn is stoppable, yeah?
No, but I mean, it's very hard. King e3 now and b3 only move. It's not over, yeah?
And now g4 apparently is very good for white.
And he would, of course, I mean, that makes sense. And
also g4, just to explain to the chat, usually जब आपके पास ये इसको 4 versus 3 endgame कहा जाएगा, because remember that we are always thinking about white going rook b7, black taking on a6, white taking on b3, and then you are left with these like 4 versus 3 pawns. एक pawn आपका isolated है, बाकी सारे pawns आपके connected है. In this structure, black का जो best setup रहता है वो होता है f7, g6, h5. Because you exchange pawns on g4, then you exchange pawns on f5 and so on and so on. And that's very good. And this is why in a position like this, g4 is a very good move for white. It's a very interesting nuance. Just to not give black the best setup.
and every tempo matters. So यहाँ पे तो Pragg is definitely struggling. And it's not looking great, to be honest. Touch and go.
Yeah.
And he has 7 minutes to play 9 moves. So that's going to make it much worse.
Yeah, and he's in only move territory. Why agar if Pragg loses this, it will be 0 out of 2.
Oh, I mean, and to be honest, if there is one player chat, we would have hoped he would would have a great start as Pragg, right? He's the one who's playing the candidates.
Yes.
In two months from now. So him being on 0 of 2 is like the worst player we wanted to be there.
Oh yes, this is a bit troubling for Pragg.
And Nodirbek is samne, he's not going to let go. So by the way, I don't know if we covered the Arjun updates, but queens have been traded off and it feels like a draw now.
Basically, वो 5 minutes है, I think, Van के पास, and I think he's okay with, going into the end game and being solid, basically.
Great.
Plays f4, by the way. 4 more moves to go for Van. But yeah, ये भी fizzle out हो जाएगा draw पे, for sure.
So today we've had no results in the Masters so far, I think.
एक तो आ रहा है भाई. Fedoseev is, I think, going to beat Vincent.
That's the only result likely today. So very, very calm day 2 at the Tata Steel.
And Nodirbek, I think, also looking to beat Pragg.
Yeah, but I'm really
Why?
praying.
This game looks very, very scary to me. This Nodirbek Pragg. Just look at this position. Like, how do you come up with this sequence of moves and with 5 minutes on the clock and no increment? आपको 8 चालें चलनी है यहाँ पे. 9 चालें actually for Pragg.
By the way, do we have those front cameras of the players? अच्छा वो कैमरा ऐसे ही लगेगा. Okay. Wait. Is there any chance he's hiding his opening prep? Of course he's hiding his opening prep, and that does reduce your capacity a bit. But I mean, 0 out of 2 is going to sting.
I don't know like how to what extent is he hiding it, but yeah, I mean, I don't think that would really affect as much because you're still playing your lines, but yeah, a bit troubling. Goes knight c5, by the way, the best move.
Knight c5, only move for white. Blue arrow makes it very clear. Instantly maar diya. So now Nodirbek is really using Pragg's time, yeah?
Yeah, and now e takes d4, which is very, very logical. And this moment for Pragg, as soon as he takes the pawn on d4, this moment is going to be very critical because you have a lot of moves here. You have rook b5, you have rook c6, you have rook c2 check.
Oh, rook c2
very
is
easy to
plus
go wrong.
4. Rook c2
Yeah, rook
is
c2.
plus 4. Oh.
But it looks so logical, right? Putting the rook on the 7th rank,
Yeah.
getting a tempo, pushing the pawn in the next move. The only move here that works here, chat, is rook c6.
I think you can't kind of remove rook b5 because of rook b7 from your calculations. So maybe
Pragg but that's then rook a5, yeah?
Yeah, but then a7 and maybe it's
b3?
b3. But it's similar, no, to what you'll get anyways, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Like you will lose that pawn, and then the d pawn will exist, g4.
These two
like
are good moves, basically.
Yeah. But rook c2 is lost. So rook he C6. Finds it. Wow. In time pressure. 3 minutes to play 6 moves, Saj. 30 seconds per move.
Crazy. 3-3-3, we can see on the clock.
Vedant Panisar is now losing, so completely lost. We'll come back to that soon. Now Arvind is kind of, switching the tail a bit. Apparently, Erdogmus has only 2 moves now to maintain equality.
Let's take a quick look.
Obvious moves, and he plays one of them. But I think it's kind of equal now. Pretty comfortable equality now.
Might actually just go into a draw, yeah, very quickly.
Yeah. So this is going to be a draw. And Arjun also looks like a draw, although somehow it's still plus 0.6, man. Somehow he found a way to keep pushing with f4 and 92.
Opens up the c file. Bishop pinned basically, otherwise the c7 pawn falls. Another idea is rook c5, which can be quite interesting.
ठीक भाई, अब तो शादी भी हो गई, समोसे खिला दो यार. चलो डन भाई. जो बंदा मुझे बताएगा कि साहब एक क्वेश्चन बताओ बढ़िया सा, कोई चेस ट्रिविया. मतलब 500 लाइक हुए क्या हमारे? I don't know if we reached 500 likes. We have to give out a membership.
Not yet, yeah.
410. Chat 90 लाइक करो भाई, मेंबरशिप दें एक बंदे को जल्दी से. लेट्स गो. Nodirbek licked his lips. That sign he smelled the blood. He's in shark mode now. भाई ये कौन सा फैन फिक्शन नॉवल लिख रहे हो भाई तुम लोग? Interesting.
Brother, looks like Anish also in some trouble in that king pawn ending, yeah? Like, if we look at his game, they both have basically the same amount of time. And king pawn ending, mein, like, you can see Anish in deep thought there. One wrong pawn push and it's lost for him.
Okay, let's play this though. Like, how would you play this as black?
With the white ki chal hai.
King, I don't know, e2 or f2. Something.
That's the only move. These two are the only moves in this position. Everything else loses. I think it's very important to understand why is a4, for example, losing.
I thought at the right moment there might be some A5, but maybe not because A5
A5 में
C5.
C5 है ना मेरे पास.
Hmm.
Easy to go wrong here, I think. Let's go A4. And now apparently only one move, F6, which is winning for black. Basically, you cannot play C5 because उसमें BC5 मर रहा है. And then ये king D5 पे आ जाएगा. So you cannot play A4. So you have to go like king E2. That's what's your move. I'm not so sure actually how you continue this. Let's say I go F6. Then king E3 वापस, perhaps. Okay, takes on F3. Your move.
Oh! What is he playing? Was he? No,
Nothing
he's not
by.
gonna.
अभी
Is
आ
he
ही नहीं
moving
है
towards
board.
the king की तरफ नहीं जा रहा है वो हाथ उसका? I think. I don't think his hand is going towards the king unless I. Okay, I'm quite curious now. What does he play? He's about to play chat. King pawn endgame is always fun, always tricky, always. Oh, see,
Ooh.
that's what I told you. He was pushing the C pawn. That's what I thought. He pushed the C pawn. Now he's lost 2 games in a row. Completely lost for Anish Giri. And he blundered twice in this game now.
Wow, yes, you're right. The first time was also a blunder, and now this is the move, king e6. You can see and played
Oh,
bhai so
that
quickly.
is heartbreaking actually. Because he thinks he might get 2 outside pass pawns, right? That's the principle. You basically get 1 pass pawn on the queen side, you potentially get the h pawn, and then you win the game because the connected center pawns don't matter. But you don't have the outside pass pawn yet. अगर यहाँ पे ये मान लो remove like somehow the h pawn or like push the h pawn to h4, then maybe you are absolutely fine. But I think this is just gone.
Yeah, because black can just play king d5 and just take this pawn for free. Maybe you can
And
go
king
f4
e4,
perhaps. Is f4 possible?
f4. Oh,
f4
f4 पे
looks
only
interesting.
move is f6. Only one move.
And fe5 pe king e5 only
King
move.
e5.
Okay, that's obvious. So c6, king moves. I go king f4 or something. You take here. I go for f6. And you are in time, yeah? King b5, king f6, king a4, king here. You're just in time.
Also, there is one important
Like,
detail.
look at this.
Oh, wow.
You are queening here on the queen side and you're guarding the h8 square.
Searching for Bobby Fischer. If you know, you know. But I think even going back to the original position after king e6, c6, you can't play king d6. You have to first take on f3. Very important. If king d6, it's a draw again.
But I'll
So
play
this is
f5
still
here. I'll just play f5 in this position. That feels the most logical to me. Okay, I'll do not allow king e4 and then I'll take this pawn. I don't think this is what he missed.
True. Then what did he miss? Because it feels like he pawn mar raha hai. अगर f5 आ जाएगा, there's no way you can move forward.
I think f4 it has to be this line, and probably in that calculation where black was queening on the other side of the board, guarding the h8 square, somewhere there, I think he missed something.
Oh, did he miss this? So let's say f4, f6, and now king e4.
Then f5 check.
And because I was thinking of this variation, e takes f4, king takes f4, and now the only winning move for black is a5 or white wins, which is a bit interesting.
No, yeah, of course. I mean, but it's a sort of a mutual zugzwang type of a position. But yeah, ef4 मैं मारूंगा ही नहीं इधर. I'll play f5 and e4. That's what the instinct says. क्योंकि आपके पास protected pass pawn रहेगा.
That was before the candidates tournament. I think that's difficult.
So Anish is going to be 0 out of 2, bhai.
Yeah, Anish and Pragg also potentially.
The 2 candidates basically.
क्या चल रहा है? But you know what, Fabi, when he won the candidates, had a terrible Tata Steel. And he basically had a coaching camp, I think, with Ustam Kazimdanov in 2016 after Tata Steel for like 15, 20 days. And he mentioned like he thought, okay, this is not going to happen because I performed horribly at Tata Steel. But then he won the candidates. So maybe it's not really linked, yeah? It's it's still doable. But yeah, in the moment, it feels terrible.
Yeah, for both of these players. Arvind, Anish to gaya. I think he's lost, dead lost. So that leaves out Arvind. Maybe we can take a quick look there and see what's happening there. This is the current position after rook f5. Okay, knight takes e5 is just a simple draw. Could see handshakes very soon here.
And also not by a huge margin. He has like 30 and a half minutes on the clock, though. He literally had 1.5 minutes when he, or maybe slightly more, but yeah.
Bye. Blunder by Sindarov. Low.
What?
I'm telling you, this f6 was not like looked at by anyone. And now c6 is a draw for Anish again. What is going on, bhai? King pawn endings are not easy.
I think Anish realized, look at that body language. I think he realized he was lost. I think he saw f6. And now he's like, wait, what just happened? Am I getting a second lucky break in the game? Wait, I'm telling you, he saw it. He saw it, 100% saw it.
Jackets off.
Yeah. This would be a nice moment for Optiver, with that tagline. Never give up. Hashtag.
But also, I'm a bit surprised by how quickly he played a5 here. Like, he didn't even take any time. Like 9 seconds mein khela sirf.
So what is his plan after c6?
That's a
Because
good question.
f6 is the only move now, or you lose as black actually.
So f6, you take on e5, black takes on e5. Bhi king se nahi maar sakte aap, that's the difference.
King
e4, king d6,
c7,
c7, takes, king c6. You go for this pawn, white has to defend this pawn. So like this. And that's a draw.
Wow. So no queen endgames at least.
Nope. Unlikely, bhai.
Anish has 2 lives, yeah? That's
By 3.
I mean, sometimes you need that luck. You need that luck sometimes. So amazing.
Okay, so I think he will
Wait,
find
what?
this.
Bhai, Nodirbek just blundered. Rook a8, big mistake. And Pragg finds the only move in the position. King f6.
Okay, now we're going into that 4 versus 3 pakka with a better structure. So 5 more moves for Pragg and then it's equal, yeah? Basically. फिर भी खेलेगा, I think, Nodirbek यहाँ पे. But, like, if this pawn was on a4 or b4 or c4, it would be like easier to win that or easier to sort of play for a win. But d4, it's too close.
Oh, this is so cool. Basically, rook 8 ka idea tha a7, rook g8 check and a8 queens. To stop it, you would have to play rook a6 and then d5, d6, d7, d8. There is no stopping it because the king can never come out. So you want to stop the a pawn with rook c7 basically. And that's why king f6 is zaruri hai taki check na hai. And that was the only square jahan rook check nahi de sakta tha.
So after a7, you're saying rook c7 is the move here now.
Only move. Wow. Pragg found it. That's amazing.
Yep. So it looks like he's going to be able to hold this. Arjun also looking solid.
Wait, Vedant is winning. Vedant is completely winning. Oh my God, she planned a piece. What? Why? What is happening?
He to free ka piece hai na, knight g5.
I'm sorry. Wait,
and he
what?
doesn't take...
What? I'm sorry, what?
Wait a second. I think I'm guessing after knight g5, d5 is what he looked. And then bishop d2 is the move. Okay, time pressure mein he missed this. Golden opportunity thi bhai.
Why? But he had time. He had 12.5 minutes.
Yes.
I think he just realized. Wait, I can't believe it. Saj bhai, I am thinking It's time for Tiku Bhai to build the next Tata Steel. No, I'm just kidding. But I mean, this tells you कितना pressure है भाई. This tells you कितना pressure है.
Also, this game is not over yet because opponent के पास 2 ही minute पड़े हैं. And she has 12 moves to make.
Wow. But she's completely winning.
Not as clear yet, no? Because look at that. Another mistake. Rook c8. And rook e1 played. Best move by Vedant. I don't know if he's worse here. I'm going to take white here.
Yeah, he's likely going to win. Clock की वजह से. But what a moment that was. That was crazy to watch actually. Meanwhile,
Anish has played c6, by the way.
By the way, Erdogmus and Arvind about to end in a draw. It's a Philidor positioning coming.
Oh,
so
look at that. Rook b4 check.
Oh, wow. Stalemate, why? Nice.
Cute. Look at that. Erdogmus also having that smile there.
Nice.
Cute.
There we go. A tough game. I think Arvind had a couple of moments at least where he was dead lost, but he fought back and Erdogmus with less time on the clock couldn't really convert. But a great game, I think, from both sides. He's in defense and also great attack.
For sure. Theoretically, I think Arvind won, but game mein Erdogmus didn't manage the time super well. So yeah, overall, amazing. Now we have 2 games remaining. Pragg, Arjun, of course, there's Vedant as well. 3 games remaining we have. दोनों में थोड़ा सा बचाना पड़ेगा. By the way, in Nodirbek versus Pragg, we do have an update. He has played rook c7. And now it's Nodirbek's turn. 3 more moves to be made in under 3 minutes.
Now, Pragg's game will reach that 40 move mark.
Yeah.
Arjun's game has just reached the 40 move mark just now. Vedant's game is still kind of, okay, not sure whether they will reach. Fedoseev is also going to reach, but he's completely winning.
He's not winning though. Like this is the position for Vedant. And there is, oh, bhai. She has 1 minute for 11 moves, really?
Oh, let's check here then. I mean, this is fine.
By no increment, right?
Yeah, no increment till 40 moves. No increment. No increment.
That means Lu Miaoyi has 1 minute to play 11 moves with no increment.
Okay, we're going to see. That's how you see her play in a second. I mean,
she's not even notating right now.
Okay, she wants captures, yeah? Knight g5, queen g5.
Yeah, knight g5 has to be played. We can see from the blue arrow. Really, really important move here.
You know, sometimes you wonder how can players reach the situation where they have to play in such time pressure, but it happens. It somehow just happens. You feel like you need that extra thought, extra think during a crucial moment, and suddenly you hate yourself for it, but you land up in these situations. Amidarov calls him a mini Kasparov. By the way, Amidarov was, pepping up Erdogmus after every game almost during the World Blitz and Rapid. So I could see him before his game was Magnus or Arjun or whatever, like he was there always, I say motivating him, you can do this and so on. So he has some great guidance, the 14-year-old player.
That's very nice. I'm still actually a bit shocked at how close this match is going to be for Lu Miaoyi. There is no way that she makes 10 moves in under a minute.
I mean,
there is no way.
How much is that?
It will be so impressive
seconds,
actually.
65 seconds, 10 moves, 6.5 seconds per move.
Yeah. And you have to be super careful as well, like not make any mistakes and...
Yeah. I mean, she can resign before that, but I think she will make the moves somehow.
Do you think she makes it? Chat, do you think do you think she gets out of this while keeping the position balanced? Yes or no?
Oh, by the Queen F3, big mistake. Oh, so
जान के किया उसने ताकि वो और सोचे.
Bishop E7 कैसे निकालेगी यार वो? Already 10 seconds used. She has to play now. Come on. Just play anything. Okay, play.
Rook C4. That's a hand move for sure. Not something you looked at.
9 moves and 51 seconds.
Chat में people are saying no, yes. I think people are kind of divided. Now again, knight
Five and a
g5 is
half.
really, really important.
5.5 seconds per move now.
9 moves for 51 seconds.
ये क्या था भाई? वो 3 है what? Um,
She is not annotating. Is it allowed? Yes, it is. अगर आपके पास कुछ तो एक रूल रहता है यहाँ पे 2 मिनट से कम होते हैं without any increment, then you can choose to not notate the game. And then you'll catch up once you get the increment back.
if you have increment, then you can't. You have to note down basically.
Yes, of
Increment
course.
नहीं है, so
With 30 second का increment में you have enough time to do everything.
हाँ. Vedant forgot he has a knight. No, I think he knows about the knight for sure. He's more focused on the clock.
Let's see what Vedant plays here. I think he's looking for a move जो Liu Miaoyu ने अभी सोची नहीं है. Like, so she cannot pre-move, basically.
Queen h5. Wow, bishop d2. Crazy.
Queen h5, bishop d2 hai. But that's like too simple, right? Because if you exchange the queens, then it's a big problem.
Yeah, yeah.
Maybe something like rook e4 is what he's thinking, perhaps. You save the pawn, maybe some queen g4 ideas later on.
It's also a capture, so at least she'll get in a couple of moves very quickly then. How do you avoid captures and still kind of...
Very difficult.
Side में Pragg game, please. I think Pragg game में बहुत time भी नहीं है. Okay, they've about to reach the 40th move.
They're gonna reach their 40th move mark. Now we saw the 4 versus 3 rook end game. वहीं पे ही cover
Yeah.
करना है. But let's just cover the next like few moves here to see if
By
she
the way, Pragg
actually
has
makes
to...
the time.
Can we go to Pragg game? 2 moves in for 13 seconds. Let's go! Quickly,
For
Pragg
who?
game! Pragg! 9 seconds, he has to play 1 move in 8 seconds now, Sahaj.
Okay,
Chat, look at this. Okay, but he's going to play that though.
But of course, yeah, this is simple. Come on.
But still, that was close. Closer than you wanted to be.
I don't know if it's that close, bhai.
Okay, now rook
Because अभी
d8, rook
b2
a7.
या rook takes a7 तो forced ही है ना. एक ही और चाल.
हाँ. But I mean, if you drop a piece, you know what happens
Easy.
then.
Yeah. But okay.
अभी Pragg इतना आराम से स्लो मोशन में पीस उठाना, आराम से कैप्चर करना, जल्दबाजी नहीं है भाई. 8 सेकंड है.
Plays rook
आराम से
b8.
मार दो भाई.
Oh,
मार
bhai.
दिया. Thank God.
Okay, so we are getting a 4 versus 3 rook end game, which is, I think, a theoretical drawn. But let's go back to that match, bhai.
Yes, let's go back now.
He played e5, allowing Vedant to play queen g4 check, and now he's better. Wow, look at this. Rook d1 हुआ था, by the way. Bishop e7, bishop d4 and e5. She has 37 seconds to play 7 moves. And e5 is a blunder. Queen g4 check के बाद white is back.
Wow. 5 seconds per move. The king f8 is an obvious move though, so she will play that in 1 second. That's good news.
But then queen h5.
Then she'll play king e8. Like, I think that
Not
has
king
to be the
g8,
plan.
yeah? King g8 also looks logical. I don't know why.
True. King g8, knight g5. Any chance that Pragg can lose? I don't think now. Now that there's no time pressure, I think he will draw this. 30 minutes है उसके पास. Increment भी है. So I think now it should be a draw. Relatively comfortable draw.
Pragg के match पे, right? For sure, yeah.
हाँ.
4 versus 3 नहीं वो give up करेगा. Increment भी है
Arjun
बहुत.
game is a bit more complicated though, Sahaj, I think. Like, that's the problem. We trust Arjun, but...
अर्जुन तो यहीं पे ही है भाई. अर्जुन वेदांत का मैच देख रहा है भाई.
अगर तुम लोग स्ट्रेस ले रहे हो, मैं स्ट्रेस नहीं हूँ भाई. Okay, 4 minutes of Vedant.
And that focus, by the way. Aydin looking at the game as well.
Maths करते रहो chat. 7 moves, 37 seconds.
How many seconds per move is that?
5 point something.
Huge if true.
It is true. Movie बनी है भाई. 5 point someone.
तो बुक थी ना भाई वो तो.
Movie भी थी.
5 point someone.
हाँ.
उस
एक movie का
मूवी
नाम
का
था
नाम
ना.
लेकिन 5 point someone नहीं था.
नहीं था क्या? अच्छा कुछ और होगा शायद.
नहीं,
हाँ.
कुछ और नाम था.
अच्छा, अच्छा, अच्छा. Oro also won. Nice.
Why Vedant is not a GM? I think he's close. Yeah, he's 2400. I'm not sure if he has any GM norms. He's not an IM also. Did you know this?
Yeah, he's not an IM on purpose. He has the norms, he has the rating. So he basically has a goal of directly becoming a GM.
Ah, okay,
So
nice.
he feels that's more motivating. He doesn't want to settle. Um, I think that's fair.
Yeah.
Oh, he blunders knight e3 and now rook c1. But there's no time. She has to play now. Come on, now.
Rook D4
You
पे तो रुक
can't.
F1 है मेरे पास.
11. She's been thinking for 12 seconds, Sahaj. Oh, she finds the best move.
That's way too much time. But it's losing. The position is lost now for Vedant.
Oh, wow, man. This is so crucial. If she gets a few captures in, she could win this still.
Yes, for sure. She just has to finish the 6 minute, like this, just the 6 moves in 25 seconds.
भाई अगली चाल में रुक D1 प्री मूव, उसके अगली चाल में किंग F8 प्री मूव. एक एक सेकंड में चालें आनी चाहिए वो.
हाँ, but अभी वेदांत को भी फास्ट खेलना चाहिए because now he is, yeah, this is tricky.
चेस ऐसे मोमेंट्स में देखने में मजा आता है यार.
Okay,
Look at
Bishop
him, he's
B2 is
shaking.
possibility. यहाँ
He's
पर
shaking.
Bishop B2 is possible. उसके पास भी 2 मिनट है. He doesn't have a lot of time either.
Oh,
Goes that?
95,
Oh,
that's a block.
blunder!
Queen D2. Oh my god, look at the move. Black has Queen D2. That is insane. Queen D2 winning on the. She doesn't find it. He's winning
And
now.
missed!
Oh my god, Queen D2 missed. He's
That,
completely winning.
bhai, that might be the biggest jump from -6 to like +2.
No,
Something like that.
-9. -9.5 to +2.2, Sahaj. That's a +10
Bhai,
shift.
+10 shift. Insane.
And
Now
chat,
he
look at
sees it.
this.
Look at him. Look at his movement now. He realizes he's winning now.
5 moves in 19 seconds. Oh, chess is so tough.
Now, by the way, from
But
the
he only
blue
has
arrow,
one
you can
move.
see just Bishop E3. That's it. That's the only move from the blue arrow. He takes what?
Oh,
Another
what?
blunder.
What is happening?
Oh, bhai. She found Rook D1
Sahaj,
and Rook D8.
this is getting too close for comfort because now I think black is going to win.
Yes.
Unless Vedant uncocks something beautiful in the next 2 moves, he is dead lost now.
No, he has no chance, of course. No chance whatsoever. The एक piece मर गया ना अब तो.
Come on, come
And the
on.
problem is you cannot play Queen G4 check. Like I was thinking this Queen G4 and this Knight F5, but there's Queen E1 checkmate.
Wow.
That's the problem.
In knight on S3 तो मतलब completely useless.
This was why 28 seconds for Vedant as well.
भाई ऐसे नाइट डीजल उठाने का, ऐसे घुमाने का, कहाँ रखूं कहाँ रखूं कहाँ रखूं.
कोई तो हार रहा है भाई यहाँ पे. Why you look at 18 seconds for him? He plays Knight B7.
But
Rook
rook
D4.
D4, rook D4. Oh, she plays it in 1 second. Oh my god, what a game.
Yeah, now Queen takes D4 is basically losing because Queen E1 checkmate है. Plays 6
Okay.
seconds में खेला by the way Queen F1. एक चाल और है.
2 moves. 2 moves. Okay, she's gonna win. She's gonna win. What a comeback, man. What a comeback. Wow.
Wow.
Wow. So Vedant is gonna lose, unfortunately. And yeah, now she knows it's over. I think he can even resign. It would
Yeah,
not be
basically.
really too much. Yeah, he was close. He was winning, and it's gonna hurt. But it's gonna hurt both people actually because both players are winning and literally consecutive moves.
Yeah, it was a huge elo, like a eval jump there for both of these players. By the way, let's switch back to Pragg's board, Nodirbek versus
Yeah,
Pragg. And we have this 4 versus 3 end game जहाँ पे Pragg को defend करना है. And I think Nodirbek is
Saj
not
bhai,
gonna make it easy. Yes.
Anish and Sindarov drew.
Oh yes, I saw that. Like this is the
Why?
position of C6 खेला and then उसके बाद they just went into the draw. And
Wow.
Sindarov when he goes back and checks, भाई उसको he won't be happy with this.
Yeah, yeah,
And let's also check out
insane.
Van versus Arjun. This is the current position. Arjun having 41 minutes, Van having 22 minutes. But 30 second का increment have. And look at, by the way, Arjun's king. It went from G8 to I mean, like the center of the board to the queen side, yeah?
Can we show that once? कैसे कैसे आया?
Look भाई यहाँ पे था king H8.
H8 से A7.
Okay, king G8, took B4, पूरा एकदम खाली. King just goes complete yatra from H8 to A7.
Wow. Yeah, not surprised. Vedant has lost. Keymer also about to lose. So lots of results coming in. I think 2 games remaining for us. That is Pragg against Nodirbek. That's going to last a while. Arjun against Thai Dai Van also going to last a while.
But I think the good thing is that neither of the players are really on that. I mean, Arjun probably still has some chance, some outside chance to win the match as well. Pragg, I think maybe not. Yeah, Pragg is
Yeah.
वो तो एकदम
If Pragg
theoretical
can
end
win
game है,
this,
but
then anything
not
can happen
that
in the.
risky.
Yeah.
Nice comment there. Senderov yesterday losing but drew, but today he was winning and drew, so it's fair.
तो गुकेश कब जीत रहा है भाई फिर लेकिन he was
Technically,
winning but he
though,
drew.
like by that logic, he like drew a winning position, so he should like draw a losing position as well. And today, I mean, he wasn't lost, but
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. So he deserves that
mm,
half a point somewhere. Hopefully he gets
yeah.
it. Yeah. But Cesaro also botched it up twice today. I mean, he's gonna be really mad to be honest. Like, and Anish will be like,
Opening वाला
"Bhai,
तो वो crazy था भाई.
Anish will be like, भाई क्या किस्मत है मेरी." Actually, आज तो मस्त नींद आएगी उसको.
Said by king walk दिखा दो भाई, अभी दिखाया just king walk. I'll show it to you again. This was the position, move 35 पे, and that king goes to G8, plays rook B4, and then sari moves are now by the king.
By the way, I have a
Basically from
question.
H8 to ऐसे करके A7.
ये बहुत सारे लोग बोलते हैं 26 में दुनिया खत्म है. किसने चालू किया भाई ये?
मैंने पहली बार ही मतलब मतलब 2026 में सुना है.
I heard this like पहले also, but like
2012 का सुना था मैंने.
हाँ 12 तो ठीक है 12. अच्छा ओ ओ ओके. सो फिर तो उसका जोक भी नहीं कर सकते तो रहने देते. अच्छा 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 got it. I think I've seen this now that I remember. Yeah, I think so. दुनिया खत्म है 26 में. वाओ. महीना कुछ आइडिया हो दिया हो. अरे डैम. ओह.
Spicy.
I'll be back in 1 second.
Yeah, sure. So rook B8, last move by Arjun, and 18 minutes for Van, trying to figure out some way in this endgame to navigate and try to put pressure on Arjun. Perhaps G4 can be a move here. To maybe play G5, not G5, maybe this one knight f5 आ जाएगा. But G4 करके king E3 and okay, you further the pressure on the king side somehow. That looks interesting.
By the way, साहिल मिश्रा इज एडिटर. तो उसने मुझे वो वीडियो भेज दी कॉन्टेक्स्ट की कि वो ये कहाँ से. मेरे को लगा वो अनीश और उसके हंसने की क्लिप वाले कॉन्टेक्स्ट भेज रहा है यार. बताओ. बंदे के पास वो वीडियो नहीं है बट ये वीडियो है. क्रेजी भाई. Okay,
So
so
2 games remaining, yeah.
हाँ भाई यही बोला था हमने 15
Going
मिनट
back to
पहले.
Pragg. And rook a2 खेला है Pragg ने, putting pressure on the g2 pawn, making him play g3, जो I think forced ही है basically at this point. And Nodi thinking.
And okay, rook g2 then and f4, and white has made a lot of progress actually. So g3, rook
कहाँ पे?
g2, f4. G3, rook g2. You think you're attacking the pawn, but then f4. The rook defends the pawn, and suddenly white is
चलो एक
winning.
बड़ा फन सवाल करता हूँ चैट से, ठीक है? चैट देखो, आई एम प्लेइंग g3 है, ठीक है, और मैं बोल रहा हूँ आपको, आप कुछ भी खेलो, माय नेक्स्ट मूव इज गोइंग टू बी f4. व्हाट शुड ब्लैक प्ले हियर? आई एम टेलिंग यू माय प्री मूव्स. हम लोग मतलब ब्लिट्स का मैच खेल रहे हैं एंड यू कैन सी माय स्क्रीन एंड आई एम प्लेइंग f4 हियर, ठीक है? मैं ऑलरेडी छोड़ चुका हूँ अपना माउस यहाँ पे, आई कैन नॉट टेक इट बैक. व्हाट्स द बेस्ट मूव फॉर ब्लैक हियर बेस्ड ऑन दैट लॉजिक? रुकी टू चेक पे तो कैंसिल हो जाएगा ना भाई, वो तो फिर मैं
I
बढ़िया
mean,
चल खेल दूंगा. दैट डजंट मेक
रुक
सेंस.
रुक तो मार ही सकते हैं भाई at the very least.
Rook a3 is good. That's clever. But there is something even better. Actually, no. Rook a वही है.
ये क्या था भाई? ये क्या था वही है?
Exactly. Rook a3. Do you know
अच्छा.
what I confused?
हाँ.
By rooks की placement. Then there was a checkmate. But yeah, rook a3 is
अच्छा अच्छा
correct in this
अच्छा
match.
अच्छा. Oh, okay okay. King e6 f5. Oh, okay okay.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh,
By the way, some moves have been played. Rook a2 g3 has happened. But yeah, then your answer with rook a3 is correct, chat.
I think king e6 now is the best move.
Then
ये
अगर f4
थोड़ा.
खेला तो? Then nothing, yeah.
And then
Just wait.
apparently you have to find f5 check and it's a dead draw.
कुछ भी भाई, rook e2 check भी draw होगा उधर तो. कुछ भी draw होगा इधर. सब draw है.
Sub draw है. Sub MoMA है. By the way, Fedoseev has won, so Vincent Keymer loses.
Second game in a row.
Wait,
And
Keymer lost too? No. Keymer won yesterday against
Acha,
Anish Giri.
sorry, my bad. He won a quick game yesterday.
Yeah.
And then Arjun is now world number 4, basically. If he holds this.
True. I think Masters में only Pragg has a chance of finishing on 0. भाई आप दोनों कमेंट्री खुद को भी स्क्रीन पे रखो. रख सकते हैं, बट टू बी ऑनेस्ट zoomed. Oh no! Wait, what? I just mentioned it. It's a blunder. No.
देखा, इसलिए स्क्रीन पे नहीं रखते चैट. Style by speechless. There's king e6 happening here though still. Is that fine? या नहीं? Or do you think it's lost? समय भाई ने स्विच भी कर दिया.
Apparently you have to go like d5 check or something king e6 पे.
Why you're losing? You could be losing this.
You are losing this. It's forced.
Is it lost?
Apparently. Yeah, it's lost. It's losing by force, I think.
11 pieces, yeah. 4 versus 3, king e4 pair. Yeah, you're right. It could be. Because the king is too far advanced. I'm not sure कोई fortress है position में कि नहीं.
Rook f6 आ रहा है, I think, basically. या तो rook या king f6. दोनों में से एक f6 पे बैठेगा. And उसके बाद f7, g6, h5 will fall like...
I think f5 also looks scary at some point. But wow, Pragg, this is not ideal. Could be 0 out of 2, bhai.
Sahil, please don't shout. Brother, it's a blunder, brother. What do you want?
यार मैं सो रहा था भाई. गुड मॉर्निंग भाई, गुड मॉर्निंग. यही अलार्म रखो भाई, बढ़िया से
Exactly.
आप उठोगे.
सुबह 9 बजे what Pragg no Pragg no.
ये वाला उतना जेन्युइन नहीं था भाई, पहले वाला बड़ा जेन्युइन था।
हाँ वो
वो
अभी
वाला
वेट करो, अभी एक और
नहीं भाई,
ब्लंडर
और
बाकी
अब
है।
नहीं वेट करना भाई, अब नहीं वेट करना, और नहीं होनी चाहिए
अरे
गलतियां।
यार, this is gonna hurt a lot actually. 0 out of 2, yeah. That is just, and it's almost like he has no king f4. He has a move that's gonna almost equalize the game. So Nodirbek can go wrong, but why will he? King
Yeah,
f4 is so logical.
Nodirbek can go wrong, but why will he?
समय भाई, जो आपने चेंज किए हैं चीजें जिंदगी में, बहुत सारे चेंजेस आप 26 में लाए हो।
Bhai, I didn't
तो
even see this.
वो 25 वाले कर दो फिर से,
Bhai, I didn't even see this.
जल्दी से कर दो भाई। हाँ थैंक्स। बाय द वे,
चैट में किसी ने नोट नहीं किया क्या? क्रेजी।
can we give this check rook b6?
अरे चैट में किसी ने नोट ही नहीं किया यार, चैट कैसे से हो आप?
भाई chat is
There is an
sleeping. Don't
Easter
wake
egg.
chat up.
There is an Easter
Don't
egg for
wake
you,
chat
chat,
up.
on the stream. अरे यार
They
चेंज
can
भी हो
go
गया
back
अपना।
and check, but yeah. By the way, can we go full screen on the board again? I really wanna. I don't know what I wanna do यार, डिप्रेशन हो रहा है मुझे है ना। F4 यार।
You just want to stop the F4 pawn somehow.
It's unstoppable भाई।
Yeah, unstoppable.
The
The
F
D
pawn.
pawn looks too strong. It's unstoppable.
Exactly.
Now I'm very
I'm
impressed by
very.
Arjun because he
Uh,
defended that same position against Magnus in a rapid game. Yes, that was, I think, one of the highlights, I think, for me. That match against Magnus. I think that was a very, very impressive defense there. And F4 ke baad now, by the way, he has not played it yet, Nodirbek. But the moment he plays it, it's going to be difficult
what is he
because
even
he is
thinking?
objectively lost. एक बार यार मेरे को एक वो हो रहा है, एक बार चेक कर लेता हूँ मैं क्लाउड से if it's actually lost or not. I don't think it is.
Really?
Yeah, I don't think it is. I think with correct play it should be holdable even now.
I mean, maybe there's this variation जहाँ पे hold हो रहा है, but it just feels like कि this is a big step in the wrong direction. To pull back and suddenly start defending perfectly would be very difficult.
हाँ भाई ड्रॉ है अभी भी. Actually, scratch that. It's
Wow.
not a draw.
Wow.
नहीं भाई नहीं
सारे
है.
अपने ईमान धर्म से चेंज कर लिए भाई एक सेकेंड में भाई, ये क्या
भाई
बात?
actually it's +6 after F4. Can you believe it? It's +6.
नहीं, आई कैन बिलीव इट भाई, वही तो मैं कह रहा हूँ। बट द थिंग इज,
Correct
कैन
play is
नोदिरबिक बिलीव इट?
important. I think I'm not sure what Nodirbek is thinking about because you have either H4 or F4 or King F4, right?
And king f4 is going in the wrong direction, yeah? I mean, it's just not
Yeah.
where you want to go. आजकल कोई मैग्नस, अनीश, गुकेश नाम के बंदे नहीं आते भाई। रैपोर्ट भाई काफी फेमस थे हमारी चैट में एक्चुअली, कभी आएंगे शायद। काफी पॉपुलर है। By the way, I think Arjun's game is moving towards a likely draw. So I'm less stressed about that game. Okay, it's not over just yet, but अब King Rook Bishop versus King Rook Bishop है, that really makes it a bit simple.
There we can see some slight pressure for Van still, but nothing major. Arjun should hold this, but Pragg is not holding this apparently. If White finds F4, it is a dead loss position.
एक प्रगति भी थी, हाँ, शी लेफ्ट द स्ट्रीम यार मेरी शादी के बाद अनफॉर्चुनेटली। तो
ओहो।
बच्चा नहीं खेल रहा इस बार टाटा स्टील में, कौन सा बच्चा भाई? बच्चे बहुत है चेस में यार, सारे बच्चे हैं एक्चुअली। I'm very impressed by Arjun. He defended it. अरे of course भाई, that's why he's the world blitz and rapid medalist यार. I mean he won bronze in both. That
Hmm.
has never been done before ever. I think Vishy sir was the only one who did it, and उसके बाद से कभी नहीं. I mean it's never happened ever. I think we really underestimate how difficult that is.
Also, yeah, that specific end game, भाई, it was absolute treat to watch. वो भी एकदम एक second के लिए भी Arjun didn't give a chance to Magnus. Not even for a single move was he worse.
And then he won also, yeah. मतलब जब मैग्नस का reaction आया था पूरा, like that was crazy.
Yeah.
Magnus was so mad, भाई साहब. Come on, come on, come on.
Now I think there are. I mean,
King
I'm
F4.
still not sure what he's thinking about it because I think okay, maybe F4 is like a very committal decision, yeah. Like
भाई
F4
if
के
you're
बाद आप
sure
उसको
about the
वापस नहीं ले
commitment,
सकते.
if you're sure about the commitment तो करना चाहिए ना भाई.
Hmm.
Doubt हो तो लगता है कि भाई it's committed,
And
नहीं?
the thing is, what is he thinking about? Like, if I go rookie to check, just rookie three, and then eventually you cut the king off on the king side, and ये e file ऐसे cut हो जाएगी, and then you just push the d pawn up, basically.
हाँ, exactly. And Black King is somehow just too far away.
Yeah,
Can't control both.
but it's a possibility that Nodirbek doesn't play f4 at all. That's really important, I think. Arjun तो एकदम chilled हो गया. You can already see him. He's relaxed. By the way, just 2 games left in this section, in the A section, but that is Pragg and Arjun. All the other games have finished. Just one result so far, Fedoseev defeating Vincent Keymer. All the other matches in the main section have ended in a draw.
Also, by the way, Bibisara is now losing, so there was a turnaround in that game as well. तो
Hmm.
chess में कुछ भी चलता है यार, मतलब it's insane. I think nobody can ever convince me कि this is brutal, yeah, because in tennis, cricket, you get a wicket, you get like a point in tennis, it's yours. Nobody can take it from you. Like you get it, it's yours. But chess में तुम 5 घंटा कार्लसन की तरह खेलो और 1 सेकेंड तुम बोलते हैं ना किसी दोस्तों की तरह खेलो एंड रेटिंग की तरह, इट्स ओवर, या इट डजंट मीन एनीथिंग एट ऑल. So it's just so hard, I think, to handle chess defeats for that reason.
Yeah.
Like you play Roger Federer, for example, in tennis, you lose 6-1. You say, by Federer का 1 point मारा है मैंने. You have something you scored against Federer, yeah? I mean, यहाँ पे you lose, you lost, you got nothing. So it's just brutal.
Okay, let's check out Arjun's game while Nodirbek thinks. Arjun has gone bishop d5 here. And अब तो कोई chance नहीं, I think, किसी का भी. He will play something like, he's going for the g pawn. I think he's going to play g4 at some point. And yeah, maybe G plays, by the way, G4, G5, some GH6 and something on the H6 pawn, perhaps.
C5 maybe. I mean, I think Arjun is kind of happy right now. Don't really see big problems for Arjun. Time उसके पास 34 minutes है, बाप रे. Bathtub formation. I think the first time I heard this was during the World Cup. Bathtub formation.
अच्छा ये हाँ.
साथ भाई कौन है इस bathtub में? No, formation ही है बस.
It's a good formation though.
Really?
Breakthroughs possible with F5 and G5 both.
Yeah, maybe a pawn will leak through G5. You never know.
नहीं, equalize करना तो easy है यहाँ पे. Like something you should try to play A4. But maybe he goes C5, ठीक है? Maybe his plan is king c6 and a4 ऐसे करके activity. Arjun also like managing time really well so far. By the way, Nodirbek still thinking.
ये तो जॉन इब्राहिम की फेवरेट मिठाई जैसी लग रही है. वह उसकी फेवरेट मिठाई इज वो ना, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, वो जो स्क्वायर रेक्टेंगल वाइट, क्या बोलते हैं उसको, आई फॉरगॉट द नेम.
बर्फी.
बर्फी, यस, थैंक यू. काजू कतली, यस, काजू कतली फेवरेट है उसकी, आई थिंक. एंड ही डिडंट हैव इट फॉर एक्स नंबर ऑफ इयर्स, कुछ मैंने सुना था उसकी कपल की शॉप एक बार. ऐसा ऐसा वो चाहिए यार, डिसिप्लिन, नहीं साज भाई?
दैट विल बी क्रेजी भाई, अगर ऐसा डिसिप्लिन आ गया तो.
या, ह्यूज इफ ट्रू.
Bibisara, we just saw her walking off. She is, yep, still playing against Aydin. नहीं, Aydin ही होगा यहाँ पे जो फेवरेट है जीतने के लिए. He is too strong.
Gukesh, a game, please. Gukesh is already drawn here. That game ended a while back. 2 games remaining. F4 played.
अरे
Really?
भाई,
Arey bhai.
that's sad for Pragg because this I saw a +5 evaluation here, which means this is lost. And Nodirbek going for f4 means that's a committal decision. He sees that it is winning. And that's sad news for the Pragg fans.
It's gonna sound good, but it feels like कि ऐसे कहीं अच्छी जगह पे घूमने फिरने गए थे, कोई बढ़िया सी लेक दिखी, थोड़ा शर्ट निकाली, तैरने के लिए गए, एंड कोई कपड़े चोरी करके ले गया. भाई, इट जस्ट फील्स लाइक कि आई वाज एंजॉयिंग माई सेल्फ, आराम से ड्रॉ
What?
था, बढ़िया था भाई, लिटरली इतना मस्त चल रहा था यार सब कुछ. एंड सडनली F4 आ गया भाई, हार गए यार, सब कुछ छिन गया एक ही सेकंड में. नाउ वी हैव नो
I
क्लू व्हाट
have
टू
no
डू.
idea how you connected those two together.
I don't know as well. Exactly, that's the point. I don't know how this is happening भाई यार. Rook end game में हार गए
Hmm.
यार. It just hurts
Yeah,
because
that's
Pragg is
that's
the one
sad
who's
though.
supposed to play well. Like, he's the one who's supposed to play really well. Like
Hmm.
he, it hurts more.
कोई कह रहा है पर्सनल एक्सपीरियंस लग रहा है.
Who knows, bhai? Life is just
भाई, I think you
experiences.
will know, no?
Maybe it's not mine. Maybe it's just fiction, bhai. That's too specific, bro. Well, it's not specific, yaar. I'm seeing it in front of my eyes right now, yaar. ऐसी feeling आ रही है. Feeling तो ऐसी है.
एकदम रोंगटे बैठ गए.
सही में. What is your Indian Olympiad team? I think 3 player तो हर किसी में common ही है. उसमें तो कोई doubt ही नहीं. I think बाकी दोनों की ही debate है. And of course, Vishy sir, we are assuming he's not going to play, which is likely going to stay the case. So, 2 players. Saj bhai, what's your team?
No, I'm taking Hari for sure. I think Hari is a good addition. Also experience can only. Then it's between Vidit and Arvind, I think.
Oh, Nehal. But Nehal is ahead,
Oh,
Saj bhai.
Nihal. Yes, of course. I'm taking Nihal then. एक को लेकिन वो
तो
एक्सपीरियंस
भाई
प्लेयर
6
चाहिए
player
रहता
ले
है, तो
लिए
आई
यार.
टेक हरी.
So, Hari and Nehal you'll take.
हरी एंड
No
निहाल
Vidi
आई
and
टेक.
no Arvind. फंस गए भाई. There is no correct answer here.
But yeah, I think looks like for Pragg also it's the same. There is no correct answer anymore because the position is officially looking very bad. There's king e6. We already looked at that. There's d5 check possibilities and some pressure on the 6th and the 7th rank. Then there is another, I think a bigger problem is that if white gets to play this rook e3 and move the king away, because उससे पूरा e file पे आप block कर दोगे. Then you just push the d pawn up and that's it. Maybe Pragg just didn't, he thought कि कुछ सब कुछ draw है यहाँ पे, you know?
Yeah. Very likely, actually. And I don't want to be too, optimistic. But apparently f5 was not a good idea. And now, chat, there's a very nice move for black which gives instant equality. Can you find it? आपको
You mean in
pieces
Arjun's board, yeah?
activate. हाँ, so that board on the right, and he finds it. King c6. Idea rook to b4.
Keeping an
This
eye
is
on the
equal.
g4 pawn. a4 का plan भी हो सकता है उसके बाद.
Oh, this is completely equal now.
Yeah. But can Arjun start getting ambitious? That's the question.
Yeah, I think white should exchange pieces now. Bishop, I don't know, bishop c4 से करना है, किससे करना है?
Bishop c4 पे छोड़ दूंगा मैं, rook b4 फिर भी.
हाँ, वही, like he should stop that rook from becoming active. Yeah, rook e4 check आ गया, e5 pawn is hanging, rook b4, rook e4 खत्म. So you have to do something.
Yeah, true. Huge if true. Also, no breaks on the king side possible also. It's very important. f6 maybe you can throw, but that could only hurt you. Because takes, I can put my rook on g8. By draw offer, I don't think Arjun accept karega यहाँ पे. I think Arjun will play here.
Yeah, now, I mean, he's out of the woods. Yeah, जो worst scenario था वो तो खत्म हो गया. So rook b4 is so... Oh!
Some problem हो, yeah?
Okay, this is becoming interesting now.
Maybe it's a time effect.
No, it is for sure. And 9 minutes. Okay, he has increment. Maybe it's not really that scary. But I think bishop c4 अब तक है. Maybe white is okay. But you are risking a bit here by pushing on.
Exactly. साहिल भाई मैं 2 मिनट में आया. Be right back.
As we look at the games, king f4, 33 minutes for Arjun. I think he's doing pretty fine. Pragg is the one who's doing not. By the way, king e6 played by Pragg. Now it's very important. I think you have only 2 moves. d5 check was the best one, and Nodirbek does play it, man. He's not making any mistakes whatsoever. And now, if king e7, first of all, chat, imagine the king moving 1 square back. The winning move for white is actually the tricky f5. You're breaking the black pawns. f6 be check here, rook b7 be check here. It's just too much to handle. And if the king goes to, let's say, I don't know, d6 however, then there is rook b6 check and rook f6. So white's moves are different basis black's moves. So maybe there is still some hope of Nodirbek going wrong. कुछ उम्मीद तो है. It's not completely over, let's say. Arjun shouldn't overpush. No, I think Arjun will not overpush. He's going to play the best moves. And I think if anybody overpushes, it might be white, because white was the one who was better. याद रखो, white ने draw reject किया था Arjun के against. ठीक है? Then he fought on for a while. He fought on in the middle game. He attacked, then queen trade, then fought on in the end game. So he's been the one who's been trying to push. So if anybody overpushes, I think white के chances ज़्यादा है. Who do you think is likely to win candidates as Sindarov can surprise us all? Sindarov is definitely a wild card. I think उसमें तो कोई doubt ही नहीं है. But I think maybe first time candidates जीतना is not easy. So I think top 3 in order would be Fabi, Pragg, and I want to say Hikaru. I think top 3 would be, for me, these 3 guys.
Maybe Hikaru Pragg, na? Maybe.
No, I would put Pragg or Hikaru, I think. I think Hikaru maybe...
Really?
Yeah, I think... अभी थोड़ा सा Pragg अच्छा नहीं खेल रहा है, but in general I would put Pragg second.
It's not really a, I mean, yes, one tournament, one match doesn't matter in that sense.
Yeah, I would put Pragg second, I think. What would be your order in that case?
Probably Hikaru Pragg, I think. And then Anish. Like Pragg and Anish, I think in the same boat for me.
Fair.
Yes, it's finalized. The candidates lineup is completely finalized.
You know, जिस हिसाब से
Sindarov also. And Wei. Let's not forget Wei, bhai.
भाई वेई क्या ही खेला था वर्ल्ड कप में. I mean, if there was anybody playing better than Wei, it was Sahaj Grover
कि वो
with
खेल ही
his
नहीं रहा था वहाँ.
with his guesses on who's gonna win.
सिंडारोव हुआ ना भाई वो तो फिर.
But still, like that was crazy. Um,
Yeah, rook b4 seems good for Arjun, sure, but also a4 is a very interesting move here for him. And that creates chances. Now I think Arjun is thinking about, okay, bhai, how can I create chances for myself? Don't think here Van has any chances anymore. And yes, he can win technically, Arjun, if he poses enough problems, because time difference is quite a lot, 20 minutes. And more importantly, Van has less than 10 minutes. And there is no extra time, just 30-second increment. That's it.
so I'm checking, by the way, who does Pragg play tomorrow? It is Thai Dai Van, okay. But tomorrow he must be hoping for a win. Ki bhai chalo white pieces, lowest seed. It's going to be an important game tomorrow for Pragg. Arvind plays Nodirbek. Arjun plays Gukesh tomorrow. Bhai. Oh ho.
कल भाई एक गेम
गर्मा
लाना है
गर्म
अपना.
गर्मा गर्म क्लैश. क्या इस गेम के लिए बैट?
अर्जुन गुकेश.
हाँ वी कैन डू. आई थिंक ड्रॉ ही लग रहा है बट आई डोंट नो एक्चुअली अर्जुन की वो ओपनिंग
I'll
तरफ
take
में.
अर्जुन भाई.
भाई मैं भी वही सोच रहा था एक्चुअली.
I'll take अर्जुन भाई for sure.
चलो कल डिसाइड करते हैं बट इसका भी क्रेजी अर्जुन से गुकेश टुमारो. White is Arjun, by the way, so that's why I'm thinking
Yeah.
कि Arjun is maybe the slight favorite.
Last time black से जीता था अर्जुन, right? If I'm not
हाँ,
mistaken.
Rokesh to checkmate. I think something like that I remember.
Also classical में Arjun has a very good score against Gukesh. Like some 6-1 or something.
Hmm. Hans Niemann versus Erdogmus, also very interesting for me.
Okay, he takes on f5. Now gf5 is pretty much forced and taken as well.
Also, by the way, very important, but Rook b6 check. Only move for Nodirbek. Everything
On the
else
left
is
side of the
back.
board.
Yeah, back
Yeah.
to a draw.
But Nodirbek has enough time. See if he finds this. But rook b6 is simple, no?
Yeah, for sure. I think f5, as you mentioned, no, was tempting. That's why I was thinking. But king d5 is hanging. So
Because rook b6 check के बाद, like you'll have to retreat with your king, and then rook b7 check, and then you cannot play king d6 again because f7 का pawn मर रहा है उधर.
yeah. And then rook g3 के बाद rook f6 maybe, and then king e5. नहीं. Maybe
Or
not
rook
actually.
g7 also looks interesting. Plays rook b6 check. We'll see this in action. King e7 played.
Best move. Now rook b7 check only move.
हमें blue arrow भी दिख रहा है यहाँ पे.
भाई
Rook
साहब
b7
क्या
check का, and he
tough
plays
game.
it. And now if the king goes to, actually interesting point, king d6 पे, you don't take on f7. You play king f3 first, attacking the rook and defending your pawn, and then you take on f7. It's a nice
Oh wow.
nuance.
Wow. Actually, rook
Rook
f6 is
endgames.
also winning, but it's a bit more tricky. So king f3 is cleaner.
Hmm.
There is some rook e6 check or something to win. Now look at Nodirbek. Yeah, he's like pumped up. Jacket wacket was सूट बंद कर रहा है. Like he knows.
Yeah, I think Pragg also probably realizes, yeah, at this point.
Yeah.
And
Do
if
you
king
know who?
f6, then you bring the rook back to b3 to defend this.
Hmm. Hmm. Do you know who was Pragg's second? Yeah, I think Vaibhav Suri was one. उसके अलावा तो I'm not sure if we know any. Hans is a big threat to Nep. अबे यार, भाई साहब.
फंसा दिया आपको फिर से.
पढ़ा नहीं ना भाई इस बार. I stopped the sentence midway.
गुकेश को देखा भाई, गुकेश का गेम खत्म हो गया, 2 घंटे हो भी गए उसको. He drew his match against Jordan van Foreest. He's on. He has made 2 draws, both yesterday and today. And कल उसका मैच अर्जुन से होगा. So that will be fun. Can Pragg hold this? Objectively, the position is lost for Pragg. So if both sides play their best moves, objectively the position is lost. He plays King
Oh, that's a
F6.
blunder. King F6 is a blunder, but there's only one move now, and that's Rook to B3. That's winning. Saj, how easy is Rook B3 and how difficult?
I mean, if you just do process of elimination, like the other move is Rook King F3.
Oh,
So Rook B3 makes a lot of sense. Played
एक
already, भाई.
सेकंड में
सोचा ही
खेल
नहीं
दिया
उसने.
यार. And now I thought King E7, but King E7 पे apparently there's F5. That's the problem.
Hmm. Breaking the pawn chain, basically.
Wow.
And chat, by the way, King F6 was a mistake, but I think वो कुछ और भी खेलता तो still it would be a lost position. So Pragg, I think mistake happened a few moves back, not right now.
Yeah. If World Championship game is between Gukesh and Pragg, whom will Vishy support?
It's a good question for Vishy sir, I think.
Hopefully, I mean, we'll have him soon
Indian
someday, and then
chess. That's
we
what he'll
can
support.
ask him. But I think, I mean, chess benefit. If he's will be happy, I mean, if chess benefits, so if that's the World Championship match, he's already happy. कि भाई इंडिया में ही रहना है, and of course, like you know, a Chennai boy wins it. So उससे better क्या हो सकता है? ChatGPT says Peter Swidler was plugged second. Yeah, I think I've heard of that also somewhere. कि Peter Swidler was plugged second. I'm not sure कि अभी भी है कि नहीं, but I heard that somewhere a while back.
Edge by tell me why Hikaru is a great player. Why is world number 2 and the best blitz player in the world? I think that's more than enough. 2800 rating.
I think world number 2 does it.
Yeah, basically, yeah. But yeah, Pragg ka form is a bit concerning here.
But it usually happens when you change something in your preparation. थोड़ा बहुत कुछ भी change होता है ना, you go back before you go forward, and it's pretty normal. चाहे opening prep change हो या anything. So it's not shocking, but he needs a few wins under his belt to get his confidence back. So hopefully tomorrow is when it starts rolling in his favor.
Yeah. Meanwhile, let's take a quick look at Van versus Arjun to see what's the update there. Arjun has just gone Rook B2. And is that another draw for? Yeah, that is, no? Because Rook A3 ke baad you'll go Rook B4 and Rook C3 ke baad you'll go Rook B2 again. That's a draw, no?
Yes. Maybe Rook F2 check. King
उसमें भी तो
G4.
checks ही हैं आपके पास, और क्या है?
हाँ वही check करके I think it might also be a draw. You're right.
If this was a king pawn ending, then Van would be winning, I think.
Would he be winning though?
Yeah, I think so. King is too far advanced for white.
Yeah, just
And you have an
E6.
outside passer as well with the pawn, with the e pawn. Black का pawn passer नहीं है. The rook is really important here. I think a draw is incoming for Arjun in the next 5 minutes.
Pragg is fatigued from playing so many tournaments back to back, but that's been his strategy. That's how he won the candidate spot, literally. So very hard to go back on that. So yeah, I mean for now let's stick to Arjun's game maybe because that's about to end. We
Yeah, I
are
think we're
seeing
seeing a
repetition.
repetition. Rook B2, Rook A3. I think if he plays, then that will be a draw. I think I mean, he put pressure throughout the game, but Arjun held his own, yeah?
I mean, he can play on with Rook G3 if he wants to. Um,
Yeah, but now there is not much in the position.
yeah.
Also, he has less time on the clock, so makes sense.
And there it is. Handshakes. Arjun Erigaisi draws the game. That was a tough one. Wasn't easy, but he made it look easy. And at the end, he is the one who reaches on 1.5, and he will be leading the event along with Hans Niemann, as well as nobody else on 1.5 so far. That's
Yeah, but
very interesting.
Nodirbek is still playing.
Yeah, but still, yeah, only two people on 1.5. So lots of people who lost yesterday kind of came back today, apart from Pragg. Oh, it hurts.
Yeah, a bit sad, by the way. Best move again by Nodirbek. F5 was the move and he played it. So I think Nodirbek also looking to join the leaders with 1.5 out of 2. There will be 3 of them. Yeah, basically Arjun, Hans, and Nodirbek. And in the challenges, only one player on 2 out of 2, by the way, so far. But yes, Aydin is still playing against Bibisara, so there could be a result there.
Yeah. Pragg the candidate. Yeah. I mean, he has to come tomorrow and imagine the tournament kal chalu hua hai. That's what he can do. First 2 rounds were trial balls. That's the strategy now.
Yep. But yeah, 2 blacks also maybe didn't help him back to back. And Arjun also just completely out prepared him, yeah.
True. If the fourth pawn was created, I think it would be a draw. Not every time, but the probability increases drastically. Past pawns, yeah, always will be stronger, I think. It's much tougher. With this, I think Arjun is now world number 4, if I'm not mistaken. I'm going to check it to confirm, but yes, he is the new world number 4, 2778.2. And Pragg, after his loss, and Nodirbek will win, he will go to world number 12 outside the world top 10. So, oh my God, wait. I think today is the first day after a long time when we only have one Indian in the world top 10.
Yes, I'm just checking that as well.
Wow. So Magnus, Hikaru, Caruana, Arjun, Vincent, Firuzja, I think Anish, then Nodirbek, Veyi, and Wesley. 10 हो जाएंगे. Then 11th will be Gukesh, 12th will be Pragg, and 13th will be Vishy sir. Oh my God, why that is just wow.
Yeah, that is sad. But I think for Pragg, I think the sad thing is that it was a 4 versus 3 rook game. Yeah, I mean, just one hand move, and that just
And
turned it from being drawn to completely lost.
and Rook G2 wasn't necessary. That's the point.
Yeah.
Like there were 2 ways to save the pawn. So he could have just played anything else and it would be
Hmm.
okay. So it was just like a move of forcing white, yeah. And so it wasn't necessary. Like that's the main thing. So he's gonna curse himself for doing it, but yeah, he can't take it back.
He takes on f5. And now king takes f5 is good, and king e5 is also good. But king takes f5 probably is the more logical one out of the 2 options. Like if we're talking about theoretical options here, if after king f5, for example, Pragg can somehow capture the d5 pawn and give up the h5 pawn, that's a theoretical draw. So your d pawn, Nodirbek has to save like with his life.
By the way, interesting question. So what if you take the H pawn and give the D pawn?
Yeah, I just answered that by king
Acha,
h8.
oh,
That would be a theoretical draw there.
really? But I'm
d5
not
and
sure. Like it
yeah, I've
depends.
played this before
If I can
with
kick the
both.
king out, like if the king is not on G7, let's say, let's say imagine pawn on g5, king on h5, pawn on h4, and the king on e7 and rook b8. Wouldn't that be a win?
मेरा king e7 पे है.
Ah, e7, e7.
Still it's a draw. Unless you have h5, h6 also.
I mean,
Because
I
I'll play
slowly have
some.
it, right? King h6, h5, ऐसे करके धीरे-धीरे करके maybe I'm pushing the pawns.
Yeah, but if your king is on h5, I can play rook h2, no? I can stop you from going further. Well, then there will be other ways to draw that as well.
Hmm.
Like, that's the dream scenario for Pragg. But right now, GFI ke baad, Nodirbek is thinking whether to capture the pawn or play king e5 straight. He has 17 minutes, so a lot of time on the clock. No room for errors.
By the way, 500 likes completed, yeah? So I think membership challenge incoming chat. Let us know when you're ready and we'll ask a question and membership में मैं instantly add कर दूंगा. So let us know.
Nice. It's a good moment actually.
Yeah.
पूछ लो भाई, आप ही कुछ पूछ लो.
पूछो क्या? Okay, let me think quickly. Which recent happenings जो chess की दुनिया में हुई होंगी?
Hints दे रहे हो भाई आप.
भाई hint देना काम है भाई. It should be easy, no?
Takes on f5 by the way. Now maybe Pragg can go rook d2 to attack this pawn. But there is rook e3 and rook e5, which defends everything. And Pragg only has 5 minutes on the clock, so not a lot of time anymore.
My question is ready. So I'm going to ask it now. So chat, आपको दो आंसर है इसके. आपको दोनों के नाम फॉलोड बाय और चेसकॉम यूजर नेम लिखना है. ठीक है? जो इफ यू डोंट हैव द यूजर नेम, एक नाम लिखोगे इट विल नॉट काउंट. So two answers, two names, and then the Chesscom ID. Question is, we know Magnus finished first and Arjun finished third in both World Rapid and Blitz. Who were the guys who were second in each World Rapid second and World Blitz second? दोनों के नाम किसी भी order में डाल सकते हो along with your ID. And the one who writes it first wins a membership. ID भी
कौन
चाहिए.
second आया? लोगों ने सिर्फ
ID
आईडी
भी
भेज दिया भाई.
चाहिए. हाँ, ID के बिना it doesn't count. Kali ID doesn't count. Yeah, I think I can see Bhavak Bansal, right? I think that's the correct one.
Yeah,
है ना?
same.
हाँ, भाई काफी quick, yeah. People knew it. Okay, so Bhavak ji, oh, he already won a Chesscom membership 18 days ago from Rakesh. Bhai,
Also,
Bhavak
there is
ji,
just some guy who watched chess anime. That's also another one who's correct. He said Vladislav, not Artemia, but okay, I think you can accept that.
हाँ, I think so. So because I think Bhavak ji अभी जीते हैं, so who's the next one?
I just told you that guy.
कौन सा वाला? Puneet, right?
जो anime वाला था, जो लंबा सा यूजर नेम.
नहीं, but भावुक के next में ही है, I think there is one.
भावुक के ऊपर.
भावुक के ऊपर. अच्छा, oh, he wrote it. Oh, yes, actually, he's the correct winner, right?
He is the correct winner, yeah.
Oh, nice, nice, nice.
By the way, he goes rook d2.
Yeah. So he wins a 1 month diamond membership chat. So कल भी करेंगे दोबारा, unless अभी 1000 likes पहुंच जाए, वो तो मुश्किल लग रहा है. So done.
Done, bhai. Congratulations, bhai. GG.
अब मेहनत करो भाई. अगले महीने सडनली 200 पॉइंट बढ़ा के आ जाना, 400 पॉइंट बढ़ा के.
And now again, by the way, Nodirbek thinking rook e3 check is the move. That wins the game for him. There's king e5 also that should win as well. But end में जाके rook e3 वाला plan is really, really important. So let's just show what the plan is. Basically, you're asking the king कि आप d6 पे जाओगे आप f8 पे जाओगे. Either ways the king is going to get blocked off. If you put the king on d6, then I have king f6 incoming. I'll sack the d pawn and then I'll take f7 and I'll take the h5 pawn as well, क्योंकि रुक एकदम कट ऑफ करके बैठा है किंग को. So you have to play king f8 and then a, a very critical move here is rook e5 to defend this pawn and put pressure on the h5 pawn as well. And that should be winning. That's the key here. Rook e3 check.
Yep. Fairly easy for a player like Nodirbek. E5 पे सब defended है, and you can slowly pick up the h5 pawn, king f4, rook h5, and then this is 2 pawns up, and that's where Pragg will just resign likely. So yeah, not an easy 2 days for Pragg.
Yeah, not the best way to start the year. Looks tough.
By the way, 4 minutes for Pragg on the clock.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like he has a bunch of time to figure out a tricky way out of this, which anyway doesn't exist. So भाई अब खत्म है भाई खेल, and
But easy to go wrong for Nodirbek also. Maybe he doesn't see it. Maybe he doesn't believe in rook e5.
yeah,
Also,
for
he has to
example,
evaluate कि भाई ये d5 का pawn देना, taking this pawn is winning for him. That's also not easy.
नहीं भाई, so far he's played it perfectly. The only way he can go wrong is rook b5. That's literally the only way.
And he plays rook e3 check by.
Wow. No mistakes.
Yeah, I think that was a critical move. Maybe king f8 के बाद rook e5 is another critical move for me.
This could be
पानी पे पानी
potentially
भाई.
Nori's first classical win over Pragg. Really? It is his first win. That's crazy. Do you think Hikaru will choke in the candidates? What do you think, Sahaj bhai? Hikaru candidates?
I don't think he choked last time. I mean,
Yeah,
I
he
think he
didn't.
played really well, I think. सिर्फ विदित ने पूरा टूर्नामेंट खराब कर दिया था उसका, but he played really well, I think.
Basically, what he's asking, who's the Vidit of this tournament? That's what he's asking indirectly.
I don't know actually. I don't think there is another Vidit. Like Anish is, I think, but he's also a favorite to win.
I can see tears in Pragg's eyes. He can't hide it.
By 3 minutes, I don't think TS का time है उसके पास अभी.
Actually, Milfova, क्या नाम है भाई?
He has not given up yet. I mean, to him, the position could still very much be winning or a draw. King d6. Remember, chat, we have king f6. He goes king f8. And now the moment of truth. Is it rook e5? Does he play this move?
100%. I mean, is king e5 also possible? No, king e5, king d6. Is that a plan?
King
Or
e5
no?
पे तो king e7 वापस ना. Then you have to play king f5 check again.
Yeah.
But the whole point is to cut off the rook. The king, sorry. So rook e5 is really important.
True. Okay, so rook e5 then. Simple.
Yeah, but the end games are never easy. There's always some tricks. You saw in that king pawn ending of Anish versus Sindarov, where both of the players, blundered right after one another. It was a dead draw. Then Anish blunders and then Sindarov blunders. This is a rook endgame, still very tricky.
And people asking, can Oro score his norm? Yes, he can. He can actually become the youngest grandmaster here itself, as far as I know.
And what a
And
way
so far,
to. Why he has defeated Erwin Lami today.
yeah, and he's already gained 8.3 rating points, and दो 2600 से एक से draw एक से जीतेगा भाई. I'm gonna even argue he could be a favorite to win the challengers.
If he wins and then he gets his final GM norm, that would be so poetic actually. What a way to finish to become a
Imagine,
grandmaster.
Imagine winning the challengers, becoming the youngest grandmaster in history, and qualifying to the Masters next year.
That would be
Wow.
insane, I think. Yeah. Can't write this stuff.
But God did, Saj bhai. God did.
Bye bye. Let's not go there again.
God wrote this, no? Okay, फिलहाल के लिए King F8 के बाद no moves.
He has two norms already, chart. So he is looking for his third norm. He's made his rating. He's made his like two norms. फाइनल नॉर्म बचा है. रेटिंग से कुछ फर्क नहीं पड़ता, उसकी ऑलरेडी 2500 से ऊपर है.
A legend once said, Messi
He's
may
going for the
not be
rook.
compared with
Bhai,
you.
look at this. He went for the rook. Plays it, bhai.
Played.
Rook e5 on the
क्या
board.
बंदा है यार.
No mistakes.
Chat, just imagine playing chess with zero mistakes. How would it feel?
Right now, I mean, Nodirbek is not very far off, bhai. 51 moves have been played and his accuracy is 97.5.
So if you do some maths, 97.5 divided by 100 into कितने moves हुए भाई? 51.
51.
So 50 moves of this game he's played with Indian's first preference. एक मूव छोड़ दी बेचारे ने बस.
Rook 8 थी वो एक मूव जहाँ पे वो पोजीशन.
49.725 by 50 moves of the game he's played as the first preference of the Indian.
Oro can't get a norm here. He needs an open norm. Is that true?
Wait, you need like one open norm, right?
Yeah, just one open norm चाहिए होता है आपको, बाकी सब नहीं.
But how has he scored two norms in like close tournaments? It's possible. Check करना पड़ेगा ये चीज. He has zero open norms. Oh yeah, they introduced this rule, right? Because बहुत लोग ऐसे कर रहे थे norm के लिए, तो then maybe he can't do it here.
First norm was achieved in the Legends and Prodigies. Second was, yeah, I don't think open norm था कोई.
By the way, crucial moment. Rook d4. Only move for white is king f6, winning the game. That's it. Nothing else works. But it's the most obvious one because goal के h5 pawn मारना है. King f4 is not possible. King f6, only way to grab the pawn.
Yeah, and also king f6 के बाद, like, it's still not over. Yeah, you can play rook d3. Like, I take on h5. You take. Acha, you cannot even take here. I have rook h8 check. So if rook f3 check is perhaps the move. But then king e5, rook g3, and then king d6 should be winning. Yep, this is winning.
Yeah. I think chat 10 more minutes and the game will be over because Pragg is like less than 2 minutes now. So Sahaj and Sahil spreading incorrect info. Lamau. नहीं भाई Lamau नहीं है. I think we all learning. Sahil भाई please fix your sound. अच्छा हाँ यार माउस कह रहा हूँ. मेरा माइक अपने आप ही कम हो जाता है आवाज में for some reason.
अपने आप ही.
अपने
Huge
आप
of
ही.
you.
No, it is huge.
If true.
But it is true.
छोड़ो
So
भाई.
it is huge.
Only move for Nodirbek. You can see from the blue arrow, king f6. That needs to be played.
Missing Niri bhai. Yeah, of course. Niri bhai must be watching the stream, I'm sure.
Oh,
Oh,
played.
played. Wow.
And Pragg again under a minute, under 2 minutes. Plays rook d3. Rook takes h5 is winning for him. Rook g5 is also winning.
It's very interesting. Rook g5 is kind of just keeping more options open. Like you might just practically choose it if you have less time. But Nodirbek has enough time on the clock, so he can just kind of brute force his way through rook h5 के साथ.
पे long side, short side apply होगा इधर because the king automatically is on the long side for black.
Yeah.
So for example, what I mean is after rook h5, rook f3, king here, rook g3, You'll play king d6, let's say. Black puts the rook somewhere. Let's say, I don't know, rook a3, whatever. I'll play rook e5, and now this pawn is the main thing to worry about. And आपका जो king है, it should be on the b line because that's the short side. This is the long side. So yeah,
Yeah,
आपको rook से यहाँ side से check देना होगा, and you just don't have enough. And if he just figures this out, he will find the win.
yeah, the pawn decides basically short side कौन सा. So pawn d file पे है, so basically more files on the right. So that's the long side, and the left is the short side.
Sahil bhai, can we say Hikaru born in the wrong era? नहीं भाई. Think this was his era too.
Bhai, I mean, which era would he be streaming? This is the only
Exactly.
era where he could have been streaming. So I think this is the perfect era for somebody like Hikaru. If there is one person who's born in the correct era, it's Hikaru, actually.
Nodirbek having a lot of time. Both rook h5 and rook g5 is winning.
I don't think Faustino has 1 year. Yeah, I think he has a few months to beat all records. I don't think he has an entire year, right? How old is Faustino?
No, he takes on h5, bhai. Simple.
Yeah,
And now
he
he
was
gets a
born
check.
in October 14, 2013. So he's already 12 years old. And 12 years old, he record hai. So I think he has like I think he had 3 months a few weeks back. So maybe he has like 2 to 3 months more. Yeah, April, start of April, May, March, something. He has to finish it off by. So the other time nahi hai. But he'll do it, I think.
King e5 played. मतलब Nodirbek making zero mistakes.
Rook g3. Yeah. Actually, everything. Oh, you look at it, and h5 is winning. D6 is winning. King d6 is winning.
King d6 played.
I think going for your plan, rook e5 ke saath. It's just like the traditional plan, right? We'll have king ko cut off and then short side pe rook अटका हुआ है. And heartbreak for Pragg. So आज के इंडिया के पॉइंट्स कितने बने आखिर? गुकेश का आधा, अर्जुन का आधा, अरविंद का 1.5 ही बना भाई आज.
Vedant
Two,
also lost.
yeah, 2 losses and 3 draws. Wow, not an ideal day.
Yeah, and now rook a3 is trying to give checks from the side, but yeah, rook e5 is convincing. Even rook h8 check is convincing.
Oro has 52 days, without context, that sounds wrong. पागल हो चुके हैं दोनों भाई. कौन हो गया पागल यार? Who is the eldest player to become a GM at what age? Sahil Tiku in 2100 year.
Actually, there is someone, no? Like 49. I think there are very recently someone became a grandmaster from Spain, Castellanos Renier, who was an international master for a very long time, and it was a huge news. Like it happened last year or so.
But I think more interesting is the fact is somebody who, let's say, was an amateur, like somebody who started playing chess late and then rose to become a grandmaster. I think that's the more curious story. Like somebody who might have had two norms and probably missed one and got it at the end is not as crazy, maybe. So would be
Not
interesting to
sure.
know कि कोई chess खेला ही नहीं था and then started playing chess at the age of 19 or 15 or 20 or whatever and then became like a GM and oh, that would be so crazy.
Hmm. By the way, Pragg on the verge of a resignation. No other moves and no time as well.
Maybe f6, like is the last try. Like king
Played,
f7 maybe.
bhai. Your moves are just
Akela
happening
kya?
on the board. Ah,
Oh
on
wow.
the board.
Yeah, I'm used to being on the losing side. But okay, f6 at least ask the question कि भाई कहाँ जाएगा ये रुक? The spectators have no job or what? Shit. भाई जब हम लोग कोहली को चेयर कर रहे थे कि भाई जीत जा तो अपने पास नौकरी नहीं थी क्या भाई? भाई people love chess, yeah. They want to see chess in action.
रुक को आप लिटरली कहीं पे भी रख सकते हो. E4, E2, E1, all of them are winning. Saj bhai, who has a better start against Magnus? Um, I think like people who must have played him when he was younger and then didn't play him afterwards. I think I read somewhere that Volokitin has a very good record against Magnus, for example. But on amongst the top players, no one really.
I think what Pragg needs is rookie 7 right now. Chad, if rookie 7 happens, somebody gets a 6-month membership by
Rookie one.
rookie 7.
Rookie 7 is what you need. Exactly why. Seven minutes, too much time. Rookie one to avi gaya board pe bhai. Top move once again.
One of the players in this tournament is dating my क्या भाई क्या मतलब weird info. Why do they provide seating arrangement? I think seating arrangement maybe it's on purpose, yeah. When people don't have chairs, maybe they don't stay for long, and इससे मौका मिलता है कि crowd can keep shuffling, like everybody gets a chance. अगर seating दे दोगे, first of all, it'll be hard to see, right? Because players भी उसी eye level पे है. And second, also like it's difficult to stay there for long, so हर किसी को मौका मिलेगा. I think that's intentional.
Hmm. By the way, Pragg again close to being under a minute. Resignation आ रहा है, I think. मुझे लग रहा है ऐसा.
I think he'll play king f7 maybe first. That's the only move, and
भाई
then
आप ही की चालें आ रही हैं अब तो जो आप बोल रहे हो वही हो रहा
king f7.
है. Rook h3 या.
Rook h3 feels like, I mean, it will lose. Rook h3 feels like too much. Just king moves to the side and d6, d7 should be winning rook h3. I think king f7 maybe he'll try. Because white ने अगर f6 pawn नहीं मार दिया तो फिर क्या ही बचा गेम में. So king f7 maybe.
Hmm. Rook h3
Oh, he
played.
goes rook h3. Wow. Okay, but this has to be winning. King c7, d6, d7. So I don't see.
King h7, rook h4, d6. Okay, you can maybe think about कि रुक को मैं pawn से sack करके कुछ try कर सकता हूँ, but probably not, yeah.
Now back rank pe. Yeah, it's not gonna happen, I think. Looks. Wow. Yep. I think 5 more minutes, chat. And the game should be over. What are the probability of stalemate at this level? A 1 in maybe like 10,000 to million games, maybe 100,000 games. That's how rare it is. Maybe 1 in million games actually. Stalemate in general is very rare. Gautam is covering how many days Oro has in his video. Now he has 52 days left. Acha, every video. Wow, that's nice. He's looking for the next star. Kramnik is top 5 in chess history. Would you place Kramnik in top 5 in chess history, Sahaj?
Yes, of course.
Top 5. Because we know the top 3. So you have 2 slots.
Karpov and Kramnik, I think.
So no Vichy.
I mean, Kramnik defeated like Kasparov in a world championship match. I think that settles the deal, yeah.
But Kramnik ने बहुत भी चीजें और करी ना भाई. So
But we are talking about chess here, not talking about like anything else. Also, you can also say Vichy also defeated Kramnik in a world championship match.
So
But okay,
exactly.
like I guess to each his own, yeah. In that sense, I mean, beating Kasparov is something that no one has ever done before. So, अब कोई Magnus को world championship match में हरा देगा तो definitely their name should be mentioned when you're talking about top 5 in the world.
Thank God नहीं हराया भाई.
Plays King C6, by the way.
Achha, he's updating the thumbnail every day. Wow.
Who are the other two apart from Magnus? Top 3, that's Fischer, and then there is Kasparov. These are the 3 names, Magnus, Fischer, and Kasparov, that always people debate कि भाई इनमें से best कौन है.
By the way, King D7 would be a big mistake here. That's borderline draw. King D7. So that would give Pragg some hope because King D7, King F7 के बाद Rook E7 is the only move.
इसके बाद King B6, for example, King B7.
Like, that's a win. If King D7, D7 instead.
Yeah, but you don't play King D7 because you cannot play D7. So
yeah, exactly. But you know, like that's the way, like Mahi way. You know, like Black can come back.
Tal, I mean, yes, of course, great player, but top 5 में नहीं, I think आएगा. Or maybe Tal की peak was like better than anyone else's peak. That's something you can say. But वो longevity का point नहीं था, you know, Tal में. So
yeah, I think top chat. Who will be your top 5? I think top 5 in general, top 3 हर किसी के same ही होते हैं. And maybe you can shuffle between Gary and Magnus for first place. But I think for me, Magnus, Kasparov, Fischer. Number 4 for me maybe would be like I'm thinking Vichy.
Karpov,
maybe
yeah?
like that.
Not Karpov also.
Then, I mean,
not even Karpov.
I'm not.
Like, come on.
I'm not going for all chess actually. I've heard some things, so I'm not going for all chess.
Okay, then it's
like
a different
overall
conversation. वैसे तो फिर आपको Fischer का भी नाम नहीं लेना चाहिए.
I will take it. I think I will take because I think
Fischer ने भी बहुत बोला है भाई आपको.
I know. Maybe Karpov I'll still keep there, but I won't keep Kramnik in my top 5. Like कोई chance ही नहीं है. Like nobody can convince me to do that. कभी भी.
Chess की बात हो रही है. Like.
But chess wise be like nahi. So I will keep like I think I will keep Vichy at 4 and Karpov at 5, like something like that. Although in all honesty, I've not seen enough of Karpov's games. इतना chess पढ़ा होता तो भाई मैं भी IM तो होता ही. So maybe that's on me, but I'll keep Vichy as 4. I was a big fan of Alekhine also, but it's just pure chess skill. Maybe that would not be somebody to keep there. Alekhine, like I loved Alekhine. Also Capablanca actually.
And there it is, resignation from Pragg, and Nodirbek wins his second match, and with that joins the leaders at 1.5 out of 2, and a sad start for the new year for Pragg.
Yeah, and I think tomorrow is an important game. He'll be playing the lowest seed of the event. He would really want to win that game to get some momentum back. But we know he can. He had a great year, right? So I think he can get a bunch of victories in a row, and at the end, it just takes 2 wins and you're back to +0. So I would say it's only early beginnings. It's a long event.
Yeah, so early days still, as Nodirbek is still analyzing his match against Pragg. But
Yeah.
yeah, sad start regardless though. By 2 losses for Pragg, did not expect this.
Yeah. And if we can have a look at the standings now to see where everybody is for yeah,
दिया भाई.
no voice carrier chat.
Hmm.
आ गई क्या? Chat, let us know if you can hear us now. But yeah, I think Anish must be wondering, बच गए बाल बाल. Otherwise, मैं भी 0 पे होता. But sometimes you need that luck. Maybe it plugs days tomorrow. Chat, overall, great day for chess. Maybe not so much for the Indian players. We scored 1.5 out of 5 today. But tomorrow, round 3, as we discussed, it's an important day. It's Aravindh versus Nodirbek. That's a crazy clash. Pragg versus Thai Dai Van, an important clash for Pragg to win and get momentum back. He is the only candidate from India. And finally, Arjun versus Gukesh tomorrow. You cannot miss that. It's Arjun versus Gukesh. Arjun came wide. Crazy opening prep versus World Championship vibes. Saad bhai, क्या लग रहा है इस गेम में क्या होगा?
I mean, hard to pick a player, yeah, but okay. I think Arjun has been is very good form, and yeah, he also has had a historically a good score against Gukesh. So my pick will be Arjun, but I think it's going to be a fight for sure.
Yeah, yeah, it's gonna be a fight chat. So कल पता लगेगा कि अर्जुन और केश में कौन जीतता है. Thank you for joining us today. बहुत मजा आया. We can still see Pragg and Nodirbek calculate. We'll also calculate some more moves video tomorrow. Thank you, Soy bhai. Thank you, Saj bhai. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care and good night.